Good morning. Why so quiet? Come on, louder, louder. It's a really important event for all of us, for us at the government, for us at the ministry, and of course for us as a society. I would like to first of all thank you all for joining us today. We had a bit of a worry that we had over 1,000 registrations, so we were thinking to move to the arena, but luckily everybody's fine. Now, as you may know, I will use practically any excuse to not wear a tie, so I'm gonna be hosting this event today. But we are here to deep dive into the world of cybersecurity. We're gonna have meaningful discussions for the entire day about what we still need to do, about what we've accomplished so far. We're gonna discuss about the invisible part of digitalization, because Moldova is a regional leader in digitalization. And as we go digital, of course, we have to be more resilient. Of course, we have to feel more protected. And that means improving our resilience in the cyberspace. And we have been keeping quite busy in this year and a bit. We built meaningful long-term partnerships with our friends, and we'll talk about that. We also are building institutions to be more resilient and more protected, all of us as a country. We're gonna discuss about CyberCore today. We're gonna discuss about the Agency for Cybersecurity, which are both launched and ready to run. But first of all, let us start with an opening speech from Mr. Dorin Recean, Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova. Please.
Look, I know that we have an international community here. I'm very glad. And I am very happy how Dumitru started this forum, so let's give him applause. Applause for the fact that he took this leadership on cyber security, and we will have these great openings of the agency, of the CyberCore, but most importantly, we have this opening of people, you and others that are following us on this very important and increasing importance of cyber security as a very important and consistent part of information security. Now that we are digitizing most of the services of G2C, G2B, B2B, B2C, and so on, cybersecurity becomes ever more important. Cybersecurity is also weaponized right now by Russia in Ukraine, by Russia in Moldova, by Russia elsewhere. Also, there are quite a number of actors on the international arena that is challenging critical infrastructure, financial system, but also individuals. I'll switch to Romanian now. Vreau să vorbesc în română despre securitatea cibernetică pentru că este timpul ca noi toți, și ca angajați în sectorul public, și ca întreprinzători, și ca angajați în sectorul privat, dar și fiecare din noi ca și cetățeni, să atragem tot mai multă atenție și să investim tot mai multă educație, dar și alte tipuri de investiții în securitatea cibernetică. Pentru că securitatea cibernetică ne asigură, într-o anumită măsură, dar într-o măsură foarte mare, și securitatea informațională. Este important să vorbim practic despre aceste provocări. Atunci când este vorba despre transferuri, despre cardurile bancare, despre computer, despre telefon, despre cum securitatea noastră informațională poate fi afectată de către intruziuni cibernetice. în așa fel încât să putem să creștem gradul de digitalizare fără ca să afectăm încrederea cetățeanului, mediul de afaceri, în serviciile digitalizate. I would like to thank Minister Alaiba for this leadership. I would like to thank our international and local partners. I would like to thank the US government, the Swedish government, UK government. We have Polish government here as well. Excellency, thank you very much for the support of your countries and you personally for our initiatives. And I would like to thank everyone participating at today's forum, which is only the beginning of a very important discussion. This is also, we look at this also from the international point of view. We are not isolated here, so I'm very happy to introduce also Deputy Prime Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mihai Popesoi, here as a sign of the fact that Moldova is participating in the international effort to ensure cyber security. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, first of all, for your support of the agenda. As you know, as we all know, the way we see digitalization is the opportunity to completely change the way the citizen and the entrepreneur sees the government and interacts with the government. And that is what we're going to keep promoting. But for that, again, it has to be safe because it's about trust, and trust is about safety. Now, this panel that I'm announcing very soon reunites our strategic partners in the field without whom all of this would not be possible, would be much, much harder, so to say. Now, we're speaking about the European Union, the United States, Sweden, the UK, and of course, Romania. So when we are in need of any support, like expertise, know-how, best practices, all the way to financial support, of course, these are our partners that we call, like calling 112, let's say, or 911. So please meet Mihai Popesoi, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration. So for now, European integration. We're going to invite His Excellency Kent Logston, US Ambassador to Moldova. Katarina Fried, Sweden Ambassador to Moldova, please. And Fern Horin, British Ambassador to Moldova. Cosmin Dinescu, Head of Mission, European Union Partnership Mission in the Republic of Moldova. Erika Hasnos, Deputy Head EU Delegation to Moldova, and Eduard Mititelu, State Secretary, Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization of Romania. So this is our panel, and we will zoom in. I will be standing somewhere around. We will zoom in on we will zoom out of Moldova and discuss the global perspective on cybersecurity and what can Moldova learn. So first of all, I'll start with Mihai Popesoi. Mihai, how can Moldova's foreign policy and EU integration efforts, if you can refer to briefly, strengthen its cybersecurity posture and international cooperation, please?
Thank you. Dumitru, okay, it works. Your Excellencies, dear friends, Mr. Prime Minister, still there? On the way out. I'm really happy to welcome you at the Cybersecurity Forum. It's a really important discussion, particularly in today's day and age, when my good friend Dumitru almost every week tells us the increased percentages of digital services that the Republic of Moldova is providing. This is, of course, great news, but at the same time, if not properly protected, it invites and opens the door for malign influence. So Moldova, with the support of our partners, is building its resilience to make sure that we don't leave the doors open for all these nefarious interventions and interferences in our affairs. We at the Foreign Ministry, we have two primary tasks when it comes to cyber. We're not particularly strong on IT, and the fact that I wear a tie probably is a red flag in that regard. Nonetheless, our main purpose is to try to understand the best way we can what the challenges are and try to be a conduit with our international partners and the relevant agencies at home to make sure that we can provide the best assistance to meet the needs of our institutions when it comes to assistance from the international community. So there is a very dynamic progress in the Republic of Moldova when it comes to cyber. And despite the many challenges, and in fact, according to the European Cybersecurity Agency, about 20% of cyber attacks end up trying to make vulnerable public authorities, public institutions. And of course, we in the Republic of Moldova have not been strangers to this experience. Our state institutions, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have been subject to multiple cyber attacks. Now, we'll continue to fight and to resist thanks to the institutional and the technical innovations that we're implementing. And one of the main answers is to build internal capabilities, make sure these capabilities can cooperate horizontally and vertically, and establish effective external partnerships. And of course, our partnership, especially in the context of the Russian aggression in Ukraine, our partnership with the European Union when it comes to the cybersecurity rapid assistance project in the Republic of Moldova is already bearing significant fruits. We are seeing that legislation is being harmonized, institutional frameworks are being set up so that all the stakeholders benefit from this support. Also, we have launched the EU partnership mission in Moldova, providing also cyber resilience across the board in Moldovan public institutions. I'd like to thank bilaterally our partners, Romania, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, UK, the Netherlands, Germany, just to name a few, Sweden, for the partnerships that we've established. And of course, the United States has a special role in our partnership on cybersecurity. The US, the projects that we've established and are currently running to establish a cybersecurity academy at the Technical University, which I'm sure we'll end up being very proud of. And moving forward to officially launching the National Institute for Innovation in Cybersecurity, so-called CyberCore, which I'm sure is also going to be an anchor when it comes to building resilience in Moldova's institutions. And I've been referring primarily to governments, to government relations, but I'm sure there are a lot of private companies here that have a very important role when it comes to building resilience and building cybersecurity in the broader economy, but also in partnership with state authorities. We at the Foreign Ministry are glad to help private institutions as well as the public sector in building resilience and attracting support from our international partners. At the same time, it is clear that Moldova can play a more active role, and that is exactly what we are committed to, both domestically and internationally. And that's the mission of the Foreign Ministry. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very successful session today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mihai. Ambassador Longston, I remember we visited in December the CyberCore together with Prime Minister and Jeff Bryan of USAID. US is playing a crucial role in developing our cyber capacity and cyber resilience. Kent, welcome to Cyber Forum.
Thank you. Thanks, Dimitru. Thank you, Mihai, Mr. Deputy Prime Ministers, colleagues. It's really great to be here. And not only am I wearing a tie, but I'm using paper, so I think I'm the worst of all. But I'm really glad to join this group here, Moldovans and international partners, all of us dedicated to fighting cyber crime and supporting cybersecurity. Moldova is on the front lines of U.S. strategic priorities for Europe, strengthening threats to democracy and rule of law, enhancing European energy security, and ensuring our continued unity in standing up to Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. Those are our priorities. And since Russia's war began, the U.S. government has provided more than $775 million in support to the government and people of Moldova. Under extraordinary pressure, the Moldovan people have chosen a path of reform and European integration, which the U.S. government strongly supports. And we're already seeing continued remarkable progress on this path. But in order to secure this progress, we must increase Moldova's resilience in the face of increasing cyber attacks and information warfare wrought by Russia and other malign actors. I applaud the Moldovan government's efforts in this regard. The approval of the law on cybersecurity skills development and the establishment of a cybersecurity agency, these both represent significant milestones that the United States is committing to supporting across our programs. The Critical Infrastructure Working Group, Cybersecurity Working Group, bringing government and business together. That's another area we've worked on. And of course, if many of you remember the serious cyber attack in August 2022, and the U.S. government responded with $650,000 in equipment to help the government protect those vital infrastructure and critical cyber systems. As the Deputy Prime Minister just mentioned, the United States, through USAID, is investing $1.2 million in this new Cyber Core Institute, and it will be at the Technical University of Moldova, a world-class facility that will grow Moldova's supply of cyber talent in order to meet increasing demand. I was very happy, as Dimitri mentioned, that we visited the Cyber Core Institute at the Technical University of Moldova with the Prime Minister. So we know progress is being made, and we look forward to showing all of you this great world-class facility. Through the Department of State, Department of Treasury, Department of Energy, Department of Defense, all of the U.S. government is supporting Moldova's efforts. We've donated critical equipment to protect and reinforce key government information systems, and of course we're working to help the government find, target, and address cyber vulnerabilities, and of course increase resilience to cyber threats. Most recently, the United States just funded a full-time cyber advisor, now embedded at the Ministry of Defense. To ensure longevity, the United States also focuses on cultivating partnerships between public and private sector. For example, through USAID, we're working to broker strategic partnerships with leading tech companies like Google, Palo Alto Networks, Fortinet, Cisco, Bacotech, and Yontech, to catalyze advancements in Moldova's security initiatives and, of course, provide effective education and training. Several of these companies were represented here in Chisinau just earlier this week at a joint meeting of the Romania and Moldova American Chambers of Commerce, indeed focused on stimulating new investments in this area here in the Republic of Moldova. So thank you to our Moldovan government and donor partners, especially Sweden and the UK, for their continued leadership and collaboration. Together, I know we're building a democratic, prosperous, and secure future for the Moldovan people. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Kent. Katarina, Sweden is another strategic partner when it comes to supporting Moldova's development. And I remember a couple months ago our visit together with SIDA Director General Jacob Granit in MediaCore, another project supported by Sweden, the US, and the UK generously, where we discussed multiple issues regarding cybersecurity, digitalization, education, and whatnot. Sweden always has time and resources for Moldova, and we love Sweden. So thank you, Katarina. Welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Ministers, colleagues, partners, and friends. We are here today to show our strong and coordinated commitment to the cybersecurity priorities of the government of Moldova. Sweden, together with USAID and the UK, has been invested in making today's event, the launches of the Cybersecurity Agency and the Cyber Core Institute, a reality. We are looking forward to supporting these critical initiatives in the months ahead. We live in a world where we all need to tackle hybrid threats, including cybersecurity threats. My country is no exception. Recently, we have had several cyber attacks in Sweden. The EU and its member states, including Sweden, is therefore working very hard to ensure a high common level of cybersecurity across the Union, and this is key also for Moldova as a future EU member state. We are, from the Swedish side, happy to share our own ongoing journey to build resilience with you and learn from each other. For instance, we are pleased to see the connections that are now being shaped between the Center for Strategic Communication here in Moldova and the Swedish Agency for the Psychological Defense. Sweden is proud to contribute to Moldova's resilience, both through our bilateral support and our support to the EU Partnership Mission to Moldova. We welcome the commitment by the Moldovan public and private sectors to engage all the right stakeholders to raise citizens' awareness, to enhance network and system security, and perhaps most critically, to prepare future generations of cybersecurity talent to lead the way. I look forward today and beyond to hear more of all these key stakeholders, and I congratulate everyone again on launching the Cybersecurity Agency and the Cybercore initiative. Mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Katarina. Next speaker is Fern Horin. Fern, you're recently appointed to Moldova, so welcome to the party. Before Moldova, before this post, you were Deputy Director of Transformations and Operations at Foreign Commonwealth Development Office, and this is spot on what Moldova needs right now. So welcome, please.
Mulțumesc, Dumitru. Excelențe, doamnelor și domnilor, distinși oaspeți, este un privilegiu să mă aflu aici în calitate de ambasador al majestății sale în Republica Moldova. Responsabilitatea colectivă de securitate cibernetică, despre care vorbim astăzi, scoate în evidență obligația comună pe care o avem de a proteja spațiul digital, care definește din ce în ce mai mult viața noastră cotidiană. Având în vedere complexitatea acestui subiect, cu permisiunea dumneavoastră voi continua în limba engleză. In the United Kingdom, we recognize the critical importance of cybersecurity as a foundation for economic growth, national security, and safeguarding the digital well-being of our citizens. Our experience in this area is marked by continuous evolution. As technology evolves, we have to adapt to emerging threats. We have to seize developing opportunities, and we have to embrace innovative solutions. A key aspect of our approach is education and awareness raising. We believe that knowledge and clear communication are crucial tools to inform our citizens of the benefits and the threats they face in the digital realm. Through comprehensive awareness campaigns, educational programs, and partnerships with academic institutions, we strive to build a digitally literate society capable of navigating the complexities of the online world. And Moldova, with its unique position at the crossroads of Europe, faces specific challenges and opportunities in the world of cybersecurity. The United Kingdom is proud to support Moldova in this journey. Since Russia's illegal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, threats to Moldova have increased, and we've all seen this. And that's why we've provided timely technical support towards enhancing cyber resilience of various Moldovan institutions, including the government computer emergency response team and the Moldovan Ministry of Defense. And I'm really happy to be here today alongside our partners, the US and Sweden, through the Future Technologies Activities Project. We've joined our efforts to support the creation, as my colleagues have mentioned, the National Institute of Innovations in Cybersecurity, Cybercore. We all now live in a digital world, although, like Kent, I'm reading from paper. But cybersecurity is not only a government concern, it's for all of us. It's a shared responsibility, and therefore it's crucial for Moldova and her partners to take a whole-of-society approach in securing its critical infrastructure, enhancing incident response capabilities, and educating highly skilled cybersecurity professionals, alongside developing a robust legal framework to address cybercrime. Geopolitical competition is intensifying, changing the nature of the threats that we face and widening the scope and geographical spread of those threats. And action by hostile actors, terrorism, serious organized crime, and state-sponsored cyber attacks directly impact the security and prosperity of all of us. They distort development and undermine our allies and international institutions. And the challenge of making sure our international systems are resilient is vast. That's why international cooperation is paramount, addressing the global nature of cyber threats, knowing that no single nation can stand alone in the face of this cyber challenge. We need to work together, and I'm very happy that the UK is working alongside Moldova and our partners. And with fast-evolving artificial intelligence tools, we also need to reach agreement with governments and AI companies working together to test the safety of these models before they're released on the market. And I hope, following the UK's AI Safety Summit last year, that our new AI Safety Institute will play a vital role in leading this work in partnership with others. A free, open, peaceful, secure cyberspace remains critical to our collective security and prosperity, and international engagement and partnership is vital for delivering for us all. Thank you for your attention, and I hope today's conversations and discussions will contribute to a more resilient and secure cyberspace. Mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Fern. Well, I noticed at least 2 or even 3 remarks about paper. It may not be the most digital, but it's, experts say, I was speaking to an expert right now, experts say it's among the best protections against cyber attacks. So, there are other more sophisticated technologies, but this is one of them. This is the least you can do, basically. Erika of the EU delegation, welcome. It's been 2 months since Moldova got the EU Council approval for opening of the negotiation. Now, our ambition is to become EU digital citizens even before becoming EU citizens, and we believe we can totally do it with the support of each and every partner. Now, where do we stand?
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. I hope this works. And I applaud this ambition about being EU digital citizens. Dear Deputy Prime Ministers, dear Excellencies, dear friends, first let me thank the organizers for calling this event and also all the participants. I have to say it's really impressive to see so many people Friday morning sitting here and thinking and working collectively on cybersecurity. We know that digital technologies transformed our lives, and they played a very important role, for example, during the pandemic, when without these digital technologies, our lives would have been even much more difficult. At the same time, we also recognize that these new digital technologies led to an increase in vulnerability to different kinds of attacks. And many of these attacks are tools in a hybrid warfare by those who are seeking to undermine our democratic societies. The Russian aggression against Ukraine intensified malicious cyber activities against the European Union, its member states, and also our partners. In Moldova, countering Russian disinformation and seeing influence operations shows that there is a need for constant attention. With the risk of cyber attacks targeting critical civilian infrastructure, readiness is very important. We are also increasingly aware of our vulnerability when it comes to all kinds of strategic dependencies. So it is indeed very good that we come together in this room and in different settings, and we discuss how to mitigate these risks and how to support each other in adapting to this evolving cyber threat landscape. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility and depends on cooperation and trust between many different actors. The EU is actively engaged in this field in supporting Moldova's cybersecurity, and let me quickly highlight 5 pillars of our support. First, we have the EU Partnership Mission with its operational support to the new Cybersecurity Agency, but as you will hear about this from the head of mission in a few minutes, I will not say more about this. Second, we have the EU for Security Moldova project, a project that draws on the unique expertise of the EU's law enforcement training agency, CIPOL. Third, we have the Cybersecurity Rapid Assistance Project, which Deputy Prime Minister Popshoy also mentioned. This is a project which already started in 2022, has a budget of almost 3 million euros, and it's funded by the European Commission's Foreign Policy Instruments Service. This project aims to mitigate the risks of hybrid threat exposure in Moldova and includes, very importantly, the private sector, especially companies running critical infrastructure. The project also extends to citizens and tries to increase security awareness for Moldovan online users. Fourth, we have assistance measures in the value of 4 million euros, also started in 2022 and continuing into the future, to enhance the cyber resilience of the Moldovan armed forces. This is funded through the European Peace Facility and includes providing hardware, software, cybersecurity training and exercises. Last but not least, the European Security and Defense College also opened cyber-related courses to Moldovan participants and began organizing courses in Moldova itself. In addition to all this EU support, as you have heard and you will also see later, bilateral efforts by EU member states also continue to play a very important role. This forum shows the strong interest and willingness of the Moldovan authorities and also the Moldovan society to increase cybersecurity as a matter of national priority. Putting in place the right legislation, infrastructure and cooperation mechanisms is very important. This way, Moldova can also attract fresh investments in human capital and technology. This will help the country to become more cyber secure, and in turn, it will increase security for all of us. Moldova is moving in the right direction. Along the way, Moldova can fully rely on the European Union to provide support with expertise, resources, and partnerships. I thank the organizers for convening us today and wish you a very successful event. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Erika. UPM is helping Moldova a lot on cyber security and on combating misinformation. Not on misinformation, on combating misinformation. It's important to like put the right accents. Now, and it's doing it very fast. Cosmin, welcome and thank you. Have the floor.
Bună dimineața, mulțumesc mult pentru ocazia de a fi aici, domnilor miniștri, distinguished audience. Yes, thank you very much for the good words, welcoming words from Mr. Leiber. UPM is here, and UPM is here to support the resilience of the Moldovan government, Moldovan society to face challenges that are addressed to or against its security. Of course, we are here in the context of the fact that the EU lately has been assuming an ever greater role in combating or addressing security as a security provider, both for EU and the member states and their citizens, and also for its partners. This is based on some strategic documents that were adopted recently, the EU Strategic Compass for Security and Defense, and last year, the Civilian CSDP Compact, which in line with the Strategic Compass aims at strengthening the civilian side of the CSDP. And in this context, that last year, 3 new civilian missions were launched, and one of them is UPM. UPM was established as a result of a request of the Moldovan authorities confronted with a wide range of non-conventional threats. Moldova is not directly threatened with, let's say, conventional war that unfortunately goes on in Ukraine, but at the same time, the government is constantly being subjected to destabilization and undermining through what we call generically hybrid instruments. I would refer you to a very recent study of the Center of Excellence on Hybrid from Helsinki that concluded that in Moldova all range of hybrid threats are used and will be used in order to derail the European path of that was established by the Moldovan government. We all know that disinformation is spreading. We all know that fake narratives are being used at a larger scale. We all know about the cyber attacks. Also, we know about some other instruments, like, for instance, illegal flows of money that were poured in the country last year. And since we are in the middle of an electoral cycle, we envisage that these will continue and will be used at an ever greater scale. In this context, the mission was established, and I will briefly introduce a little bit of what we are doing here. From the outset, I will mention that we are a novel mission, and this novelty has many facets. First of all, we are a partnership mission. We are establishing partnership relations with the Moldovan interlocutors, our main partners, which are based on dialogue and response from our side to the concrete needs and requirements that are submitted to us. Second, we are a mission which has a very particular mandate. As I mentioned, it's in the context of the hybrid threats that we are acting here, and this is in fact the first mission which focuses on strengthening the resilience of the Moldovan government and hence the Moldovan society to face hybrid threats, and also to strengthen their ability to cope with crisis, so strengthening the crisis management structures. Third, also as a part of our core mandate, we have a project cell, which is really very important, since through project we can support in an operational way the implementation of the other two pillars that I mentioned. And as such, we have an approach which I would characterize it as being advise, train, and equip. Fourth, we are a flexible, scalable, modular mission, which means that by use of teams of visiting experts or specialized teams that can be deployed in a shorter way, we can, let's say, meet and answer in an effective and speedy measure requirements or needs that might appear from our Moldovan partners. And of course, we do everything in an integrated approach. We are not alone here, and we see here in this panel that so many actors are interested in supporting the Republic of Moldova. But honestly, in order to have an effective support and to really contribute to what we aim at, we do need to do this in an integrated way, to avoid duplications and to channel the resources where they are mostly needed. So this is why we are part of Team Europe here, and this is why we try to do everything in cooperation, coordination, and through a constant exchange of information with the other partners. We engage mostly naturally with some institutions. It's the Ministry of Interior, it's the Bureau of the President, it's the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization. And this brings me to our contribution to enhancing the cybersecurity of the Moldovan government. We have been, since our beginnings here in the Republic of Moldova, engaging both with TISC and the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization and trying to bring a significant support to the establishment of the new cybersecurity agency. And of course, in line with what I said, advise, train, and equip, we think that our contribution should be important together with all the other partners in the integrated approach that I mentioned. Today it was announced that this cybersecurity is being launched. I'm sure it will be an institution that will bring a very important contributions to the cybersecurity environment in the Republic of Moldova. Also, the National Institute for Cybersecurity Innovation CyberCore will be launched, and this will promote education, training, national preparedness for sectoral challenges. And this brings me to something that I consider really very important, education. We think that education is vital in strengthening the resilience of the government and the society to hybrid threats, to cyber attacks. We see education as a means to promote critical thinking, and with critical thinking, citizens can, let's say, be less victims to disinformation or, I don't know, fake narratives that are being propagated. Also, we think that media literacy is very important, and of course, education in the field of cybersecurity would bring more resilience. Education is vital in this respect. This, for instance, this week we were present with an opening speech at the Cyber Educator at the Academy of Economic Studies in Moldova. I think that these or such events are very important and very significant in the context that I mentioned. Of course, UPM is here to stay and to remain a stable partner and a reliable partner for the Moldovan institutions, and you can count on us to bring our contribution to the developments that are mentioned, and of course in the path which is being followed after the establishment of the Cybersecurity Agency. I'm sure that this event of today, in this event we'll also have a panel which will be moderated by UPM. I'm sure that it will be a very successful one, and I see with the participation here that all the prerequisites are met for such a success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cosmin. Eduard, our last speaker, but not the least, so to say. We have a lot to learn from each other, Romania and Moldova. Romania is quite a few years ahead of us in cybersecurity. 2 years ago, Romania founded the NDSC, the equivalent of our ASC, Agency for Cybersecurity. So maybe you can just tell us where you got it wrong so that we don't repeat the same mistake. We will do our own.
Thank you very much. Let me start to say that I'm glad. It's a very, very happy day for me. And I will come with a personal note, not the institutional one. I'm very happy for the dream of my friends. Mihai, Dumitru, having this dream of this agency came true it's a very important thing for me. Seeing you happy, seeing your dream came true. And going back to the institutional way, the hard work just started. You have to create a team, to create tools, to create programs, and to attract funding. And for this, you have the opportunity of Digital Euro program, for example, for data infrastructure, for cybersecurity skills, for cybersecurity tools. Also, we are here also to continue our collaboration and support you with our know-how in legislation. And for this, last year we approved a law for cybersecurity which has two main points. One is the cybersecurity of public institutions, measures and tools for protecting our citizens' data. And also, an important thing for me, we put there 10% of our research funding will go to the cybersecurity research. And this year we'll start with this. We'll have a program for cybersecurity already approved on the governmental decision. And also another strong thing where we are here to support Republic of Moldova. Starting last year on 9th of May, we in Bucharest started to work European Cybersecurity Competence Center. And it's in Bucharest, it's very close to Chișinău, and we are open to create a bridge between your new institution and European Cybersecurity Competence Center. I'm very sure you'll do great works. If you are doing the same path you did on digitalization of public services, we'll be also in the cybersecurity in the top of Europe. and we are here to support this. And also, when you need, we will provide what know-how we have, and also the support for attracting European funds on the Digital Euro program, but not just this, because your way to European Union will open also new funding programs for Republic of Moldova, and you need to be ready to attract these funds for cybersecurity, and we'll support this. Thank you very much, because I see I don't have too much time. Thank you very much, and I'm here, let's say, I will continue to support your way, and I'm here to support Mihai in his new role. I'm very happy, and I will use this opportunity to congratulate him. I'm very happy for him, and also I'm very happy for Republic of Moldova of this big win for cybersecurity, and for this big step for digital transformation of Republic of Moldova in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your kind words and while sharing your insights. Thank you very much, and we will move to the next item on our agenda, so to say, bureaucratically. Now, as our speakers are leaving the stage, let's give them a round of applause. That's right. So, as you know, the world stage of cybersecurity innovation is buzzing with cutting-edge institutions like Israel National Cybersecurity Authority, Singapore's Cybersecurity Agency, Estonia's CERT, and many, many others. Today, Moldova proudly enters this arena with the launch of its very own Agency for Cybersecurity in Moldova. And I'm happy to present to you the selected director of the new ACS, Agency for Cybersecurity, Mihai Lupashko. And depending on how he performs today, I might sign the appointment documents. Mihai is an expert in cybersecurity, and he has a very, I would say, beautiful story to tell, personal story. He was working for 11 years in France. For the last 7 years, he worked for the French Ministry of Interior in the field as a cybersecurity expert. He has 2 master's degrees in France, one in cybersecurity and another one in European business and management. He is passionate about cybersecurity and digitalization. He's built a very good team, digital team in the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization since he's returned, and I thank him for this. Now, he has quite a lot to say about his vision. 1 year ago, when he came back to Moldova after 11 years in France, he came with one very clear sense of mission, and that is the fact that we have to do something about cybersecurity. And here we are now, 1 year later, with legislation, with 2 institutions up and running almost. Of course, there is some signing to do. But in any case, I'd like to welcome you, Mihai, who has also been very involved even when he was away from Moldova. He was very involved. He cared about Moldova. He cared about about each and every decision that is being taken in Moldova by our governments. So thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, Dumitru, for this kind introduction, for your kind words. And good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to see so much interest in this event of Moldova Cybersecurity Forum. This is the first edition, and we hope this is not the last one. And we are just preparing the stage for something bigger to come. It is my pleasure to talk today about the Agency for Cybersecurity that was recently established by the government and that we'll have to operationalize in the coming months. So first of all, I'll start with our mission. And the first and the most important mission would be to increase cybersecurity and cyber resilience in Moldova at the national level. The new agency will be the single point of contact for all the critical service providers, for businesses, SMEs, and also the general public. On the other hand, the agency will work in close relationship with law enforcement agencies, with intelligence services, and also with other agencies similar to this one from the neighboring countries and from all across the world, in order to fight cybercrime and cyber threats that, as we know well, never stop at the border of a single country, and this is why we need this joint work and collaboration. Here are the main duties and activities the agency will be in charge of. So first one, and very obvious, the securing the critical infrastructure. So after the creation of the agency, together with the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization, we'll have to identify the criteria and identify those critical service providers that are so important for our economy. Once the providers are identified, we'll have to assess their security, their cybersecurity protection, their measures that are being in place in order to have a better overview, and of course assist them to improve and adjust their infrastructure to the ever-present threats in the cyber field. Another duty of the agency would be the risk analysis and mitigation. Here, the Security Operation Center will be in charge of continuous monitoring and of the cybersecurity of the cyber landscape of Moldova, and will intervene with proactive measures in order to prevent the incidents from happening and avoid damages to the infrastructure. Moving to the next thing is the incident detection and response. Of course, this is one of the key activities we'll be having to assure, but it's important to mention that it is only needed when all the protection in place fail. And sometimes it's the case, and incidents happen. So in this case, the CSIR team will need to be able to deploy fast and to intervene into the affected infrastructure in order to, first of all, isolate the threat, prevent it from spreading to the other branches of the organizations, and also prevent it from expanding to the whole of the economy. So this is one of the main role, and we will put a special effort. We'll dedicate special effort to make this team one of the best and bring the best experts that can help us with this task. Moving on with the resilience, so the agency will also be responsible with building cyber resilience. And here we talk about defining the disaster recovery plans and be ready to use them. The agency will work together or very closely with the critical service providers in order to define and to help them implement the disaster recovery plans. Basically that means backup. And by the way, do you know what do we call a backup that was never tested? It's a false sense of security. So Another important activity would be the capacity building. This is something ongoing and should be taken care all the time. And in this regard, the agency will have a leading role in defining and sharing the best practices with the whole of the industry, and in particular with the critical service providers. The last but not least is the international cooperation. As our speaker mentioned before, it is very important to work jointly and partner with relevant institutions across Europe and across the globe in order to fight the cybercrime and detect and prevent cyber threats before they even can affect us directly. Because we can see signs of activity, of malicious activities days and months before the attack can hit. And that's why it's very important to detect those signs, have this exchange of information, and act accordingly in time in order to prevent. It's always much cheaper and easier to prevent than rather dealing with the consequences of a cyber attack. Here I'll have a short deep dive into the main activities of the National Cybersecurity Incident Response Team. So, as mentioned, they will be the first responders against cyber attacks. They will be in charge of identifying the threats, isolating them, and mitigating limiting the consequences of the attacks. This team should be always ready to deploy fast whenever needed, because when it comes to cybersecurity and cyber threats, even minutes count. So it's very important to have them ready and have the procedures set up and ready to be deployed whenever the need arises. The CSIRT team will work hand in hand with the affected organizations, will have to contain the threat, minimize the damage, and prevent the contamination to the other branches and to the other entities that might be under attack. We expect to have in this agency the most experienced and the top talented people in the field, and this is a must because this team is expected to provide also the government level expertise to share knowledge with the government institutions, with the international agencies, and provide the highest level of expertise to the whole of the government. So where we are, a quick update on the situation at the moment. So the agency was founded by the government at the end of 2023, in December actually, and now we're moving on with the next steps. So the very next step would be to register, to have the official registration of the agency and recruit the core team that can in turn start building capacity and start acting on the main functions of the agencies. Next step will be the identification of the critical service providers, and this is very important because we need to know exactly what we want to protect. There's no such thing as security or everything secure to the 100% for all organizations. We need to know exactly what are the assets that needs the most of protection and invest our resources there where this is most needed. So here we'll have to define first of all the criteria for the critical service providers, and identifies those providers across all the sectors. And here we don't talk only about the government, but also about the broader economy, like financial sector, banking sector, energy sector, and so on and so forth. Once we have this list of entities and we know what to expect and what we need to protect, the next step would be doing the security assessments of the identified infrastructure. We need this in order to have a better understanding of what's going on in those institutions, check the level of compliance, and of course, assist them to implement the best practices where needed, and assist them to always increase their security maturity level to a degree that is acceptable and that can provide enough security. By the end of the year, or by the end of this year, we expect the agency to be fully operational. That doesn't mean that we'll have all the personnel recruited, but at least we expect to have all the teams in place with minimal number of people, and ready to intervene and do their functions as described earlier. Now that we have this big ambition, as mentioned by Mr. Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, cybersecurity is a priority for our country, and we should see it as an extension to the national security. We cannot see it as an optional thing anymore. So in this regard, we will need the top talented people, and we'll want to have the best people to work with us. So in this regard, I want to make an open call to all of you present here. If you are passionate about cybersecurity, if you want to bring your own contribution to a more secure and resilient future in Moldova and also worldwide, please share your details with our colleagues at the entrance, and we'll update you or contact you whenever there will be new openings. And you can also follow our Facebook page for any new openings to come in the coming months. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mihai. So Mihai will be here for the entire day, and if you have questions for him or just want to have a quick conversation, he will be always around. Now let's speak about CyberCore for a bit. So as you know, CyberCore doesn't just represent a step forward. It is a launchpad for cutting-edge research, cybersecurity education, industry partnerships, bridging the gap between academia and real-world challenges. I would like to first welcome our good friend, John Riordan, USAID Moldova's Deputy Director, who has supported the CyberCore with a grant of 1.4 million. I mean USAID, not John personally. Thank you, John, and thank you for our friends at USAID. Welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Bună dimineața. Great to see so many people here engaged in this conversation. It's so important. Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, Rector Baston, ambassadors, friends and partners. The United States, through USAID, is proud of our partnership with the Moldovan government to strengthen and develop Moldova's cybersecurity, which is why I'm enormously excited to join you all here today at this cybersecurity forum. It's a thrill to see such talented and a truly global group gathered to address the immediate and critical challenges Moldova faces as it fights to maintain the hard-won stability and independence. I'd like to recognize and thank our partners and the co-founders of the Future Technologies activity, Sweden and the UK, in particular for their close collaboration and leadership as we work to make Moldova future ready. As Ambassador Logston touched on earlier this morning, the fight to preserve and advance the progress Moldova has made towards democratic reform and European integration will require strategic investments from the donor community and close partnerships with the private sector to combat attempts to disrupt critical infrastructure. USAID programs have provided critical equipment, training, and technical assistance to reinforce Moldova's cyber arsenal and ensure that, in the face of increasing cyber attacks and harassment, the Moldovan government is able to provide services and security for their people. But cybersecurity is not just about the latest equipment, I think we know that, although it certainly helps. It's about building a resilient digital ecosystem, fostering innovation, and fortifying the IT sector as a pillar of Moldova's economy. As any country becomes more digitalized, threats increase. Moldova's position near the ongoing war and invasion of Ukraine and the incredible digital transformation the country is undergoing demands that it continually assess its cyber capacity and ensure its citizens are protected by developing homegrown talent. The global cybersecurity workforce grew nearly 9% in 2023, reaching 5.5 million people. However, an estimated 9.5 million qualified workers are necessary to adequately safeguard the world's digital assets, leaving the global workforce short 4 million cyber professionals. It's no secret that Moldova also faces cyber-related staffing challenges in the public and private sector, and the CyberCore Institute aims to close this gap. And that's why we're here now, to focus on this discussion of CyberCore. How is it the Technical University of Moldova, CyberCore will feature 1,000 square meters of laboratory, training, and event space, outfitted with cutting-edge equipment. The Institute will gather students and international experts from academia, government, and the private sector for training, research, development in cybersecurity technology, and best practices, like we heard from some of the speakers earlier today. Once open, CyberCore will offer courses, programs that are accessible to everyone, ranging from introductory classes to advanced case studies tailored to state institutions in collaboration with top-tier service providers. In concert with our efforts to attract global investments in Moldova's digital transformation, USAID is investing $1.2 million in the development of the CyberCore Institute and, crucially, has worked to broker partnerships with tech industry to ensure that CyberCore starts and stays on the cutting edge. Public-private partnerships, and we heard this earlier today, are instrumental in advancing the mission and objectives of the CyberCore Institute. By leveraging the strengths of both sectors, CyberCore can effectively address cybersecurity challenges, drive innovation, nurture talent, and contribute to Moldova's cybersecurity resilience and economic development. Google.org, the philanthropic arm of Google, has pledged $1 million for curriculum development and comprehensive skill training, and we're quite proud of that partnership. We anticipate our investments in Moldova's cyber education and workforce will emulate the success of USAID's investments in the IT sphere, which include this very center of excellence, TechWell. Hello, Anna. USAID supported TechWell at its inception, and it's gratifying to see it thriving years later. USAID is proud of the milestones we've helped Moldova reach in education and innovation, and we are excited to be part of shaping the classrooms of the future. With a total joint investment from USAID and other partners exceeding $10 million, USAID has worked to connect academia and the private sector by investing in the centers of excellence focused on innovation in IT, media, fashion, engineering, and agriculture, bringing forward-looking digital skills to traditional sectors. We see that CyberCore Institute is a natural and necessary extension of this work and are grateful for the leadership of the Moldovan government, which has mobilized an impressive team of collaborators across sectors to make this vision a reality. And congrats to Mihai on his new role. So I want to thank you for taking the chance to listen. It's going to get a little bit deeper with the rector who's coming up in terms of what we're doing with CyberCore. We look forward to hearing more from the speakers and panelists today, and we look forward to watching as CyberCore develops in the coming months. Thank you so much. Lots of messages.
Thank you. Thank you very much, John. Thank you. CyberCore is almost ready, and when we are about to launch it, you will see what an amazing piece of work it is, and the meaningful function that this authority, this entity will fulfill. It's just so very important. We have to identify and build talent and retain it in order to increase our capacity. Now, CyberCore will be hosted at the Technical University of Moldova in the very center of Chisinau, and I'd like to invite Mr. Viorel Bostan, the rector of Technical University of Moldova.
Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we are very honored to be the co-founders of this CyberCore institution, which I'm quite convinced it will be a success story. And my optimism is based on the fact that already here at the Technical University we implemented several initiatives together with development partners, first of all USAID, Swedish Embassy, UK, that today are business cards of different industries and areas. And first of all, TechWill, this excellent venue that changed critically the landscape of ICT industry here in Moldova, which is in our campus and co-run together with Association of Private Companies in IT. Then we have the Excellence Center in Fashion Design, we have a Fab Lab, we have Agrotech Arena, we have other facilities that are implementing different initiatives at the educational level. So CyberCore will be located in the downtown, in the rectorate, close to different beneficiaries. We are talking about, and here is an update, John, 1,300 square meters of different spaces of physical infrastructure, and I'm pretty convinced that it will grow in the years to come. We are talking about of infrastructure, physical and equipment necessary to run different activities related to its missions. Now, one of the first missions will be to consolidate and to develop educational programs in the area of cybersecurity. First of all, here at the Technical University, we have several bachelor degree and master degree programs focused on information security and cybersecurity for communications and electronics. And clearly those programs will benefit a lot because we will have access to new content provided by different technology providers. Second of all, we will develop different trainings for both professionals in the field of cybersecurity, and here we will closely work with the new created agency, and not only, but also we will provide trainings, lifelong learning trainings, continuous education trainings for public officials, both from government, local governments, such that they will be able to develop new policies in terms of cybersecurity issues. Also, what will happen at CyberCore will be a host of an education cybersecurity operations center where we'll be able to run simulations of different cybersecurity attacks. We will be able to test different tools, methods, protocols to counteract those cybersecurity threats. And in these exercises will participate both students, researchers, and professionals in this field. CyberCore will host also specialized labs. So one of important missions will be to develop the research activities in this area. One of our key indicators will be the number of PhD students doing the research in the area of cybersecurity. And of course, cybersecurity will host spaces for trainings and events. And as a pledge, I promise you that the next edition of Cybersecurity Forum will be in CyberCore in the downtown, where we will be able to grow a real ecosystem in cyber security area. This will be the next venue where we will meet probably next year, and I'm convinced that we will manage to prove that Technical University is a reliable partner. But clearly we can go to fulfill our mission without partners and technology providers. And John already mentioned the partnership signed with Google, who pledged $1 million in education content. And also we signed partnerships with big technology providers, with Palo Alto and Cisco. And right now we are in discussion with Fortinet, and others are also invited to join this beautiful initiative. With Cisco we already have a long-standing collaboration for many years, and some of their content is already integrated in our education curricula. Cisco Academy is running for more than 10 years here at the Technical University. We have courses given also to all the students from our university related to IT essentials. That will be also complemented with a cybersecurity hygiene starting this next semester. We have a course on Python essentials also based on NetAcad contents. And some other courses will be taken from Cisco curricula. Palo Alto will provide a big variety of different courses tailored for our needs, for students, for our professors, and for professionals or other beneficiaries. And as I said, we are very open to further discussions with all technology providers to accommodate them here. And one good thing also, that Cyber Core will be located in the downtown, because in downtown also we have an operating already center for certifications from PersonView. So all those who will undergo those trainings will be able also to pass the certified tests and get industry recognized certifications on their skills. So that's why I'm very optimistic about the future of CyberCore. And I'm convinced that in the next several years, the name CyberCore will be as powerful as tech will today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rector. We are very much on time, and that is what I would like to applaud. No delay so far, so that's good. Thank you so much for all the involved speakers until now. Now we're moving on to a keynote speech from Laura Striegel from the Center for Cybersecurity in Belgium, Head of International Relations. Laura's journey in cybersecurity began in 2018. She currently coordinates national programs related to new cybersecurity regulations, provides consultancy on national and international policy issues, and develops cooperation with relevant institutions. And that is what she is up to in Moldova, and I'm sure this is not the first time that we meet, either here or in Belgium. Laura, welcome.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm happy the photo disappeared because you probably are a bit disappointing. This was when I started the career. Now, after 6 years in cyber, I look a bit different. So good morning. It's an honor to be here, and I would like to extend my congratulations to Moldova for its new Cybersecurity Center and the Institute. It's very excited to be here, and I was invited to talk about active cyber protection. Which is an approach the Center for Cybersecurity is using, because increasing national resilience is not an easy task for a national agency, which Moldova will experience as well. But before I start off how we do it in Belgium, let's just have a look of how we are doing actually. Are we winning the game in cyber? Are we actually increasing our resilience? And then if you look at the latest statistics, the cost of cybercrime is just going to double in the next 3 years. So then you wonder, we are all working very hard on all kinds of initiatives. I mean, we've heard them this morning: capacity building, international and national cooperation. We have awareness raising, public-private partnerships. We're working very hard, and sometimes even already for 20 years. So how come we're still not winning the battle? Well, that can have, of course, many reasons. That can have a reason because there's not enough budget for the cybersecurity centers, or there is an issue with how the policy and the tech talk to each other, the communication, different competencies, and so forth. But there's one extremely important point that I've noticed more and more over the years, is that, I don't know how it is with you, but sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm thinking, I'm a cybersecurity expert. And then the next day, I'm lost. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, cryptocurrencies. I mean, it's all very, very confusing and very abstract. So do we actually still see the tree in the forest? If we go back to just the basics, we have a malicious actor that is using infrastructure to conduct a harmful action. A state-sponsored actor, a cybercrime organization, a hacktivist. And he is exploiting a vulnerability on a target. That can be a company, that can be a citizen. And the number one in this regard is still ransomware and is still the phishing. So while we're making and talking about very abstract concepts that are very important for innovation, we make it as well very difficult for our population in our country to actually know how they can help themselves, how can they protect themselves, how do you increase resilience if it's all very abstract. And there active cyber protection comes into. I actually don't know why I have this book here because I didn't look at all at it, so I could just. So active cyber protection is an approach developed some years ago because we had to make decisions. The Center for Cybersecurity in Belgium was created 9 years ago with 2 people. But 4 constituents. We were responsible for critical infrastructure, companies, government, and why not the whole population of 11 million citizens. So concrete decisions had to be made to increase the resilience. And it started actually then and there that we decided, and I'm talking about the management of the CCB, that we focus on critical infrastructure and the population. And we need to somehow find a project, find an approach to actively involve, because that's what active cyber protection means. How do you get clear threat information to the person of their interest and let them know how they can deal with it? Because sometimes, you have seen it as well, we publish vulnerabilities, we publish CVEs, we say, oh, be careful for this, but it's very general, and how do you actually know what to do? Because we might be cybersecurity experts, but a lot of companies aren't, and for sure a lot of citizens aren't. That's why phishing is still the biggest problem. So, how do we actually activate our population, our companies, our critical infrastructure to be actively involved, to have the correct information? And later, there's a panel. I will go into 2 very concrete projects because this is all still very abstract. But I wanted to share one specific one with you, and that is our BFISH project, because it makes the concept a bit more clear. So what we've done in 2017 was actually quite a funny thing. We, of course, developed an awareness campaign, which a lot of cybersecurity centers do, to make the citizens aware of phishing. But then we decided to actually create an email address, suspicious@safeonweb.be, where we said to the population, hey, if you're not sure about the email, just send it to us. And we actually thought we might receive maybe 500 emails, but I think, yeah, the first year we already got more than 500,000 emails, and then it just keeps on coming. So what do? We receive an email, we put it through a sandbox, we extract the URL that is malicious, and then we send it to Google or Microsoft to block the URLs. So if we look at the numbers, last year in total we received 9.3 million emails, and we were able to block 1.3 suspicious links. To be able to be faster with this, we developed on top of this the Belgium Anti-Phishing Shield. It's a very nice name, but what we actually do is the moment in the mornings, I mean the emails come in very early, so we directly know what is the latest phishing campaign. We send them to the internet service providers to do a redirect of that link to a warning page. And it's insane. What we see at the moment is that 15,000 times somebody today in Belgium is clicking on that link and ends up on our safe page. So that means 15,000 times somebody didn't click on the phishing link. And so these are the kind of projects that make the very abstract cybersecurity very concrete, and it's what we call at the CCB the last mile. We need to have something that really is important and that really involves the population, the companies, the critical infrastructure actively, and what is important for them in cybersecurity. And because it is quite successful, we are very happy that now in the NIS2, which is the new Network Information Security Directive, active cyber protection as an approach is now also part in it. It's nicer said as I made the definition of it. So I don't want to bother you any longer. This was just a very short keynote on the importance of making an abstract domain concrete with concrete actions, giving people the tools, the concrete tools to be able to safeguard themselves in cyber. So let's make the abstract more concrete. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for this presentation. Really insightful, and it's encouraging to learn that your center was founded with just 2 people. Hey, you know how important it is to have the backup in security? So I'm Mr. Alaiba's backup, and I'm here to present the next panel with our esteemed guests and esteemed speakers. The new panel on regional cybersecurity landscape, what to be ready for, will be moderated by the new director of the security of the Agency for Cybersecurity, Mr. Mihailu Pașcu, and I'm happy to invite here on the scene also the speakers that will be part of this panel. Please meet Mr. John Marquez, Principal Consultant at Mandiant. Please meet a round of applause. Please meet Mr. Vitali Levința, Deputy Program Director, USAID Founded CIDR Initiative. Please meet Ms. Magda Gianu, Palo Alto Network Senior Manager, Southeastern Europe. Adrian Danciu, Fortinet Senior Regional Director, Southeastern Europe. Thank you.
So, hello again, my dear panelists. I'm very glad to welcome you on this stage. And as my colleague introduced, we'll be talking today about the regional cybersecurity landscape with a focus of what's happening in the region and especially in Moldova. We all know that digital age brought immense benefits to the society and to the economy, but this also comes with some threats, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. We know that our region is particularly touched by and there's a particular threat that poses on the region and in Moldova, because we are so close to the we're basically at the front line when it comes to cyber warfare. And next, I propose that we will delve into the regional cybersecurity landscape, identify the key challenges, and discuss the best strategies to improve our security. So, my first question would be for Mr. Marquez. John, thank you for being with us. And I'd like you to tell us more. How does Mandiant collaborate with the local authorities and organizations to address specific cybersecurity challenges in this particular region?
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. And on behalf of all of us, thank you to the team that have brought together this fantastic conference. So thank you for that. And for me, it's my first visit to Moldova, and hopefully it will not be my last. So you asked about threats, and I'm from Mandiant. Some of you Mandiant is part of Google. You may have heard of Google. You may not have heard of Mandiant. Unfortunately, one of our esteemed speakers at the start mentioned, who you call 991 or 112. Well, Mandiant is a cyber 911. Usually, when Mandiant arrive at your organization, it's not a good day. As you say, Moldova and this region is a bit of a rough neighborhood in the nicest sense, but it is the threats here are quite real. Cyber is a tier 1 threat to all our countries represented here today, and yourselves. The hybrid threat, the cyber threat, cyber crimes we mentioned, and the advanced persistent threat, which doesn't get as much mention, but is there and a real threat to democracy and to your nation. So that's the sort of stuff that Mandiant helps with. We work across the region and across Europe, Middle East, Africa, rest of the world, with governments, with institutions, with critical national infrastructure providers in helping them really understand that threat. We help them with the incidents when it's not so good, but also trying to prevent those incidents and understanding that threat. We have literally hundreds of analysts who are monitoring all those threat actors day in, day out, and passing that intelligence to our partners to help them understand and take the actions that have been mentioned by our previous speakers. So that's something we're doing day in, day out, and we've been extremely active in the last 2 years with the war that's been going on in Ukraine. That's obviously been a key part of our support as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We'll be discussing, having a deeper dive into this discussion next on. But now I'll want to address the following question to Mr. Vitaly Levintsy, the Deputy Program Director for the USAID-funded Critical Infrastructure Digitization and Resilience activity. Vitaly, could you please tell us what are the key challenges and opportunities you see in the regional critical infrastructure landscape in terms of digitization and resilience?
Thank you, Mihai. Hello, everyone. So first of all, I would like to present a little bit myself, what I'm doing, why I'm asking this question, why I'm responding this question. And I'm Vitaly Levintsy, I'm Deputy Program Manager for the USAID-funded activity on critical infrastructure, digitalization, and resilience. It's implemented by the DEI Global, and we are working in Western Balkans countries, in Black Sea region. At this point of time, we are implementing our activities on increasing cybersecurity for critical infrastructure in 7 countries, including Albania, Kosovo, Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Moldova, and Georgia. So, analyzing the last years of increasing cyber threats on critical infrastructure in this region, we understood that the main characteristics of these threats and the main characteristics of these countries are pretty similar. And this is important because for us, last couple of years, due to all these conflicts in the region, we had several pretty harsh cyber attacks. For example, on August 20th, 2022, in Montenegro, there was a big cyber attack on the critical infrastructure and the government and entities organized by Russian government-affiliated hackers groups, and a lot of governmental services were down for a couple of months. In Moldova, the same period, we had a huge distributed denial of services attacks as well here in Moldova, and our government had to deal with it. A month ago in Albania, the biggest telecom operator, One Albania, was attacked by Iranian hackers, and it was down because this operator was the biggest one and covering the biggest part of the telecom market in Albania. So these attacks are going on, and the threats are various already. We are not only talking about the DDoS attacks, it's about malware, it's about SQL injection, and combined threats for all the critical infrastructure. So these companies, operators from critical infrastructure, they need to, first of all, to understand that the digitalization that is coming to their life is coming together with increased threats from cyber malicious groups. So there is a big need to increase the cybersecurity resilience. And by the way, not talking only about the resilience, but the resistance as well. So we are going to resistance, and after that to resilience, to make them more and more resistant to all these attacks, and attacks will continue, and they are growing. I think about a month ago we had another not so powerful but soundful attack on mass media in Moldova from Russian hackers, and that was felt by a lot of companies here, and this is the same situation in all these countries that we are operating in, that they do not know what to do, whom to address. And I hope, Mihai, it will be in your hands just to be the focal point for all the critical infrastructure operators and even the business to address to you for the help.
Okay, thank you, Vitaly. You can keep the mic. Magda Janu, you are a Southeastern Europe District Manager at Palo Alto Networks, and would like to see, to find out more about your perspective. And the question for you would be the following. Taking into account the regional context and the local, the region threat landscape, which specific Palo Alto solutions or strategies do you find the most effective in the region?
Bună dimineața. Before answering your questions, let me say this. Felicitări pentru ceea ce faci. Mult succes. Ai o provocare mare în față. Felicitări Guvernului Moldovei pentru ambiția pe care o arată în ultima vreme în lupta împotriva criminalității cibernetice și felicitări dumneavoastră pentru că vă alocați o zi întreagă acestui subiect. Știu că nu e ușor, e remarcabil ceea ce faceți. Back to your question, Palo Alto Networks offers, of course, technology, and we only have 1 hour, so I'm not going to talk about that. But we also offer one very precious thing, and this is intelligence. I have a story, which I'm allowed to say now. One of the biggest concerns when the Russian war started, Russian war against Ukraine, was, is China in it? And is China going to attack? Is it going to be a global war? Palo Alto Networks has the capacity of scanning the internet several times a day. And we can, we collect a lot of information, a lot of data. And one thing we saw, the second the first bomb touched Ukrainian soil, was a massive change in what China was doing. China's gaze was focused on Taiwan, on Pakistan, on India. That was their main area of interest. The second the first bomb touched the soil, the Ukrainian soil, the gaze, the Sauron's eye from China changed perspective to our region and to the former Soviet Union member states, because the fear was that Russia is going to attack these states as well. We provided this information and corroborated with what other intelligence agencies knew, military intelligence and what the Five Eyes see. We supported them in building a conclusion that no, China was not in this at the moment, at that time, and they could, United States together with the NATO partners were able to focus their efforts in the right side. So what are we doing for the region? The same thing. And we've started to provide proactive intelligence, and we've started to support our partners, not just nations, not just governments, but even critical infrastructures and private companies with such information. We scan the internet, we see what the internet is seeing about you, and we offer this, this information. There's one thing which is worse than knowing you're under attack, and this is not knowing that you're under attack. Because that's espionage, and there is espionage going on intensively, unfortunately, in Moldova, in other countries in the region. There is elections here, and Russia will use everything it has, cyber war, hybrid war, hybrid technologies and techniques to make sure that Moldova is not reaching its European vision and objective. And we are here to support you and the Moldovan government to fight that back.
Thank you very much, Magda. Indeed, we are in an electoral year is coming, and we need to be even more careful and pay more attention on the state actors that might intervene in our democracy, and this requires big effort, because when it comes to state players, we all know that the means are much and the stakes are much higher. And this one, on this note, I would like to address the next question to my next panelist, Adrian Danciu, who is a Fortinet Senior Regional Director in Southeastern Europe. Adrian, I'll address you the same question as for Magda. Given the current threat landscape, what specific strategies are providing to be the most effective in Southeastern Europe?
Bună dimineața tuturor, mulțumesc Mihai, and I'll switch to English now. Congratulations to you, Mihai, and to Moldovan government for the new institutions. That's a big step forward in fighting cybercrime. I would say that cybercrime in Moldova is no different to the cybercrime and the type of the attacks that we see anywhere in the world. So I would say from this perspective, everything is truly global. There are no boundaries in cybersecurity. Everything is with very easy access from any point in the world to any other point in the world. Coming back to your question, so giving really the current threat landscape, which is extremely complex. So we are not talking, I mean, just to joke a bit, when in the past I started many years with in working in cybersecurity almost 20 years ago, 19 to be precise, and it was a lot of there were a lot of differences back then. So we were thinking when we were talking about cybersecurity or cyber attackers, hackers as people know, we're thinking about those people somewhere in the basement with dark hoods on top and doing some attacks for generally doing bad things. Now we are talking about threat actors, we are talking about really organized crime, and we are talking these threat or state actors or companies that are entities that are attacking other entities are working really as corporations. They have offices, some of them they have offices, some of them they have really even recruitment departments trying to recruit insiders from different companies that they want later on to attack. So it's very, very complex and it's very, very hard to detect. So given this complex threat landscape, basically from our perspective, obviously as a big cybersecurity company, we provide intelligence to law enforcement agencies and inform them about the threats that we see around the world. That's basically standard, and we together with Palo Alto and others, we are members of the some global alliances fighting cybercrime. But generally, on top of that, basically, in order to be efficient in fighting cybercrime, there is a big switch in trends. Moving from traditional network security to more to what we call now the security operations. So basically we try to educate the market into investing in technologies that are really decreasing the time to detect a threat. Generally, what we see, and this is based, I would say, from the real market data, right now an average time to detect a cyber threat inside an organization is about 21 days. With the solutions that we providing in terms of network and security operations, we reduce that time from average of 21 days to less than an hour. So this is really a big step forward into detecting if an insider is is inside of our networks. And later on with other technologies, we can obviously reduce the time to contain, the time to remediate from 18 hours to less than 10 minutes. So basically everything is reduced, everything is working into the direction of really minimizing the impact that is happening on the organization in case of a cyber attack. And I would say now, because I'm typically a very open person and I talk very openly with organizations and companies in general, we see many vendors that are coming, cybersecurity vendors that are coming to an organization and say, hey, buy my technology because you will be bulletproof, you will be under no attack, you will not get attacked at all or breached. If you face such an approach, I would say you can just politely invite those people out to leave the room because they have no idea what they talk about. So we, in terms of technologies, we are trying to provide, the best technologies that you can get out there in order to fight, and this is what we're providing in Moldova as well. We've been present on this market for, I would say, more than 10 years now with technologies in different organizations. But it's also the education that we need to touch upon. So it's the human element that needs to be trained, needs to know what's going on. So I would say generally technology is good. Technology is shifting from single point solutions to a fabric approach. And with this I will close, let's say, the answer to your question. Basically what we've seen very efficient from our side is this, what we call in Fortinet the fabric approach, meaning it's a security architecture that includes many technologies, many products that are working together and that are really sharing information together inside of your own organization. So in case of coordinated attack, you can simply, those technologies or products are talking to each other, are sharing information, and provide a very advanced security. And just one single thing that I'd like to mention, it's been in the press for quite some time. It's related to the recent attack that was in Asia, in Hong Kong, with a, let's say, financial worker that was tricked into paying $25 million to the hackers. How? He was invited, firstly, it was an attempt to contact him via a phishing email to initiate some payments. Those things were coming from the, let's say, alleged the CFO of the company that was in the UK. He was not falling to this attack or this attempt. He was then invited to a video call in which there were other people, and it was used the deep fake technology in order to trick that person to think that he was actually talking to a real CFO of the company, and following that he was indeed initiating payments, 15 transactions totalizing $25 million into, let's say, hacker's account. So another one was with 3 million toothbrushes, smart toothbrushes that were used for a massive DDoS attack to put down a Swiss company. So these are very, very recent. So we are talking really about a lot of threats, and we all have to be very agile in fighting cybercrime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian, and it's indeed very impressive to witness how the cybersecurity threats are evolving. As you mentioned about these recent attacks in China, we need to take into account that the AI and the deepfake are actually already affecting and get to be exploited and used combined with other cyber attacks in order to achieve the different goals. Indeed, that means that the cybersecurity landscape is ever changing, and we see it accelerating at the ever accelerating pace. I I'll move on back to my first panelist, John. And here I'll have actually an open question for all of you, but as John has the mic, I'll invite him to answer first. So, to all of you, from your experience, what will be, so let's say we talk today about new agencies in Moldova, is the Cyber Corps for education and the Agency for Cybersecurity. They are brand new institutions that need to set up and be operationalized. And from your experience, what will the new cybersecurity agency and me, myself, as a newly appointed director, would need to consider in the very immediate period and for the first year of the activity?
Thank you. That's a great question. And first, before I even start, congratulations on a really important job that you have in your role. I think everyone wishes you your very best, but you've got a great weight of responsibility with that role. Mandiant works with governments in public-private partnerships across the world, and we've worked with governments who have established such agencies. And I've worked in one in a previous life for many, many years. So I don't underestimate the challenges. I was heartened to see your slide when you presented the stand-up of the new structure and team, and some of the things you'll be doing. You've got, those are the building blocks you will need. But the challenges are there. I could talk about this all day, but I won't. I've got only a few minutes of your time, so I'm just going to pick one. You talked about establishing your CSIRT, your cyber ninjas who are going to go, because there will be incidents. No matter how resilient you make a nation, the threat is ever pervasive, and they will get through. And you, as a cyber agency, will have to lead on national incident management. You've got the first bit there with the CSIRT, that's the first building block. But dealing with national level incidents is a whole of government response. It is not just about the cyber team. It is bringing the whole of government together. And one of your responsibilities in that first year will be to work out the Moldova government team cyber, but also not just the government, how you work with the private sector and your wider partners internationally and industry as well, because government cannot do this on its own. So you will need it, and I'm heartened to see the partners that you have in Moldova helping you on that journey. That's a really good start. But just on national incident management, you need to work out who Team Moldova Cyber is for those big national incidents are, how you're going to categorize them, how you're going to respond to them, not just the technical response, but the wider political or wider response, particularly if it's coming from a potentially the attribution is nation state, how you're going to attribute it, how you're going to respond to that, how you're going to pass that threat intelligence to other sectors who may be affected or need to be aware of that threat, how you, we've talked, the panelists have mentioned Montenegro and some other sort of real big nation state issues. How are you going to, where cyber becomes not the threat, or the reaction and the support, you need to, go into national civil contingencies and how that meets with cyber. So these are all big challenges related just to one aspect of your setup of the new centre. But rest assured, there's lots of people with experience who want to help and support you in that journey. Thanks.
Thank you, John. That was very insightful. Vitaly, you want to add
I just want to add one thing. So first of all, I mean, there is a lot of things on your plate that you need to eat fast and to address a lot of issues. And I think the most important one is to create a big, powerful team that can offer you support, because there is a lot of things that needs to be done in Moldova on this cybersecurity area on the national level. So it's important to find people. It's important to create a team that will continue the activity that you started, and this is very important for our country.
Okay, thank you. if you want to add up on that question, if not, I can continue with my next question. As you,
I would add a couple of things. Well, first of all, you're doing it. One of the things that you should be doing, you're already doing it, and I commend you for that. Because yeah, just making sure that you have more angles, more points of view. It's really important. So keep building alliances, keep collaborating. We do it as well. We have competitors, but us, between competitors, we work together. Adrian was just mentioning it. We work with Mandiant, we work with a lot of other vendors, so you should be doing, and I encourage you to do the same. Don't forget internal threat, insiders. Because we tend to be a lot focused on what's coming from the outside. We look at Russia, we look at other nations that are aggressive and other external actors, but we forget that there is a lot of inside threat, and more than 90% of a successful network attack these days is originating from the inside, because they have the credentials, because they have the access, and it's easy to miss an existing attack. So whatever you do, build it with a zero trust network access and zero trust philosophy in mind, because there will be a threat coming from there. And I would add one last thing to this: invest. Don't spend, because there is a huge temptation to go out there and yeah, spend on technologies and products, but it may be the wrong approach. And I think you're in the best position now, because this has been already done across the region, and you can learn from mistakes, and you can do it right from the start. So I know you will be going down that path.
I would also add just one thing. So I would say that in this world, collaboration is key. So very shortly, I'd like to touch upon that. One of the first things that it's advisable to be done is to look at what other similar entities in the world have been doing. So learn the best practices, learn also the mistakes, and try to avoid them, because there is no time to reinvent the wheel. This fighting against cybercrime is really a ticking clock. We have to act very fast. So take the good practices that have been done, and then learn from them, learn also from mistakes, and all the time we need just to evolve, not to do the same things over and over again.
Thank you, Adrian. You just recalled me a joke about bombs and computers, and it goes like this. Do you know how do you call a computer without a backup? Actually, it's a ticking bomb. And we know that without proper measures, sooner or later an incident will happen, and that's why we need to be prepared and have the resilience in place. Now that you have the microphone, I'll address another question to all of you guys, and again, in turn, let's have a discussion. And this time would be, we discussed earlier about the personnel. Everybody acknowledged there's a huge global shortage of qualified cybersecurity personnel in the world. In your organization, how do you deal with this shortage, and what do you think Moldova can do and should do to attract and to have more specialized personnel in the area of cybersecurity?
Yeah. Okay. So from Fortinet perspective, I would say, and probably I touched a little bit on my answer to the first question. It's not just about technology, as you said, it's about the education. So in the world, yes, there is a huge cybersecurity lack of personnel, skills gap, and we are working into narrowing this gap. What Fortinet is doing basically on the global level, several years back, we have made our security training available for free to anybody who is interested. So anybody in the room can log to training.fortinet.com, make an account, and you will be going through a cybersecurity training, starting with awareness, starting then going deeper into cyber threats and so on. And this is free for everybody. This is basically as I said, on the global level, part of a Fortinet objective to train as many people as possible for free and create a better and safer digital world. We have a large number of people on the global level already certified. We are aiming to train more than 1 million people soon. The trend is good. We see a lot of interest in this area, so that obviously is very happy. We are very happy to see that. On the regional level, again, we are doing, beside of that, we are doing educations. We are making, establishing partnerships with different universities. I'm happy to say that in my territory, currently we have more than 10, if not more than 15 universities that are part of what we call the Fortinet Security Academy. So we established these academies with universities that are interested to create awareness from really early stages for the students to be aware of what's going on in the future. That is obviously helping. We see huge interest in that area, and from this perspective, I would say that we as humans, and each of us here in the room, we are the first line of defense. So no matter the technologies, no matter how sophisticated and complex and good and certified and so on the technologies is, we have to be aware as well. It's, you know, nothing is urgent. When you receive an email, nothing is urgent to click the button on, or click the link in that moment. And I've seen, you know, one of the recent attacks was like an attacker was hiding the malicious code into the report phishing button. You know, maybe each of us from our organizations, we have in our email applications a button to report any suspicious email. And imagine how creative these attackers were to hide their malicious attack into, well, not that very same button, but a similar one. And people were tricked into that. They were reading, and the attack was like really obvious, and they were like rushing to report it, but actually they were not rushing to report it, but rushing to get infected. So the human element is very important into this, and from our perspective, as I said, in Fortinet, I believe we are doing many investments into providing awareness and a better and safer digital world.
Thank you, Adrian. Magda, I would like to see your vision and your approach when it comes to this global shortage of people in cybersecurity. How do you deal with it?
Well, one thing I want to say, you're not in it alone. Everybody's facing it. If you're bigger countries, larger organizations, we see it. We as Palo Alto Networks have sometimes an issue finding the right people because the global shortage is affecting everybody. Again, I think you're doing it. The first thing is already there, and it's a discrete investment. It will not pay off tomorrow, but investing in education, making sure that you're building the capacity and the human resource for the future, that's an already big step ahead. I was talking earlier to Catalina from Cisco, just congratulating them because they did it first. Yeah, the academy and investing in this was their first. They were pioneering this, and we are proud to do the same and to build educational programs and universities and be partners with you in this endeavor. Another thing you can do is to replace this shortage of people with automation. And that was our strategy, that was our approach. We are using and we are building automation to replace repetitive tasks, because that's one, saving capacity and saving the need for human resource. And second, it helps you keep people. People get bored. If they do the same repetitive task, the same low value added task every day, it may turn them away. But if you give them interesting things to do, and cybersecurity is a cool area to work on, then they will be there and they will stay with you, and they will be with you on your journey. So keep investing in education and invest in automation, because that's the answer for the next many years to come.
Thank you, Magda. And indeed, we think that automating tasks and getting rid of the monkey job can help a lot when it comes to retaining people and engaging them and make them feel more important when they are focused on interesting projects and actions that has more value added. Vitaly, because you work with critical infrastructure, I would like you to tell us what, in your opinion, what role does public-private collaboration play in enhancing the cybersecurity posture of the critical infrastructure?
First of all, I would like to address a little bit the previous question. It's with regard to the workforce on cybersecurity. This is the main biggest struggle, not only for Moldova or for regional countries, it's for the whole world, not only for the public sector, the private for sure. So usually, and I talk to my American colleagues from the United States, that they take good people, they train them, and after that these guys come and they just take them away from the public sector. And this is for you just a big struggle. This is market, so what we can do. This is the biggest struggle for you will be not only to attract the people, but to retain the people. And the first step you already made, I mean, opening this great initiative of the Cybersecurity Academy, Cyber Core. Thank you, colleagues, thank you, USAID, for supporting this. It's very important because this will be the kind of ground to develop people. Talking about the private-public partnership, in our program we have organized the tabletop exercise involving the critical infrastructure, the government of the countries, and the authority responsible for cybersecurity. We modulated an attack on Ministry of Finance, and we did the same exercise in different countries. The result is almost the same. People do not talk to each other. They do not talk. They receive different pieces of information, but they keep this information for them. And this is about the private sector as well. This is about the government as well. And only after they understand that they cannot see the whole picture without having all these pieces of the picture, and only after that they can resolve the issue. So we received, and this was not only for one country, it was for 3 countries, the same result. And the main and the most important thing to understand that cybersecurity is not one organization battle. We should unite our powers, and this goes to private sector, this goes to operators from critical infrastructure. They need to be much more open to share the information that they have, to coordinate the information with the government, with the national authority on cybersecurity, and to fight all together. And by the way, another initiative that we already discussed, that was about the shortage of the workforce again. Sometimes, and not sometimes, but always, again, these guys, they have much more trained people, they can retain them, but they can share them sometimes. They can share. So to create the mechanism to share the workforce, to create the possibility for the guys through good experts in cybersecurity from the private sector to come to the public sector to help them. that would be a great step forward. And we are working on this in different countries, and hopefully we will start these activities in Moldova as well.
Thank you, Vitaly, for this overview. Magda, you want to add something?
Yeah, this just got me thinking, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes it's an unequal fight, but you have a big advantage, and people have a sense of making an impact, and they want to help, and they want to leave something behind. And just making sure that this message gets to them, and they know it's more than just about having a job, but it's about protecting Moldova and taking it further. It will help you balance things out in the competition a little bit, yes.
Indeed, we actually think about this advantage and how to make use of it in order to attract the talented people, because it's more than a regular job when you have to be in charge of the security, when you think that you have to intervene and be in charge of the security of the whole country and of big group of people. That's also very, very motivating. Now I'll be moving to my last question to John. So, taking into account that we see the ever-evolving threats, and they never stop surprising us by their complexity and their level of complexity. From your perspective, what proactive measures do you recommend for businesses and for government in order to stay ahead of the malicious actors?
Okay, so I'm afraid it's 2024, and I'm afraid I'm not going to talk about AI or technology. Let's go back to some basics here. Do you, in your organization, understand the risks to your organization, whatever your function is? Do you really understand what your assets are? Do you really understand those? Do you have the right protections in place? Do you understand that threat and the threat from tomorrow? Are you keeping, you understood the threat yesterday, but do you understand tomorrow's threat? Are you keeping pace with that? And then sort of real basics, are you monitoring your networks? Do you have a SOC or a function that can actually monitor your threats, be it insider or external threats? You know, do you have a risk-aware workforce? Have you trained them so they don't click on that link? Are you doing regular tests of that internally? Lots of organizations do that worldwide, where they actually test their workforce with the free iPad for the people who click on the link. And it works, and people, you know, it's awareness. Are you doing? And I'm afraid to say this is standard stuff. When you're doing all that, then start thinking about other things like, do you really understand what your crown jewels are? So you understand your assets. What are the things on your network knowing those threats and risks, the things you really, really must protect? If you've got a large network, for example, what are the core capabilities or assets or equities that you have that you must protect? And have you got an appropriate level of measures around those? Do you understand your supply chain? Mandiant does an annual report like all industry do and governments, and every year, 2016, 2017, 2018, it goes on, supply chain, supply chain, supply chain. And some of the larger attacks these days have been supply chain led. They're not all, but does an organization know who its supply chain is? Does it know where it's getting its products? You know, you do due diligence around letting contracts with other business partners. Are you doing your cyber due diligence about your supply chain? And do you understand the risks if you've got a connection from that partner into your network, what risks you're taking, you know, on there? And then as we do Mandiant, as I said, we do over probably 1,000 national incidents a year we respond to, and we monitor what we call the dwell time. So when we find sort of the day it was notified, when the victim realized or were told that they had an incident, and we go back through that investigation and work out when was patient zero, and we work that out. And we've been putting in our annual report actually the number of days it takes from when the organization was infected to when they found out. And when we started doing this 10 years ago, it was over 400 days on average. The global average now in the incidents we deal with is about 19 days. but that is very patchy across regions. Europe is not as good as the US in that. It's a lot higher here in Europe. Doing a lot of the work in the region recently, there is a lot of pre-positioning going on. And I'm not talking about ransomware, I'm talking about the highest end advanced persistent threat, APT, actors. And so, yes, do your resilience, get your certifications, train your staff, but actually do a compromise assessment of your network. Either do it yourself or get someone in, a partner in to do it, and actually threat hunt on your network, because you never know what you're going to find. They're already possibly there. Particularly for some of your big critical national infrastructure providers. It's something, you know, you probably want to, you know, ask. This is one of the questions you're going to ask when you get that list of C&I folks. When was the last time you did a vulnerability assessment of your networks? That's a big question. And then finally, it's about resources and skills, and my fellow panelists have covered a lot of that. All I would say on skills is, yes, the pipeline into it, the training academy is great. The retention bit is really key. Just to add to my panel's excellent comments on that is the generation going forward are not old people like me who spent 37 years in government. Generation Z are motivated differently, so how you motivate them. And it's not just financial, there is the operational mission, that is an attraction, but also you need to think of the career path for those individuals. They will not want to become a team leader, a manager of managers. They're technical people who are motivated by technical things, and you want them to be doing the technical work, not managing. And they're not probably actually good at it and don't want to do it. So you'd need to think of a technical career stream for those individuals to help your retention, so that they can see how they grow and how you train them and how you grow them as individuals to keep them in your organization once you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for this comprehensive answer. And now I would like to close this discussion. But before that, I want to thank you very much for this insightful conversation we had about the threats and the challenges we are facing when it comes to cybersecurity. I really hope it was useful and insightful for all for our esteemed audience. We hope to see you soon again. In Moldova, you're always welcome, and really hope we can have a good partnership and exchange information whenever needed in order to make Moldova and the region per general a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm back. Sorry for the delay last time. Thank you. And thank you to all the panelists, to all the speakers. As you all know, it's hard to believe, but it's been almost 2 years since Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine, brutal and unprovoked. And Ukraine is a true resilience dedication is a true example of resilience and dedication in the face of adversity. And as Ukraine is fighting the war on the battlefield, there is another battle, another war that Ukraine is fighting also in the cyberspace to defend its cyberspace from malign, from enemy influence. And I would like to invite Mr. Andriy Gaidar, head of unit of the Cybersecurity Department, Security Service of Ukraine, who joined us today. Mr. Gaidar leads a team at the forefront of defending Ukraine's digital landscape against cyber attacks, a challenge significantly amplified by the ongoing conflict. His expertise and leadership has played a crucial role in safeguarding critical infrastructure, thwarting cyber threats, and mitigating the impact of malicious actors. Mr. Gaidar, Andriy, please welcome. Please welcome and join us.
Okay, good afternoon, dear participants and guests of the forum. First of all, I'd like to say that it's a great honor for me to meet you here, and I believe it's also a great opportunity for you to gain a better understanding what is going on our Ukrainian cyber front line. Okay, so let me introduce myself. My name is Andrei Gaidar. I'm representing the Cybersecurity Department, Security Service of Ukraine. And today, to clarify what is going on, what we do, please take a look on the next slide. Sorry. According to the law of cybersecurity, the Security Service of Ukraine is counterintelligence authority which is responsible for combating cyber terrorism, cyber espionage, and the most serious cyber attacks on the critical infrastructure and the state information resources. And today I'm here to speak about our experience during the first full-scale cyber war in the world history between countries. For us, cyber war has started in 2014. Since that time, Russia has been conducting cyber warfare and kinetic operations against Ukraine in attempt to halt Ukraine turn of Europe, to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO, and to promote Russian economic and geopolitical in our region. Russia began its aggression against Ukraine with information propaganda. The first information strikes were reported in Russian media as so-called civil war in Ukraine and future disinformation during the occupation of Crimea. Later, during the presidential election, on the website of Central Election Commission of Ukraine was hacked, and which led to publication of false voting results. And I'm sure that all of you heard about black energy malware in 2015. In approximately 50 substations of energy companies were disabled by hackers. As a result, over 200,000 residents of western part of Ukraine were without electricity for a long period of time. Nearly a year later, another cyber attack recognized as Indestroyer crippled power for about one-fifth of Kyiv. And one of the most serious attacks we have faced was NotPetya in 2017. About 1,000 facilities were affected by this attack. It's a state institution, banks, transport, telecom operators. Besides Ukraine, some commercial companies in 64 countries were suffered as well. We found that malicious code was infected popular accounting software. But the quantity of the attack has significantly increased since 2022. Since the Russian invasion, the Security Service of Ukraine recorded approximately 10 cyber attacks daily. And I'm not referring to the ordinary phishing campaign or DDoS attacks, which could be in the millions. I'm talking about serious attack which security service need to react to. We consider that these attacks are conducted directly or organized by special services of Russia. Analyzing the Ukrainian cyber domain, we have found 4 key stages of Russian activity. The first stage was an active preparation between August 2021 and January 2022. During this period, Russian hacker groups attacked Ukrainian targets. They aimed to gain as much access as it was possible by uploading web shells, conducting phishing campaigns, and deploying various types of malware strains. In the next stage, attackers tested Ukrainian cyber capabilities from January 13 to February 23 by launching various attack methods including DDoS attacks and, of course, website defacement and destructive actions within networks. This period provided valuable insight into strengths and weaknesses of Ukrainian cyber defenses. The third stage occurred on the night on February 24th, when the Russians carried out a cyber operation, thereby to providing direct support on the military invasion by Russian Federation on sovereign territory of independent state. As you probably know, Russia successfully conducted a cyber attack against the US satellite company Viasat, which Ukrainian military used for communications. Unfortunately, cyber attacks like this have already caused significant collateral damage and hurt people not involved in the war. The resulting internet outage impacted many people around the world, and almost 6,000 German wind farm turbines. So companies, the United States, United Kingdom, and European Union all attributed the Viasat cyber attack to Russia. So companies everywhere should be ready for cyber attacks that might not targeted them directly. Furthermore, we have faced destructive activity targeting both of our governmental system and financial institutions. Subsequently, Russian forces initiated a psychological operation, disseminating narratives about the seizure of the majority of our territory. The constant cyber pressure remains to these days. And after February 24th, we had to rapidly improve our algorithms in a critical situation when there is no electricity, no communication, when you or your critical IT infrastructure you have to be protected is under shelling, and when the city is about to be surrounded and the system administrator is gone because he has to take family out from Bucha. The majority of the cyber attacks were conducted by special services. These are not financially motivated groups. I'm talking about the specialists from GRU, FSB, SVR. All of these special services have more than one APT group. As well, they have a special laboratories that invent cyber weapon, and Ukraine indeed become a fire range for them. Enemy combines cyber attacks with psychological operations, often accompany kinetic attacks. As previously mentioned, they targeted our military satellite telecommunications system, and in another notable case, oh, sorry, something wrong. So, in another notable case, Russian hackers attempt to compromise our national TV system, and when this failed, they resorted to launch missiles at the main TV tower in Kyiv. Though these attempts was also unsuccessful, sorry. But there is no picture, unfortunately. It's gone. So when the Russians understood they could not achieve a blitzkrieg in Ukraine, they changed their strategy in the cyber domain. and focus on reconnaissance and getting important intelligence information. For instance, they focus on one of our military command and control systems where we found 7 different malware samples that had been deployed specifically for this system. And finally, I'd like to say that we are also conducting what is called defending forward or active defense operations, because we need to penetrate enemy systems to get intelligence information that we are sharing with our military and see what they have planning to strike next, what system they are in, and who is responsible for these attacks. Over 5,000 cyber attacks have been perpetrated by the globally known group Amaridon. The Security Service of Ukraine has identified perpetrators by name, intercept their conversation, and obtain indisputed evidence of the involvement to the attacks. They were revealed to be officers of Crimea FSB, as well as traitors who defected to the enemy side during the occupation of Peninsula in 2014. To summarize what has been said, I'd like to highlight the following points. First and foremost, it's crucial to understand that cyber threats is not a future concern. They are here now. Anyone can become a victim of the cyber attack. Every person, every country. Suddenly, anyone could be attacked and become a direct or indirect target. The goal of aggressor is clear and obvious. They want to destroy our country, to make people suffer for their resistance. International cooperation, public partner partnership, unity and robust its cooperation is extremely important and a crucial element in such a battle. Now we are prepared to share experience. The knowledge gained since 2014 made us adaptable, innovative, and effective. And I'd like to emphasize that today we are not only fight for our land. We also serve as a shield for all entire democratic world. And we observe a significant portion of Russian cyber potential as well as military. And I'd like to finish my speech with a very popular phrase in Ukraine: together to victory, разом до перемоги. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andriy, and thank you for each and every Ukrainian who is fighting to defend freedom, to defend their land, because together, with doing that, they are defending the entire continent. And Slava Ukraini. Now, on this note, thank you all for coming. We will go for a short break and we'll come back in about 30 minutes. So see you soon after this break. Okay. style. So guys, if you could join us, because we are about to start, or to continue, better said. I hope you had a good lunch. Now, to continue, I would like to invite Paul Tumilty from Mandiant. As you might know, Mandiant stands as one of the leading cybersecurity companies acquired by Google in 2023 for a staggering 5.4 billion. And they are here today with us. Thank you so much for joining us for this event. Leading the charge in the EMEA, UK and Ireland is Paul Tumilty, seasoned cybersecurity expert with over 20 years of experience. Paul's current role at Mandiant involves leading the company's incident response and remediation efforts for over 20 organizations in Ukraine. So Paul, thank you so much, and please join us on the stage. And applause.
Cheers. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, and thank you to Catalina and Mihai for introducing us to Moldovan red wine last night. Unfortunately, we may have drunk far too much of that, but it was great fun. So thanks for having us, much appreciated. So my name is Paul Tumilty. I run Mandiant's government consulting team across EMEA, so basically everything from Sweden to South Africa. We're sort of focused on three main areas, really. One is incident response, so Mandiant's been doing incident response for 20 years. Red teaming, so attacking customer infrastructure, and sort of strategic consulting and training. So those are the three main focus areas for my team. We do specialize in doing government support work, so we've got consultants that are embedded inside government agencies and departments. And I've been asked today to talk about what sort of best practice looks like in terms of government organizing themselves for cyber defense. But before I do that, I'll talk a little bit about the threat landscape. So this is from our annual report. Essentially, you can see at the top there that the government sector does remain, for us at least, the most significant and severe entity that is targeted by threat actors. So we do a lot of government incident response cases. Usually in this region, we're dealing with Russian threat actors in particular, but it's also worth flagging, you know, the big four, as we call them: China, Iran, North Korea, plus a whole host of cyber criminal groups. So most of the APTs we focus on, advanced persistent threat actors, are conducting cyber espionage. So it's highly likely that there are government departments sitting today that are undergoing an intrusion from one of the three main Russian intelligence agencies, each of which, as our Ukrainian colleague showed, has multiple subgroups underneath it. This is what we track. So we're currently tracking just over 3,500 clusters of activity. So within that, there's about 40 main state actors we track and follow, know and love. But there are also many other uncategorized groups. We just don't know who they are. We suspect who they might be, but we don't attribute them to a nation state. So as I said, it's mainly Russian APTs operating in this part of Europe. Very extensive targeting. They each have their own mandates and missions. Some of them are a bit clumsy. Some of them are very stealthy and sophisticated. So a group like Turla, which is associated with the FSB, is very stealthy in its operations. It's quite hard to detect them. Whereas APT28, the GRU, is a little bit noisier compared with Turla, for example. But one thing to flag from a trend perspective is the sort of latest sort of Chinese activity. China is interested in Europe. It is interested in emerging economies. It's got its strategic Belt and Road Initiative and essentially targets every country between China and the UK, all the way through Africa, in a sort of systematic fashion. So recently, the Chinese have been particularly going after what we call edge devices, virtualization software, security appliances, VPNs, for example. And again, when they're targeting these sort of edge appliances, it's much harder for organizations to detect because your traditional security stack is not generating enough telemetry for the security operations centers to detect. So that's the sort of latest trend from a sort of threat perspective. In terms of what we see when we're dealing with governments, these are some of the common challenges we see. So my team has profiled over 50 government cybersecurity centers globally, so organizations in the US government in particular, obviously. But we've also looked at each EU member state and profiled, how are they organizing themselves for national cyber defense. So it was great to hear this morning that the agency has been stood up here. So that's really the first step, is to start centralizing your resources into one umbrella organization so that everybody knows that that's responsible for national cyber defense. But these are the common challenges we see: too few skilled people, incoherent processes, legacy technology debt. Sometimes organizations and governments don't have a cybersecurity strategy, so again, that's one of the first things we recommend you do, and then associate a budget with that strategy and an action plan. Quite often, the complex governance structures in place need to be overhauled, and I think there's a cybersecurity law that's been passed in Moldova, which again is the right step. There are also challenges for things like defensive monitoring, so you need to look at the legal structures that are in place to allow the government to monitor critical infrastructure, edge appliances, internet traffic, etc. So examining the legal structures is key as well. And the next point I would make is about trust. So a lot of the private sector organizations we deal with don't trust the government, but you kind of need to get over that. So the government's going to have to play a key role in building those trust-based relationships between the central government agency and the private sector. So there's a number of different ways that we've seen that work really well. So for example, the UK NCSC, the National Cybersecurity Centre, has an Industry 100 scheme, which Mandiant is a part of. So that means that they actually bring one of our consultants into the organization and they work on joint projects together at a classified level. So those are the types of initiatives where you start bringing the two entities together, and it really helps build trust and helps the government scale up its capabilities as well, because no government really has enough resources on their own to do this effectively. We talked about the people challenge quite a lot today, and that there is a competition for talent with industry, but from our perspective, we do see young people want to work for government, the work is interesting, and you've got to kind of park your mentality that, if these people leave government for industry, they're never going to come back again. Again, there are best practices out there regarding, how you can keep people engaged, reservist communities, special mission pay, that type of thing. So there are nice initiatives in place across some of the customers we work with. But the reality is, it's very common in this part of Eastern Europe for multiple ongoing intrusions to be underway at any one time, sometimes with multiple intelligence APTs from the likes of Russia coexisting inside the same target environment. So the challenge is real, and it's very significant. This is a sort of framework. As we've looked at sort of over the last 5 or 6 years, we've profiled many different national cyber agencies globally. There is no one size fits all. All we can do is identify best practice, but these are really the sort of 5 domains of operation that we think governments need to use to be successful. So starting at the middle of the cheese wheel, as we call it, is governance. That's absolutely critical. You're already working on the governance structures, the underpinning legal authorities, etc. Then into strategy, you need a refreshed national cybersecurity strategy so everybody knows what's going on. Into the sort of capability domains and the operations domains, engagement. How does the government National Cyber Centre engage the private sector? How do you build capability? We heard about a good initiative with your National Technical University to have talent piped into the organization. It's got to be intelligence-led as well. There's no point in just having a cyber centre that's not informed by the threat. So you've got to scale your capability to meet the threats that you face. So from a governance perspective then, you need to review top-down governance structures from the executive through the oversight boards, identify senior champions and key influencers. So it's great to see Deputy Prime Minister on stage talking about cybersecurity. That's still relatively rare to see. Roles and responsibilities, and what should your model be? Is it highly centralized? Are you going to close down cybersecurity departments in some of your ministries and bring those resources into the centre? That's some of the best practice we've seen. You have to make hard decisions about the limited resources you've got. In terms of strategy then, this is fairly standard. I think Moldova's got a national cyber strategy, but again, keeping that up to date every 3 to 5 years is absolutely key. Operations, this is a kind of meat and veg of what we do, and this is sort of our specialist area. My colleague John mentioned earlier, having that national incident management function inside the National Cyber Agency is going to be key. So you're going to have to triage as the more incidents come in, you're going to have to categorize them, triage them, assign DFIR resources to perform forensic investigations, etc., and use the private sector to scale up your capabilities. National threat profile, you need to embed the national agency's processes and procedures into your national intelligence cycle, and it should become normal practice. You should understand what the threats are to Moldova and treat them accordingly. And then thirdly is monitoring and visibility. How's the national agency going to gain visibility into what's happening in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Like every European government, most Ministry of Foreign Affairs has a Russian APT residing on it right now. So you need to figure out how you're going to monitor other ministries and share information between them. Another speaker earlier spoke about the sort of disconnect that often happens between different government departments. So it's absolutely key to cooperate. And then engagement then, so this is how does the national agency engage the private sector, critical infrastructure, academia? It sounds to me like there's really great progress already in Moldova. You've got your National Technical University, you've got your initiatives that were briefed this morning by the director there. So that's a good start. And you need to figure out the policies, processes, procedures, the rules of engagement between the centre and the outlying agencies. And then critical infrastructure, how do you prioritize and profile critical infrastructure? In many NCSE type organizations, they'll have sectorial leads. The sectorial lead then gets to know, your oil companies, your gas companies, your telcos, et cetera, et cetera. It's really important to build that relationship and work on joint projects together. What is the threat to Moldova from a telecommunications perspective? And then how do you harness talent and innovation? You've got the university there that's running programs. My recommendation to you would be to start an apprenticeship scheme where the students can spend a little bit of time in the national agency, give them security clearance if it's needed, and harness and innovate accordingly. And then lastly then is capability. How do you build your own tools? For example, you can rely on the private sector to some extent, but you're going to have to build your own tools and your own methodologies. So again, harnessing that innovation, dealing with academia, dealing with industry is absolutely key. So it's not going to be a short-term endeavor, it's going to take years, but you've got to start somewhere. So from my perspective, it sounds like you've made the right initial moves, but from our monitoring of national cyber centres, it really takes between 3 to 5 years to get a decent capability up and running. You need to develop everything down to individual staffing profiles, team structure. You need to think about recruitment, retention, special pay for cybersecurity expertise. You need to figure out how to deal with industry. You need to exploit your relationships with the donor community to the maximum extent possible. What are some of the success factors then? So in our experience of reviewing all those agencies, really the centralization of resources in countries is absolutely key. There's no point in having malware analysts in the Ministry of Economy. Bring them all together. We've done a number of reviews in different places, and we'll suddenly find 10 experts sitting in a ministry where they're not really needed. So again, doing that whole-scale review of government, what can the military bring to the party? What do the intelligence agencies bring to the party? Is there a good SOC already in place in one of the ministries? Let's bring all the resources together there. Getting a new strategy and an action plan in place, and then having people held to account to deliver against that. Your senior champions within the government, absolutely key. You need a talking head who's going to advertise the new centre to the community so people are attracted to join it. You've got to educate officials. You'll all laugh, but Ministry of Finance people tend to be the most important person in the room at this point. You need to help them understand what the threat is and get them onboarded, give them an overview and an understanding of what the cyber domain actually means. But you've also got to stress the positive points about economic growth, skills and education, and the societal benefits of having a healthy ecosystem from a cybersecurity perspective. And then lastly, and this is really our core business in Mandiant, which is now part of Google, so we can scale our capabilities right up to the national level, is really those technical measures. So from our perspective, some of the lessons from other conflict zones show that you will need a systematic threat hunting program built and put in place. So you need to move through each ministry and each state agency systematically to identify whether they are or have suffered a compromise. It's highly likely, in my opinion, that there will be Russian APTs lurking in some of your critical infrastructure. That is what they do. Asset management, again, so having, like, within each government department, having a trusted point of contact that the national agency can deal with to roll out programs like effective asset management. The threat actor will take the path of least resistance. Most of the intrusions we see, some of them are high-end, like I mentioned the Chinese capability earlier. But in a lot of cases, they'll exploit the path of least resistance. So it's important to then harden the environment to that external attacker. There's easy methodologies you can use to identify, the exterior attack surface of an organization as well. And then you will have to use technology to your advantage. You will hear a lot of snake oil from the cybersecurity industry. Ignore that. Invest in good technologies. We mentioned earlier there's never going to be enough people. So this talk of cybersecurity skill shortages, it is important, but you can use technology to your advantage to force multiply your efforts. But a human being is still needed at the end of the day. And with that, that closes the talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you for, I was waiting when someone will open the subject of Moldovan wine. I'm glad you had a good taste of it yesterday, but don't forget today's Friday. So anyway, we'll be moving on, and we'll go to the next panel, Building National Cyber Architecture. Capacities and competencies for a comprehensive approach. And I'd like to invite Zilke Zilaf, Head of Operations at the European Union Partnership Mission in Moldova, who will moderate the next panel. And also we will have as speakers, I'd like to invite everyone on the stage. We have Erna Katic, EEAS Cyber Capacity Building Policy Officer. Please join us on stage. Panayotis Marzelas, ESDC Cybersecurity Training Manager. Yeah, let's... Laura Striegel, Head of International Relations from the Center for Cybersecurity in Belgium. Philip Agatanos, Head of Unit, Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Dan Câmpean, Director, Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. Please welcome to the stage, and you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the introduction, Minister Leiber. We have a panel of 5 international experts here, and all of them will have a presentation, and afterwards we like to have some time for questions and answers out of the auditorium here. So first of all, I ask Erna Katic to take the floor. Already introduced, she is a policy officer in the Hybrid Threats and Cyber Division of the European External Action Service. She is working on cyber capacity building, and she is also the focal point for the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership region, which also is including Moldova. And she will concentrate on the, let's say, European perspective, on threats in the geopolitical landscape, and also competence and capacities, so the whole range, let's say, of our topic here. So, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Silke. It's a great honor to be here among very knowledgeable people the whole day. So the bar is quite high to now give a presentation after so many good speakers. So as Silke said, I would like to touch upon three main points. So the first one on the threat landscape, a bit from a geopolitical point of view, and to explain why it matters to understand this to build a comprehensive approach. Then I would like to talk a bit about why these challenges require a Team Europe approach and what do we mean by that. And as a third point, I would like to address the question that building the cyber architecture, including capacities and competencies, is a continuous process and a journey and not a one-stop decision. So let me start a bit by with threat landscape. And I'm not really sharing something new with you when I say that malicious behavior in cyberspace, both from state and non-state actors, has intensified in the recent years. What we could only imagine in the past have somehow become a reality. We have seen a sharp increase and a constant surge in activities that target critical infrastructure, supply chains, intellectual property, as well as a huge rise in ransomware attacks. Adversaries also misuse technologies for political purposes, for economic purposes, and affecting really the core of our societies and democracies. We also see a growing number of attacks in principle, and also their sophistication is also growing, and strategic dependencies and cyber risks through global supply chains are also a cause of concern for everyone. So we have new technologies that bring great benefits, and all of our societies should benefit, of course, through that. But also they bring new threats and also amplify existing ones. So we have also seen with unprovoked and unjustified Russian aggression against Ukraine that this is only continuing to grow. This whole threat landscape is growing and expanding. And malicious cyber activities are increasing against the EU, its member states, but also partners. This is also why we are all here today to also discuss that perspective. With this increasing geopolitical competition over technologies and the divide on the digital and cyber governance, we are actually all in for a ride. So we all need to care. We at the EU have really seen that with us becoming a political, economic and security actor, we're also a growing target for cybersecurity. So also Moldova, after taking positions, our being a very valuable partner, has also been an increased attack surface for malicious behavior. So against this background, we really decided we needed to step up our ability to prevent, discourage, deter, and ultimately respond to cyber attacks. So when we, for example, in the EU design exercises for decision makers, and Panos will talk about it, we usually include a mix of scenarios that from things that already happened, nothing fictional, so really real life experience. And the first comment is, well, this will never happen, so why do we even train about it? Well, we all know now that this is quite not the case, that the cyber threat landscape and its complexity, it's not a fiction anymore, but it's really a reality. And I think not only for decision makers that's important to understand, but also among ourselves, that it's essential to understand what is happening on our networks, on the geopolitical landscape. And this is a more, not anymore a technical issue, but it's really becoming a foreign and security policy issue, hence also the priority of the question. We need to ensure, both on an EU level, but also on the national level, that we have that shared understanding of threats, because it really forms the basis of our approach, of our investments, of our priorities, of our responses. So that needs to be clear. And it needs to be clear for everyone, be it as a ministry, be it as a competent authority for cyber, be it as a law enforcement agency, an intelligence service, or in my case, in a diplomatic service. We all need to be aware of that threat in order to be able to underpin our individual and collective actions in that regard. This brings me, so to say, to the second point that I mentioned, that all these challenges require a Team Europe approach, and everyone has a role to play. We, in the EU, divided it into 4 policy fields. So in the European External Action Service, where I work in, we deal with cyber defense and cyber diplomacy issues. So really the whole external dimension. So what is responsible state behavior in cyberspace? What is okay to do and what is not okay to do? It's a borderless domain, but international law still applies, and we need to make sure that, states obey by these rules. We have capacity building, we have partnership, we have diplomatic means that we can use when states do not behave and do not obey by the rules, and also use restrictive measures such as sanctions. When it comes to the internal dimension and cybersecurity, the Commission is obviously in the lead, for example, with DG Connect, where there is a central role. In Brussels, we cannot go without regulations, so this is something that, that we are very keen and passionate about. So we look into internal market dimensions. The NIS directive was mentioned many times. Colleagues are looking into crisis management. The Cyber Resilience Act, for example, where we're trying to put down minimum standards for cybersecurity requirements for products and services that are placed under the single market, regardless where they're produced. And the 4th pillar is about cybercrime, so to prevent and prosecute cybercrime. Together with all of this, we form, so to say, a group with 4 domains, so diplomacy, defense, security, and crime, where we work together every day in an institutional setting, really trying to link up the whole spectrum that cyber brings in the European Union. And part of this Team EU approach is also combining EU and member states' competencies. National security is a member state's competence, and cyber elements within national security are part of national competences, and there are a lot of national competences, so we really need to make that link as well. And finally, there's also a key role of, I would call them other actors, even though it doesn't sound very nice, but industry, private sector, civil society, academia, our societies. So looking at the critical infrastructure, hospitals, energy, telco, whatnot, member states manage the security, they cooperate at the EU level, but ultimately private sector effectively owns and operates them. So we need to make sure that they are part of this team approach. And all of this might now sound very mature to you, and that we have figured it out on the EU level in any sense, but this is really not the case. It really took a lot of time for the EU to come at the place where we are now, and where our member states are in terms of maturity. So that brings me to the final point that I want to make, is that building cyber capacities and competencies and the architecture is a continuous and a never-ending process. So you're never late to start, but you also need to be aware that you're never ending this process. So it's a party where everyone is invited, but the party is not stopping. So it's also not a field where you take one decision at one time, where you don't take one decision on investments, on the capacities, on the skill set. No, it's a continuous process. You invest all the time, you revisit your decisions and really adjust those. So the EU had its first cybersecurity strategy in 2013, and now we are in 2024, and we had 3 strategies. So we really went back and saw, okay, what have we missed, what needs to be adapted, and so on. Same goes with the NIS directive, where we also had it in place and started implementation, but then we also saw, okay, there are some things that are not quite clear, and we need to revisit that. So for example, having more clear rules on a vast spectrum of entities which should be covered. Accountability for the top management for cybersecurity measures. That was also not something that was included in the first iteration. So for non-compliance, also top management is now responsible. And also creation of crisis management networks. So, and this is what we want to encourage our Moldovan partners to look into, really to start somewhere, and today it's a quite of a milestone for everyone, so you're on a good track. You have taken initial steps in a good direction, but also take it as a journey. We need to continuously work on all these efforts in order to make sure that you stay resilient in that regard. I will conclude just with 5 essentials, so to say, that I see, and I think my colleagues will also complement this. really get the basics right. This is super important that you really, that your fences are high up, that you make it super difficult for attacks to happen, but also then to have the ability to recover swiftly. Second, set a strategy, set a vision, set priorities. You cannot have it all at once. You really need to set yourself what your vision is and what your priorities are. Make it a team effort, a shared responsibility, as I said. It's every ministry, everyone is touched with the cybersecurity issue, the industry, the civil society. Make it really as a national effort to master cybersecurity issues. Invest in processes, people, and technologies. This is a no-brainer, but still, we really need to do it in a creative manner. We have seen that there is a lack of skilled workforce, but if you have creative solutions, as you have now with the today launched institute, I think you're on a good track. And really treat cyber as the Germans would put it, as a Chefsache, something that is for the top management. It really needs to start there and be a top-down approach as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Erna, for the first presentation here. Let's give her an applause. I think the European perspective was pretty interesting, and now we will switch a little bit to the more national perspective. So the next speaker will be Laura Striegel. She has already had the keynote speech in the morning, so you know that she is working for the Center for Cybersecurity in Belgium. There she's the head of international relations. She coordinates national positions with regards to the new cybersecurity regulations, also give her advice on international and national policy issues, and provides technical expertise. So she will talk, or her presentation will focus on active cyber protection, and I think you have a presentation as well.
Yes, hello, here I am again, continuing what I've said this morning, but I wanted to thank Erna very much for the comprehensive speech you just gave, and it is indeed very important what the EU is doing legislative-wise. But now the implementation is coming to the States. So how do we concretely implement? And with the NIS2 and active cyber protection being in it, I wanted to share 2 good practices we have, some concrete examples what we do. This morning, I've talked about what we do for the population, because I mean, your citizen is also part of critical infrastructure, and your citizen is also part of the government or of a small and medium enterprise. So there you already start with the basics, as you said it. But how and what do we do with regards to companies? And how do we actually activate them to be involved and give them concrete threat information that is relevant for them? So therefore, I wanted to present to you spear warning. As the criminal infrastructures, criminal organizations do it, spear phishing, we spear warn. What we do exactly is we look at the most likely to be exploited vulnerabilities, and then we scan Belgium, the Belgium cyberspace. We then try to identify the owners of these vulnerable systems, and then we send them an email. Listen, you're vulnerable, you need to patch, you need to update, with the exact information on how they can do this. And we even send it out by letter, because as Erna just said, Chefsache, there's always the top management that also needs to be involved. So what we've noticed is that around 65% of the companies react to the email and update or patch, and then you have an additional 10 to 15% of companies reacting once we send a letter by paper. So that works quite well. Just some numbers, because we love numbers. 9,500 spear warnings has been sent out last year in Belgium, so that means 9,500 entities were aware of a vulnerability and patched or updated them. So that is, again, a very concrete example of how you can actively involve and therefore increase the cybersecurity of your country. We do the same with credential leaks, because as you know, it is quite a heavy problem we have. And then one last, because I know if you've heard me this morning already, but one that is becoming more and more a problem as well, and I think Taylor Swift noticed it. It's the deepfake, the videos we see where we don't actually know anymore what is real and what is not. And if you haven't seen the video of Morgan Freeman, it's on YouTube, you should check it out, where he actually says, I'm not Morgan Freeman, I'm a deepfake, artificial intelligence. So with regards to how do we make sure we know who is who and who is a trusted sender, we in Belgium think more and more about digital identity. I mean, we have to have an open and free internet and also have to have the opportunity to be able to validate ourselves so that you have a non-validated and a validated mode. That sounds very theoretic. Let's just directly jump in. So what we are producing at the moment, and I think it's finished already, is a plug-in system. You can see it on the top right corner that indicates 3 colors, green, yellow, and red. So when you now click on a link from your bank, because as I said this morning, phishing is still one of the biggest problems, and you see a green light, that means an extended validation certificate has been given to that. So it's a trusted publisher, you know it's your bank. If it's yellow, that can't be your bank, right? If it's red, that means that we have noticed with the emails we received that it is a malicious actor. So what does it mean yellow and what does it mean red? Well, for example, let's say you go on a website and you need to put in medical information. Well, you should have a green light. I mean, there should be a trusted publisher. You know who you send this to. But if you want to go for a walking site in Moldova and there is a website available where it shows the best walking routes through the city, through the capital, then it can be yellow. It doesn't have to be green. It's just there is no trusted, validated publisher behind it. But you also don't give any medical or banking information. If it's red, then it means we have noticed that it was a phishing link before, and then we make it red. So to wrap up this little 10 minutes, I hope that we all can make the abstract, as I said this morning, more concrete and develop ideas, small concrete ideas, to make all of our citizens, businesses, critical infrastructure, and government safer.
So thank you, Laura, for your very practical advices as well. I think that will be very useful for everybody here in the room and also outside of this room. Everybody has to stick to these rules more or less if we want to be safe in our internet usage. So next I will give the floor to Philip. Philip is the head of the Unit for Civilian Crisis Management, CSDP Training and Peace, Security and Development at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Vienna, representing Austria. He is also committed to the European Security and Defense College, and he will give us a presentation on public-private partnership and also on the research dimension related to our topic today. Philip.
Thanks a lot. I'm taking a step back now, so we're going a bit back, talk about structures and about how to organize things and what to watch out. First of all, I want to highlight what has been said also in this morning. Whole of government, that's the key. So having a deputy prime minister taking an interest in the conference, even moderating, that's a good sign. Whole of government is not enough. It has to be whole of nation, actually whole of society. So you need to get all your actors on board. I think that's the key. And then again, the key is coordination, coordination, coordination. There is no way out of it. We need to break the silos. That's a danger in every government that you have silos. We see it at the national level, we see it at the European level. It's very difficult, it's a day-to-day difficult work. Even I remember when I started in Brussels 20 years ago, actually, on civilian crisis management, I went to a meeting and started talking about, it was about the European Police Mission, UPM, the same abbreviation like here, and we were talking about actually about something that we are doing into the EU for Althea, an integrated police unit. police. So I said police, I got my instructions, what to say, and I said something, then the German colleague says, thank you very much that you said that, but you know you contradicted your ambassador, what? And I called my colleague, I said, what did you say? I said, that, who told you that? My guy. Oh God, because from the same unit, from the same director, two contradicting instructions went to Brussels. One supporting one position, the other one supporting the other one, because the one was just forwarded from the MOI via the MFA to Brussels, the other one from the MOD via the MFA to Brussels. Nobody checked. So, you know, integrated approach is something that you have to work on at the daily level, on the desk level. So that's the first key message. The second is you need to have practical solutions. Because I'm just reading that, okay, if you overdo it with your passwords and everything, at some point then people use private devices. It has to be usable. You know, if you increase the complexity, you increase safety, but when you have reached a moment where people just ignore it and bypass it, well then it actually have reduced safety. And that doesn't sound very, you know, technical, correct, yeah, but I'm a political scientist, a diplomat, I have no clue about all the technology stuff. I just know, you know, how it has to be easy to use. So that's the biggest challenge, actually, to have solutions, especially think of small and medium enterprises. Think of your local official somewhere in the town hall having to issues, I don't know, marriage certificates or whatever, who could be hacked. The second element I want to say is I mean, for us, we have this, one key role is for the cybersecurity platform, which is sitting at the Prime Minister's office, but is chaired by a private guy. The guy has a small company. So he is the chair of the overall cybersecurity platform where government, business, academia, industry, everybody's in. So it means that we trust, you know, a non-government actor to be the overall coordinator. And that, of course, increases the credentials of the government guys when they tell advice to banks, to energy, to others, that we trust him because he is one of us. He's not one of the government guys who may have an agenda. No, he's one of us. In fact, he has a small company himself. So that is also maybe important. Another element I want to tell you is the link to research. Now, not many people know that Austria is top 3 in spending of GDP on research, more than 3%. And we have our own security research program. And this is a bit unique. I mean, you know, sometimes people looking at the pure legal aspects at the Commission would shake their heads that we governments give wishes, then they come into a program, they are published, and then the people come with proposals. We say, oh, very interesting proposals. We happen to recognize them, and then we partner up and we do projects, which means that when we do research, it's tailor-made for us. So we design things. And actually, I think this is something where we all collectively need to reflect how to increase European sovereignty. You don't go to the shop and buy. This is the wrong approach. Because of course Google will sell you something and Microsoft will sell you something, the Chinese will sell you something. But actually, how many features of the different apps you buy do you need? I mean, I think even in the current Word programs, 90% are not used. So why not have, in certain cases, tailor-made solutions for you, which may be safer, may be easier to use, and actually cheaper on the long run, because the big companies tend to give you a discount, and then after 2 years the bill comes. Yeah? You see that many times. A couple of final practical examples. You know, how you use research. We have used also research to support CSTP. In Ukraine, for example, we have supported digital forensics. Because it's nice, yeah? What if the Russians hack the evidence, the videos that citizens have been uploading of crimes? If they're hacked and the judge sees that, no case is made in court. So how do you guarantee safe evidence? It's not self-evident, actually, that you think about this. Yeah? So it's a new field. Very few justice authorities think about what does it mean conducting forensics on with digital means. How do I go about with digital evidence? A second thing we're doing now is anti-corruption, tracking the money. Well, the money doesn't go with, of course, it still goes with big banks, yeah? But some of the money goes in cryptocurrencies. So how do you do cryptocurrency investigations? I remember the last time I saw a test on this, 72 movements of a specific payment. I mean, that's a difficult thing to track. So you need also to reflect about AI tools, about all these tools. How can you use them? I think that's where research comes in. So we need to use more of research, also on the European level. It's a big silo. When the Commission hears, oh, CSTP, no, CSTP doesn't ask. They are paying military research, but when it comes to civilian CSTP research, there's a big wall. So we need to tear down these walls, try to use the funds available to look for solutions in biometrics, in all the border management applications, different areas where you need to have that additional safety, that The person is who you say it is, your little green thing, so that you know who are you talking about, who are you talking to, and that you don't have like the Vienna mayor also talk to the wrong Klitschko. And then everybody, oh my God, he talked to the wrong Klitschko, who failed? Well, you know, that happens. But it's good that these things happen in a non-benign, and it's not so bad, nothing really happened, but it's good because then we are aware where the risks are, that even on the highest level we can have this fix, and that we should avoid. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
So thank you to Philip for this really interesting insight, not only in the structures of the Austrian cybersecurity, but also to the use and the need of research in this field of responsibility. And now we come to Dan. Dan is a director of the Romanian Cybersecurity Directorate. It was established in 2021. He is also a member of the management board of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity, ENISA, and of some other agencies. Let's wrap that like this. And I think his presentation will be very interesting, especially here in Moldova, because he will present us the challenges he faced to set up the National Cybersecurity Directorate in Romania.
Thank you so much, Silke. Basically, one of the reasons I'm here is because we were about 2 years ago exactly in the point where Moldova is today. Brand new cyber agency, created pretty much from scratch, or at least many pieces of that agency from scratch, with 0 people, completely new domain, a lot of, let's say, responsibilities allocated by law, and we had to start somewhere. And we all tend to forget that cybersecurity is a team sport. It's a contact sport. It's a domain where alone, in isolation, whether you are an expert or government or agency or company, in isolation, so alone, you stand no chance. No one, no such organization, no such body has deep enough pockets and enough resources and capacity and capabilities to handle everything. You cannot do it. It's as simple as that. Now, because we are talking and focusing on capacity and capabilities, of course, 2 years ago, one of my first reflections were, okay, why do I need? The first instinct is to say, okay, we need cash, we need financial resources. Of course, most of you know, it's kind of wrong. If I will have to choose, and that's by far my first priority, brains. We need absolutely brains. Of course, you need tools, and you need finances, and you need partners, and you need the regulatory environment, etc. But in the very first thing, in the very first place, brains. We all know at European Union we have a gigantic deficit of cybersecurity specialists for a variety of reasons. It's not only because apparently technology is moving a lot faster than universities and organizations can keep up with the training and knowledge building and knowledge sharing. But it's also because simply the technology landscape, the attack surface, it's increasing exponentially. Let's not forget, every single second, this is what analysts say, 126 devices, intelligent devices, get connected to internet. Every single second. That's gigantic. Let's not forget that technology suppliers, they launch almost daily new versions of platforms, new releases, new tools, new everything. So this is going on and on and on. On the other hand, if you look at the level of knowledge we have, the number of people that really in a systematic and very disciplined manner focus on cybersecurity, that's by far not enough. So that was one of my first concerns, and I'm paid to worry. So I wake up in the morning, I worry, and I go to the office and I worry, and at the end of the day, I worry again. So capacity building and how to fix this gap, it's a concern. The bad news is that the gap, at this moment, is not decreasing. It's not shrinking. It's going more and more and more, despite all the efforts of everyone. So we all collectively, we must do something wrong probably, or we are still way behind the technology. So people in the very first place, and that will be also one of the advices I'm going to give to the brand new agency of the Republic of Moldova. Don't neglect the people. Of course, they don't. Then, because I said it's a team sport, something that works very well, and I'm very happy that my colleagues here show on the screen in the back, we see it in the front, it's the ecosystem. So don't neglect the ecosystem and try to activate it. What do we mean in Romania by ecosystem? Of course, government, we are government, so we like to start with ourselves. Private business, of course. Academia and international partners, allies, and like-minded countries or counterparties. Why is it so important to work with all those pillars? We all see that most of the capabilities, actually, they are not in the hands of governments. They are in the hands of private businesses. And will be very naive to think that governments will be, in certain domains, able to build as fast, as efficient, and to deliver as well as the private sector. Of course, we are good than many others. So you have to go as a country, as a European Union, as an international ecosystem, together with all those pillars of the ecosystem. And none of them should be neglected or should have less importance compared with the others. But I would say it's also more than meets the eye, even more than let's say, the magnitude of the ecosystem that you need to engage and so on. And it was mentioned before me and also in the morning. We also tend to forget the users, the regular users. And because we are talking about capacity and capabilities, let me share with you a bit one of my concerns from Romania. More or less 12 million active internet users every single day. It's like herding cats, literally. They install everything you can imagine, they use every technology you can imagine, and the age where they get proficient is getting lower and lower. We see kids, 3-4 years, able to install apps on their tablets and using them and doing stuff on the net. So 12 million users. And I'm worried, and that's why I mentioned the kids. How can I, as National Cybersecurity Authority, explain kids how they can behave in a safe way on internet? They simply don't listen to us. They listen to their colleagues, to the teachers eventually, to the parents, to the gamers, to the influencers, and so on. So, to put it very directly, sometimes we are too serious ourselves as cyber professionals. We tend to forget the large mass of users that we want to keep safe online are very, very young ages. So we may need to change a bit the paradigm in the way we want to handle this. Then also in Romania we have about 500,000 of small and medium enterprises. That, as far as I know, in all European Union member states, this is the backbone of the economy. They hire probably the most employees, and they represent a large share of the GDP and so on. What's their key characteristic? You all know it. Very low maturity level, usually. Sometimes they don't have even IT teams, not to mention cyber teams. They don't know what are the risks out there. They have no clue about attacks. They don't know how to respond, how to contain an incident. And many, many, many cases, even if we do our best on the regulatory side, they are not aware of the regulations and the rules, and they are not aware of the resources out there to help them. So we have to handle massive, massive amounts of organizations with very low maturity level, and this is a monumental challenge. Of course, many of you are great professionals and trainers, and you are using to push knowledge to colleagues, to clients, to partners, etc. I did myself in the past, and I'm still doing today. Easy to teach, to train 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. Try to do this with 100, 1,000, 1 million. Completely different ball game. So you need absolutely all hands on deck, everyone to do this. And again, we tend to forget. We think a lot in terms of critical infrastructure, the big companies, the big telcos and banks and energy companies and government bodies, etc. And sometimes we forget about this gigantic attack surface that has a super huge problems once in a while. Then, what I wanted also to share with you briefly on the regulatory side, on the legal side. To put it very bluntly, I never imagined in my entire career and life that I was about to start writing draft text for laws. I was like, no, we are cyber people. We know how to contain incidents, how to implement tools and techniques and procedures and protocols and use playbooks and install machines and run scripts and things like that. Very, very wrong. My conclusion now after a couple of years is that you absolutely need this. But, surprise, surprise, try to explain from a technical perspective to regulatory bodies, to lawyers and lawmakers and parliaments and decision makers in governments, technical aspects in a regulatory mode. Not easy. So capacity building, guess what? In the last few months, a lot of profiles that we hired in the Romanian Cyber Directorate were lawyers, actually. People with zero experience in cyber, super smart, because we need them. We concluded that to roll out NIS2 and to do everything or something at national level about Cyber Solidarity Act and Cyber Resilience Act and Digital Services Act and many directives and regulations, you absolutely need these kind of competencies. So an epiphany I had, it was that when it comes to capacity building, capability building, cyber is no longer exclusively a technical domain. You need a lot more than that. More than meets the eye, more than you thought at the very beginning. You need completely different type of skills. And one particular type of skills that I wanted to share with you also, which is super key, and again, we kind of neglect it, financial skills. Everything has a price, including in cyber. I think we don't speak enough in order to increase awareness, especially with the decision makers that approve our budgets. We don't speak enough about the real cost of an incident, the real cost of not acting to prevent, detect, deter, contain, etc. Why? We are technical people. We are not used to measure financial impact of those. Instinctively, and sometimes we think about reputation impact, about operational impact, but financial, not always. And I choose carefully my words now, I will call it trick that we applied. It was to start systematically to measure financial impact and talk about money, and don't hesitate to speak about costs. And also don't hesitate to speak out loud, very clear that cybersecurity has a price. It comes with a cost. We'd be naive to think that we'll work forever with few enthusiasts that will put a bit of time and will cost us nothing. No. It's going to cost us a lot. But it will cost a lot more not to do what we have to do. Of course, if you talk to technical guys, they will say, I want this and I want that and I want this training and that tool and that server and I need to cooperate and so on and so on. They want all the tools in the world. So you have to prioritize very smart. The resources are limited, but let's not be shy and speak out a lot more about this is the price tag. And make absolutely clear, abundantly clear to everyone that without budgets, without investment, whether is it in, of course, cash or time or knowledge or whatever, you cannot get successful. You cannot deliver actually on cybersecurity. One last point I wanted to also share with you about the importance of cross-border cooperation. Of course, it was mentioned a couple of times, national security, cybersecurity part of national security, so to a large extent it's, let's say, the privilege and responsibility of member states. But alone you cannot do anything. let's not forget, cyberspace, no borders. One attack can come from all over the place, but your friends, your partners, your allies should be also one click away. We need to keep building on trust, and I think Paul from Mandiant mentioned in his slide a bit earlier, governments and private sector still lack a bit of trust. We are not there yet where we should be, but the same goes between countries, country to country. I think we need to do a lot more than we did till last year, till 2 years ago, till 3 years ago, in terms of building a lot more trust and sharing a lot more intel and a lot of more information, and getting a pool of resources together and using them jointly. Also because it's going to be prohibitive to develop everything multiple times in multiple organizations in multiple countries. So I believe a lot on this. Now, are there very strong recommendations and lessons learned that I want to pass to our colleagues from Republic of Moldova? Definitely, plenty. But one last message I want to wrap up with. Don't forget, you need your own national specific crafted architecture. And it's no one size fits all, and we saw it also in the previous slides. Each country has its own specific strong points, preferences of the ecosystem, of course, different laws, different approaches, etc. But don't forget and don't neglect the national specific. That's the most important. Resist a bit the tendency to just borrow with pride or to import a lot of very great solutions and very great ideas, and put a little more time and a little more effort in crafting your own specific architecture, capabilities, and so on. Because on mid-term and long-term, that will serve you a lot better. And this is the reason why we are all here, and especially myself and my organization, we are here to help. So, Mihai, you can count on us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan. I think your experience and your expertise will be very supportive and helpful for the setup of the cybersecurity agency here in Moldova, and I'm sure that you also will be ready to support in the future so that they will have a really professional set-up cybersecurity agency fitting to the Moldovan needs. Thank you for that. So now we are coming to Panagiotis. Panagiotis is an official of the Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs responsible in the fields of information security management. And he serves as a seconded national expert cybersecurity training manager at the European Security and Defense College. He is developing cybersecurity training activities especially for the public sector employees. And his presentation will focus mainly on training, support possibilities, and let's say the use of the experience of the ESDC. So, Panagiotis, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much for having me here. As you said, my name is Panagiotis Marzellas. I represent the European Security and Defense College. Last time I visited this space, it was last November during a course on incident response that was organized by SANS. So it's very happy to be back. So let's see. The European Security and Defense College is a network college, which means that we have a little more than 250 network members, but we do not have in-house capability. We're managing the experience that we get from our network members. And our legal capacity that helps us operate is the Council's decision. So we are embedded in the structures of the European External Action Service. We wish to organize first-class training courses. The course participants, they receive a certificate of attendance that is recognized by all 27 member states, and it is signed by the HRVP, currently Mr. Josep Borrell. And the top of the governing pyramid has the 27 member states that they give us their political authorization to operate and to organize activities within the EU or outside of EU. I will go through very fast from these slides. We have a typical plan, do, check, and act cycle. On February, in a few days, we will review our curricula. Again, every year we do this in order to be up to date, and we're also in coordination with EAS and Ms. Katic. The administrative structures is the head of ESDC, the secretariat, meaning the training managers, the executive academic board. You met the chair of the executive academic board here, and the steering committee, the members from the representatives of the member states. I heard a lot before from my colleagues, and I will try to aggregate them all, because this is here, you know, we try to break the silos, and we try to, to break the silos here, to show where is ESDC in a combination with the rest of the institutions. We have cooperation, direct cooperation with the EDA, with the EU ISS, with CIPOL, ENISA, and a lot more EU institutions and national authorities. But we also try to bring in the support from the industry and the private sector. I will say a few words on the cyber education training exercise and evaluation platform. This is, as we call it, the ESDC Cyber ETE platform. It's not something electronic, it's just a way to function and organize things. We started in 2018, and we declared full operational capability in 2019. We organize cybersecurity and cyber defense courses. Whenever we say security, we mean civilian, and defense is the army. And here I would like to point something that it was mentioned also before, and from the representative of Mandiant. The way we perceive cyber is like a combination of 4 different subdomains: the external relations, the cooperation between states, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, basically the cyber diplomacy is there, the cybercrime, which is the police, cyber defense, the armed forces, and the network information security, which is the technical and the policy aspects in a state like a Ministry of Digital Governance. So we organize courses for the public sector employees, meaning the civilian and military aspects, but we also accept people from the private sector. These courses are organized in 5 different levels. The awareness level, which is always the entry level, tactical, strategic, technical level, and we always focus on the legal aspects of cybersecurity, because as we heard also before, they're very important. And a very typical example is that, as Mr. Agathonos pointed out earlier, about the forensics. You have one forensics analyst in cybercrime. These artifacts need to be able to be presented in front of the court of law. So the legal framework that you operate in cybercrime is totally different than the same person. Same skills will operate in cyber defense, as we see also in different war fields. They get the artifacts from the devices and then they just use them for propaganda. They don't need to go into the court. So here just show the EU cybersecurity strategy for the digital decade. It has 3 pillars. Whatever we do, we try to put our courses and activities in one of these 3 pillars: the resilience, technological sovereignty, and leadership, the building operational capacity to prevent, deter, and respond, and the advancing a global and open cyberspace. After 2020, when the cybersecurity strategy came out, we had also the cyber defense policy of EU. We had the cyber skills academy that came out, and we try also very much to contribute there. And if you visit the website of the Cyber Skills Academy, you will see that there are very many contributions from the private sector, companies that they try to give their products and to raise awareness basically for free to people to help them upskill or reskill their cybersecurity skills. So here I would like to say that the ESTC in the EU cyber ecosystem is trying to transfer the cyber knowledge from the different authorities or private sector. We try to improve education, training, and exercise quality, but all this, what you see in the screen, is for a main goal, the standardization, harmonization, and training. And what I mean by this is that we speak a lot the same language, but if you ask my friends from Estonia there what they might think about the word security, they might say Russia. But if you ask me coming from Greece, I might say Turkey. So it's very important, you know, like when we do the trainings, to standardize and to understand when we talk what we mean and to all have the same understanding. So here I would like to say, because last November when I came here, we already have taken the initiative to open some courses for the Moldovan participants as a support of European Security and Defense College and of course the whole of EU to Moldova, to have access to our courses. These courses, you will see the challenge of the European cybersecurity, the critical infrastructure in the context of digitization, which they're coming from Romania, Romanian institutions. We have cyber awareness courses, like the role of the EU cyber ecosystem. This is cyber awareness and cyber diplomacy course. And we have, of course, technical courses like the applied cryptography or the information security management, which is offered by ENISA with some of their partners. And here there are the courses like the international law, the cybersecurity auditor, and the last one, the cyber educator, that is organized right now here in Moldova, in Chisinau, in the Academy of Economic Studies of Moldova, ASA. So about this course that we decided to organize it last November, I'd like to say that we have our contributors, the supporting institutions, universities, a German institution, the Albstadt-Sigmaringen University, with the support of Tallinn Technical University. There are two cybersecurity psychologists, and they try to educate, train the people from the behavioral, for the behavioral aspects of cybersecurity. We had representatives from the industry, and we had also another person from the Tallinn Technical University that presented how we create and how we perform tabletop exercises. So we believe that this the cyber educator course, which is basically like a train the trainer course, will help also the local society to expand, and we make also discussions with the Academy of the Economic Studies and other institutions here, how we can enhance more our cooperation and disseminate the cyber education in Moldova. In this part, I would like to say that I'm very happy because the combination between the public sector, the government sector, and the industry and the private sector became possible because we managed to call there the CEO of two very well established companies. The first one, not companies, the first one is the Evolution Equity Partners Fund, which is possibly the biggest investing fund in the world investing on cybersecurity. And they were there to share their experience with the Moldovan participants. And the next one is possibly a very prominent and very well established company which is based on log management and cyber threat intelligence, cloud-based security, the Logsdale's company. And I'm very happy because they send their CEOs here to interact with course participants. So next, I would like to say that we are in cooperation with the authorities here and the European Union to organize two courses focusing on the Moldovan audience in Greece. So the first course possibly will be in May, and the second course in June. The first one will be for developing skills on cyber incident response, and the second course will be on how to tackle hybrid threats with the support of the New York University from America and the American Embassy in Athens, Greece. So these were our steps so far with Moldova. We're moving fast. We hope we will do more in the coming months. And thank you very much. We only need one very good point of contact from Moldova to announce which people they would like to participate in our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Panagiotis. So we know now training is available for Moldovan participants. Unfortunately, we do not have time for a question out of the audience. I would like to wrap up. So cybersecurity, building up national cyber architectures is a huge task. It's a task for top management. Top management has to take responsibilities. Each individual is responsible for cybersecurity. Coordination is important, and you have also to rely on results of relevant research work. Cybersecurity is a team sport. We have to deal with a lack of human resources, so capacity building is essential. We have to involve the whole ecosystem, so government, business, academia, lawyers, and so on. And I think one important topic was everything has its price, and cybersecurity is not for free. It's expensive, but it's not a luxury. There is no out-of-the-box solution. To build a comprehensive and secure national cyber architecture, there is a huge range of training already available for Moldovan participants. So thank you to my colleagues for being available for this panel and for sharing your experience.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our distinguished speakers. Thank you so much. I have it, I think it's okay. So we were just looking that, in spite of the fact that it's been a few hours, the room is quite full, so that says something about the interest towards these topics, and that's really heartwarming for us to see. Thank you very much for this. Now we will be moving on to our next speaker, who is Cerasela Baiculescu, country leader at IBM Romania and Moldova. Cerasela is actually only this week second time in Chisinau, so that's a sign. That's a really good sign for us. Welcome, Cerasela. Welcome back. Cerasela is not just a leader in the tech industry, she's also a visionary in navigating the cutting-edge intersection of artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. With over 20 years of experience in IT, she possesses a remarkable track record of driving innovation and growth. At IBM, she spearheads the company's mission to leverage AI for good, shaping a safer and more secure digital future for all of us. So let's give a round of applause to Cerasela.
Thank you very much. Nice seeing you again.
Nice seeing you again.
Dear Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, I think now I'm being heard. So, hello everyone. Dear Deputy Prime Minister Alaiba, dear Mrs. Plinsky, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day. I am honored and thankful to be here today with you and mark together the strengthenings of Moldova cybersecurity policy. I would like to start by congratulating you for this event, for the achievements that you've already done, and to assure you that IBM will continue to be a partner in this journey that Moldova has just started. Actually, the Memorandum of Understanding that we signed last year between IBM Romania and Moldova, Romania and Moldovan governments will leverage our collaboration and will provide the framework to use our technology and expertise in order, on the one hand, to handle with the risks deriving from the Ukrainian war, but also to provide you with the right tools and instruments that we consider a modern country needs. Now, going back to technology, 2022 was an incredible year. We noticed a new technology emerging that had an explosive growth. I'm referring to generative AI. And this explosion has been acknowledged and recognized by the enterprises, which started slowly to adapt it. Of course, concerns still exist. And our studies are showing, which we performed with 200 C-suite executives from the entire world, are showing that actually more than 60% are considering adopting AI, Gen AI, within their organizations, but they consider cybersecurity, 80% of them, to be the first and the main roadblocker. Funny thing is that more than 60% also consider that cybersecurity should be the first use case that they should look at and consider. Now, Gen AI represents a risk, but also a resilience amplifier. It's clear that now hackers have multiple ways of exploiting vulnerabilities, but at the same time, fortunately, the opposite is also true, and the Gen AI can give the tools to the defenders of the future, as we call them, in order to properly respond to any threats and to act the moment the threats occur. Gen AI represents a new attack surface, and it must be treated as such, and we need to respond with the rightful tools and instruments. It's like a cat and mouse game, and the vigilance is key. And the stakes are pretty high if you consider that the reports are showing that the average data breach cost is roughly 4.5 million. Positive thing is that this has been seen and acknowledged by organizations, and budgets have been increased significantly in the last years because indeed, as Mr. Campan earlier said, cybersecurity is not free. 2023 budgets are roughly 50% bigger than 2021 and are expected to grow by additional 43% by 2025. Now, the problem is that, as I said, AI, it's a new attack surface, and for example, widely used large language models can often be biased in favor of the user's command, and this is resulting in a new type of attacks, and for example, prompt injection being one of them. On the other hand, open repositories like Hugging Face can bring the door to an open innovation, but at the same time, they increase risk. IBM's approach to security in the era of generative AI is looking and considering it from two angles. On the one hand, we consider we need to secure the AI models that we are implementing in our organizations, because as I said earlier, the stakes are incredibly high. And on the other hand, we need to implement security to take care better of our teams and companies. When we are looking at securing the AI models that we implement, we need to start, of course, from the data to move to the model, the usage. Then we need to have a proper governance in place. When we think of using AI in order to boost security, we need to consider that AI is going to be a booster for the productivity, because what AI AI is replacing the repetitive tasks that our security experts are doing daily. It speeds up the security processes, and it allows them to focus on the most valuable, complex tasks that needed to be handled. On the other hand, it will also create new security content, and of course, it will help us react faster to the threats that appear and provide a timely and quality response. I'm sure you have been asking which is IBM's security framework, and I'm sure that most of you are familiar with much more complex security frameworks that exist from valuable sources. IBM's perspective is rather a simple one. We are considering the first primary attacks that we have seen, and on the other hand, we are looking at the top defenses approaches that we consider you need to put in place. So we believe you need to start from the data whenever you implement your AI foundational model. Then you need to secure the model. Of course, secure the usage is critical. Infrastructure can be acting as a first defense line for you. So the infrastructure is critical to be protected. And last but not least, you need to establish a proper governance in place. Data. Let's start with data. Data is the lifeblood of security. Data is the lifeblood of generative AI. In order to have a good model, you need to ingest data, yeah? From multiple sources, you need to collect and to comprise it. And you also need to provide access to multiple functions within your organizations, like data scientists, engineers, so on and so forth. The primary attack that we've seen with data relies to data underlying data sets, and it's called data exfiltration. And the proper way of handling this type of attack, it goes back to security fundamentals, which I'm also sure that most of you are aware of, like performing the data discovery, classification, encryption, going back to the key access management. And last but not least, of course, it's absolutely important to put the teams who work together, security experts together with the persons, the type of personas that I mentioned earlier, like data scientists or engineers. Moving to model, which is the next stage, we may encounter different type of attacks. And the most frequent ones that we have found go back to supply chain attacks, because many companies rely on pre-trained foundational models that have access to online repositories. And the problem with the supply chain attacks is that they act like black boxes and you don't have access to the source code. So it's better not to be in that situation. Then we go to API threats, because many companies do not have the resources and the capacity, it also goes back to capacity, to build their own large language models. And not having access to that, they use their API to integrate with third parties. And the third one that we've seen, it's named and it's connected to privilege escalations. The most common defense actions that we've seen are going to scanning for vulnerabilities, malware, yeah, of course, harden the API integrations to the third party, naturally, And the last but not least, ensure the proper policies are in place. I'm sure none of this is new to you. So when we move to usage, different type of threats may occur, be it model theft or model denial of service. And these also need to be handled by using the proper technology. And there is a technology that is tackling exactly with this type of issues. And here I'm referring to machine learning DevSecOps, a concept also which I'm sure that you know. And you need to use these tools and put them into connection with your security system that is installed within your organization. Now, as I've said earlier, infrastructure is important. It can act as a first line of defense for you. So you need to look cautiously in infrastructure and network. Last but not least, you need to establish a proper AI governance. IBM is leading globally with its product Watson X Governance and has been recognized by IDC as the top-of-the-art technology for doing this. So you have the instruments, you just need to access it. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with IBM technology, from cybersecurity perspective, we are focusing on three things. We are looking at IBM, at threat detection and response, at data security, and at identity and access management. Our product, QRadar, is implemented in many of the organizations in Moldova, and I'm sure you are familiar with it. It performs a threat detection, it puts things into context, it analyzes, it provides solution. Then when we move to data security, we have our IBM Guardium product, Security Guardium, that is taking care to avoid the situation that is mostly encountered when data breaches are caused by the wrongly used privilege access. And last but not least, we have the IBM Security Verify that goes back to and handles access management properly. Now, we have spoken about technology. I've heard earlier colleagues speaking about partnership, and of course we need to speak about resources. The truth is that given the current context, we need to act now. And if you want to be successful, you need to have technology, you need to have resources, and you need to have expertise. IBM is having a trustworthy AI technology which is dedicated to enterprises. Our products are secured by design and will secure you for the future. We have also expertise. We are present in 175 countries, and we are handling critical operations for more than 4,000 organizations from commercial and governmental sector. IBM Romania has more than 3,300 people which are located in 4 cities and which are willing, specialized on various technologies, IBM and non-IBM, and which are willing to engage along with Moldova in this journey. Of course, we want you to have expertise as well, and that is why we are having a platform that we invite you all to access. It's free of cost. It's called IBM Skills Build, and it provides you access to the latest technologies, be it cybersecurity, AI, cloud computing, and also it enables your teams to get digital skill badges that will acknowledge their performance. Having said that, I mentioned technology, resources, skills, expertise, and I would like to conclude my presentation today with adding partnership, and I encourage you to partner with trustworthy technology companies that are ready and willing to support you. I would like to thank you again for the invite today, to wish you best of luck in this endeavor, and to assure you of IBM's full commitment and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cerasela. And now we will move to the next speaker. We have Itai Levi, who is co-founder and CEO of Kernelios. Please join us here. Warm welcome to the stage, Itai, co-founder, as I said, and CEO of Kernelios. Itai isn't just a leader in the cybersecurity industry, he's a passionate advocate for building a future where everyone possesses the knowledge and skills to fight cyber threats. With over a decade of experience in cybersecurity, training and education, Itai has dedicated his career to empowering individuals and organizations. Kernelios, the child of his vision, reflects this commitment by providing innovative and accessible training solutions. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It wasn't my picture, but it's okay. So it's an honor to be today with you. My name is Itai, I'm the CEO of Kernelios, and today in the few next minutes we'll talk about the importance of cybersecurity training in today's world. I will be happy if you can participate with me in this presentation and cooperate with my bizarre demands. So let's talk about last year's activity in cyber warfare. We saw that last year in the world there were two major conflicts, the Ukraine-Russian war and the Israeli-Hamas war. And those two conflicts became most prominent in the last few months, and we saw a rise in cyber warfare alongside them. The cyber dimension is very prominent in those last conflicts, and those are just a few examples of the major things that happens in 2023. So in the recent Ukraine cyber warfare, we can see that there were significant DDoS attacks, mainly from both sides, mainly on infrastructures and other services that the country is getting to its people. There are also a lot of data breaches that mainly took emphasis on leaking governmental and military documents, again from both sides. And there were also activist campaigns that the governments of those both countries used as proxies to mainly attack websites and do a lot of misinformation in the social media. There were also activities of Russian attacking the US hospitals, it calls Killnet group. Those attacks were made by the Russian government, allegedly by the Russian government, as retaliation for the US intervention and the West intervention in the Ukraine war. We also saw Iranian intervention in Israeli infrastructure, mainly water facilities and aviation facilities in Israel. And last and not least, the North Korean continue their activities to disrupt the cryptocurrency exchanges and other military assets that they want to achieve around the globe. It's important to understand that the military activity is inherently secrecy. There is a secret about those activities because it's not, and it's not easy to identify those attacks, but there are a lot of publication around them, and we can assume those attacks are connected to this side of the war. Other activities that took place in 2023 were mainly also civilian based attacks, and those just a few examples for the last few months. We can see activities from the Israeli and Palestinians, activists that attack government websites. We can see again another attack that Ukraine did. It's a very prominent attack for Russia, water utility planet. They encrypted more than 6,000 computers, deleted more than 50 terabytes of data. Very prominent attack. And of course, there was another attack from the last few months for Israeli attacked the Iranian gas stations, what caused a lot of queues in those gas and prices that a little bit higher than usual. Okay, so as the last speaker talked about, the IBM data breach report of 2023 is saying that the average cost of data breach is $4.45 million US for an organization. The most prominent industries are the healthcare and financial industries. They are the most industries that took a lot of cyber attacks. And this, by the way, the number is 50% higher than the last 3 years. Who can say how many days it takes for an organization to identify a data breach? Who can guess? A month, okay. 3 months, okay. 6 months, close. Okay, so it's 207 days on average for an organization to identify a data breach, according to IBM last report. And it takes around 70 days to mitigate those breaches. So it's a lot of days, and the aim for us is to minimize those days as much as we can. The true cost of cyber attacks are, of course, reputational damage, operational disruption, and legal consequences for the organizations. And we need to understand that cybercrime is becoming increasingly sophisticated every year, and we need to be prepared for those dynamic changes. And organizations are investing a lot of money, a lot of effort and resources on cybersecurity, but they also need to invest in their training. Okay, so can I ask you please for a minute to stand up, please? Please stand up. Just for a minute. Who can say to me, what is the weakest link? What is the weakest link in the cybersecurity chain? The humans, correctly. Please, thank you, sit down. We are humans, are very social creatures. We want to become, we are polite, and you stand up because I ask you to do it. And humans are very susceptible to social engineering and also phishing attacks and malwares and other things that becomes more and more prominent in cyber attack warfare. And because we want to be more social, we are the weakest link in the cyber attack. And we have to train our people in the organization to become a human firewall. The training is a must. In all of the organizations, we need to understand what are the risks that we are facing in our everyday lives, and the training will help us to achieve it. We also need to foster a culture of security in our organizations. The individuals are important for them to understand about the risk, but also the organizations needs to become with a mindset that everything that this organization is doing, it's doing it from a mindset of security. This is very important, and also the training is very prominent to achieve this goal. We also need to understand how to protect our sensitive information. We need to understand how to encrypt our data, how to prevent data leakage, how to use passwords and other means of sensitive data correctly in order to prevent data leakage. we need to understand that the cyber security is a dynamic world. It's changed all the time, and we need to adapt for those changes. And of course, there are a lot of organizations that need to be more compliant with regulations, like the industry of healthcare and financial and so on. So we need to understand how to achieve those goals of the regulations and become more secure, and again, the training will achieve those goals. So Cornelius is an Israeli cybersecurity training center. We are operating for the last 10 years as a supervised Israeli government company, and we train people around the globe in Israel and also in the US and Europe to achieve those goals that we talked about them. We developed unique labs and a simulator in order to give to our students, to our organizations, customers, the knowledge, hands-on knowledge that they need in order for them to achieve all of the goals that we talked about. Cornelius developed unique cyber trainings from the entry level to the advanced level. And all of our programs, as I said, are accompanied by our labs. We are happy to be here in Moldova, and we are starting to cooperate with the Technical University of Moldova and our other partners to give all of those knowledge and share the knowledge of the security from Israel to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ital. We will move now to the panel that I personally was really looking forward. I'm sure it will be very interesting and insightful, just like the other ones. We're going to speak about cyber resilience and cybersecurity, securing critical infrastructure. So I would like to invite, first of all, our colleague and friend Stanislav Secriero, another fresh, how to say, re-migrant from France. Stanislav is with us today to moderate this panel. He is now presidential advisor on security issues. And you have the floor.
Thank you, Dumitru.
Thank you.
Thank you for kind introduction. I would like to invite fellow panelists, please. So, I'm a national security advisor, but I'm happy to be moderator of this panel. It's not only because of the topic, which is very important for Moldova, but because for 55 minutes I can remove my hat as a Moldovan official and to imagine when I'm back to my regions in the think tanking world. Then I think it's a good place, Moldova is a good place to discuss cyber security and resilience of a critical infrastructure. On the one hand, there is a growing appetite, and you've heard from Prime Minister, but also from Dumitru, to introduce digital solutions in Moldovan economy, but also to provide better public services to citizens of Moldova. This means that the surface we need to defend in the cyberspace is growing. On the other hand, there is a big appetite on the part of malign actors to exploit the growing cyberspace we need to defend in order to cause disruptions and to derail the course of Moldova towards democracy, being a prosperous country, and our course of European integration. So there is a lot of things happening in this field in Moldova, both on how to defend ourselves, but also malign actors looking for ways how to cause problems to Moldova. And I think the last point for which I'm very excited to moderate this panel is because of a stellar lineup. And I would like to introduce panelists. We have James Cummins from Mandiant, principal consultant, who has 20 years of experience starting with UK militaries. But what is important is that James was a part of a response team during the cyber attacks, WannaCry and NotPetya, the last one being the most important, powerful cyber attack, which targeted Ukraine. We have on the panel Radu Kishlianu, who is the director of Military Intelligence Service. Radu is an experienced intelligence officer who is putting his experience now in order to transform the intelligence service, which is adapted to the security needs of Moldova. We have with us Julian Zuyern. I probably botched your name now. She represents the German Federal Office for Informational Security, and Julia is responsible for coordination of international engagements there. And actually, this is what she does at this panel. This is international engagement. On my right is Alexander Mustiatse, head of Moldovan Security and Intelligence Service. Alexander in his previous life served the Prime Minister, being responsible for fighting corruption, but also Alexander was part of Central Electoral Commission. And now he as well, like Radu, is driving the transformational process of Moldovan Intelligence Service in order to adapt it to the security needs of Moldova. We have as well with us Alexandru Koretsky, head of Information Technology and Cybersecurity Agency. He has vast experience for 3 decades in this field, and probably he is trying to do his best in order to prepare Moldova for turbulent couple of months which are ahead of us before and maybe even after elections. And the last but not least, Amos Rosenbaum. Again, probably I botched your name. Amos is a founder and chief technology officer of WASIS. He started in the military unit responsible for signal intelligence, and then he accumulated vast experience of working in the private sector, protecting different networks, financial, telecoms, healthcare networks. So you see that on the panel we have a good balance between private and public. This is what you need in order to ensure cybersecurity and resilience. But at the same time, there is a balance between a Moldovan perspective, which you will hear, but also a foreign perspective on this topic. And I would like to start actually with James and to ask you to provide some insights how government can establish but also grow informal exchange between governmental and critical infrastructure entities. Because I think before you act, you need to exchange information to know what is happening. The floor is yours, 5-7 minutes, and thank you.
5-7 minutes, I'll speak quickly. Thank you. Yeah, thanks very much for the introduction. Great to be here, everybody. I'm James Cummins from Mandiant. You have already heard from 2 of my colleagues already, so I am the final piece of the trio who are speaking at this forum. And it's fantastic to be here. I came all the way from West Cork in Ireland, which is how I introduce myself everywhere. So a long way to come all the way over here. But yeah, fantastic place and loving the hospitality so far. But the flight on the way over, it gave me a chance to watch some films on the plane that I'd not seen for a while. And one that sort of perked up that I ended up watching was Captain Phillips with Tom Hanks. I don't know how many people in the room are aware of it. But Tom Hanks is captain of a ship sailing around Somalia, gets taken over by Somali pirates, and gets taken hostage. And the film ends after sort of an hour and a half of floating around on boats with 3 US Navy SEALs taking 3 shots and killing all 3 of the Somali pirates at the same time and rescuing Tom Hanks. So there is a point to this story, I promise you. Actually, and I think what was laid down is the film portrays the 3 Navy SEALs as heroes. But when you actually look at what they did, the distance they were shooting was less than about 200 meters, which is not very much for snipers that shoot normally sort of 10 times that distance. The sea was calm, the weather was clear. You know, all in all, it wasn't actually a very difficult shot. More the point that I take from this was the fact that through no actual coordination, all 3 members of this team knew what each other was doing at a different time, knew when the conditions were just right, and knew when each other would take that shot. And so we'd argue, rather than them being individual heroes, it was actually the cohesion of the team and how it was designed and understand each other intimately that allowed them to work really well together. If I then say that this team, it didn't just happen, this was by design. And so the US Navy SEALs specifically designed its teams to be able to function in this way. Creating those conditions and some of the other supporting technology that allowed that team to develop as such. Now, I know this is a sort of tactical example, but if we scale this up on a national cybersecurity perspective, we can start to say that actually having a designed relationship network that carries the desired culture enables teams and teams with dotted lines around them, almost moving into an ecosystem of CNI that crosses over between government, private sector, even internationally. You know, it is the design of that informal governance that I think is one of the critical points and is an opportunity that we can then look at. I'd highlight that this is very much governance. It is not a strategy. It is a governance by design and something that is designed to take place. But by looking at how we build these relationships and do these things specifically, really what we're doing is calling relationships a bit of an asset, calling it a relationship capital, and spending activity purely to build these relationships and exchange knowledge. The second point I would add, though, is that this is more than just getting people talking. You know, I think we can all be in danger of spending a lot of time talking about a problem. Sooner or later, we actually need to do something and actually cause activity. So this is why informal governance and this relationship and the culture is then embedded into our actions we actually do. But from a resilience perspective, you know, working within Mandiant, we tend to look at resilience within the 3 R's. So the first one is robustness, second one is overall resilience and continuity, and the third one is recoverability. So by having informal governance across this CNI government ecosystem, the first one of those, it makes us more robust to attack. We share information on threats. We have situational awareness and learning on techniques and approaches. We can then react and make ourselves more robust. So as a CNI ecosystem, we are learning and growing together. The second point is then resilience is on continuity. Local and national level continuity is developed, continually improved. You know, public opinion is made more robust. This is culture and the people aspect that we're then playing with. And then the final front of this is we make ourselves then more recoverable. So we can react to an attack more quicker, more dynamically. You know, we can operate as a CNI ecosystem where news of an attack can echo across and people are all then far more aware. So I think, you know, to summarize in my 7 minutes is just to say that what we're really doing is thinking about culture and people culture as our approach, with a strategy to then deliver this through mechanisms to support it and establish a common operating culture. And that then gives us the agility and the flexibility.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you, James. Thank you for sticking with time. And we will move immediately to Radu. And I would like Radu to provide some insights on what kind of challenges does military face in the process of ensuring the security of its critical infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I would like to salute the creation of the new agency. Definitely, this agency, looking on their mission, will be a really big help for me and Alexandru as well. In the military field, you know, cyber is a domain already. Many countries have cyber commands. That shows how important cyber is in our defense. You know, the defense industry become more and more sophisticated, as well as very vulnerable. Our enemy is ready to attack exactly those points which are critical for us in order to deploy, so we will not be able to defend our country, so we will not be able to achieve our mission. You know, since recently, every citizen of the country was thinking that only military will defend the country. Today's event proved very well that everyone is in this game. Everyone should put shoulder to shoulder to defend their country. And the cyber domain is one of them. We're learning a lot from the conflict, which is a little bit more than 100 kilometers at this point. And everyone looks on the consequences, on the military, on the civilians, on the infrastructure, on everything. And of course, what we learn from this conflict and war, it's about indicators. We are in the intelligence world looking a lot from indicators, because one of our mission is to prevent. Is to prevent and be prepared to defend our country. One of the first indicators in this world is a cyber attack. If you'll make a list and you'll put which and how you should be ready, how you should prepare your troops, how you should prepare your society to be aware, to be ready. So definitely when you have a big cyber attack on your infrastructure, on your critical infrastructure, on your industry, on your key elements that run the country, which vast of society is using it, then is a huge indicator that you need to be ready. This happened in Ukraine, and I think the speaker from Ukraine, which spoke just before the lunch, highlighted very well how Ukraine deal and still dealing with this type of threat. The critical infrastructure. From a military perspective, the critical infrastructure is very important for defense. And I'm talking here not about military objectives. I'm talking here about everything that concerns a critical infrastructure in a country. I'm talking about roads, highways, electrical plant, everything, which makes everybody's life normal, in their normal conditions. This critical infrastructure for military are very important as well. So the enemy is hitting those types of critical infrastructure, as well as the military high-tech equipment. You know, we are trying to modernize the military. We are trying to anticipate, and our new modern equipment is also very vulnerable to this type of attack, the cyber attack. That is why definitely, and this morning was talking a lot about the training, about the personnel, is the same in the military as well. And definitely here, a whole country approach will help us as well. What I want to mention on the cybersecurity and cyber resilience, that actually these two components are essential components for our defense strategy. And Mr. Secretary will support me on this respect, that the new strategy which our country now has is highlighting all these domains exactly. While cybersecurity focuses on building defense and prevent breaches, cyber resilience emphasizes the capacity to withstand, adapt, and recover as soon as possible from cyber attacks. That is what we are doing in our military institution. We are trying to train our personnel to be ready to anticipate, to look for the indicators. But at the same time, when we got hit, we need to resist as well as to recover as soon as possible in order to do one of the main things which the military are for, to defend our nation. At the same time, definitely, and I'm very happy once again to highlight the creation of the new agency, which will cover a really, really important topic. And I'm relying on a good cooperation, good sharing, and a key element is to share this information not only between our intelligence services or our state institution, but also the private sector. It's really, really important. This is how we should contribute, everyone, to the state, defense, and security of our nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Radu. And for our international guests, there was a mention to national security strategy, which has a strong block on cybersecurity. It's mentioned in the context of Russian hybrid attacks, the cyber dimension. Strategy mentions as well risks of cyber attacks, but also vulnerabilities which Moldova has to address in order to become more resilient. Strategy as well contains a kind of sketching the actions which we have to take in different fields in order to become more secure in the cyber field. I would like to ask Julia to continue and maybe to address the question of what role the security of the supply chain plays in the cyber resilience, but also how organization which you represent engages with the private sector in terms of increasing, enhancing cyber resilience of cyber infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stanislav, and also congrats to the new agency. I would like to start my introduction with stressing the importance of critical infrastructures. You mentioned it already, but by definition, critical infrastructure, they are of major importance for the society, and their failure would cause a sustained shortage of supplies, significant disruptions to the public order, safety, and security, or other dramatic consequences. So this is the definition of critical infrastructures, and that's why we need for this sectors, we need some obligations and some regulations in place. And in Germany, we have like some national regulations, but also, of course, EU-level regulations, including the provision, for example, of a point of contact and the registry as a critical infrastructure operator. We have the obligation, or they are obliged to report incidents and disturbances to the public authority, which is the BSI in Germany. And this is not only like for fun, but also, of course, to react and to anticipate which consequences such an attack or an incident has on the rest of the society, and also, for example, to warn others. And they also like have the responsibility to uphold their IT security standards to the state of the art, and also approve these measures to the BSI, so that they're really up to date. But as you can see on my slide, I'm not only focusing on the regulations and obligations, but we also need to focus on the people. And first and foremost, and I think that was mentioned also in the previous panel, that it is necessary to make cybersecurity a top priority for the management, because cybersecurity is a premise for the successful implementation of digital processes, which the management should definitely focus on, but it is also an essential. It is also an essential element of the organizational risk management, and that should be acknowledged by the management, because a lack of cybersecurity or data outflow, they can have severe legal and financial consequences. And just to give you like a number instead of only words, a German business association, they estimated that the costs from cyber criminal activities in Germany in 2022, they amount to 200 billion euros. And despite the fact of if this is in real, it's 20% more or less, but I think the size is really impressive in a negative way,
because it is almost half the federal budget of Germany. So it's really a big size, and we could definitely invest this money better in the preventive measures instead of supporting like criminals. That also brings me to the third point, which is knowing your cyber risks, your biggest threats, and the respective preventive and countermeasures. We heard a lot today about the threat landscape and what we need to focus on. And with respect to critical infrastructure operators, in Germany, the ransomware remains the biggest threat, particularly for private companies. So to have, like, for example, backups of the essential data on different servers than you have the rest of your data, to build redundancies and to be less blackmailable is very important. And also, of course, knowing risk management also knowing your cyber risk also means that you have to keep your systems up to date, to do patches, to also have systems that are still updatable. These are things that need to be considered. And I would like to conclude my introduction with a statement on the importance of cooperation, because sharing experience among critical infrastructure operators can really increase the overall security level, and it builds trust, which is very important, particularly in case of an incident, because you know who to contact to, because you have trust to whom you tell your story. And there's actually one pretty good example of a German company called Pils. They got attacked by a ransomware attack in 2019, and the CEO afterwards shared every part of the story. They had, for example, they had a crisis management plan, but this was saved on the computers that were now encrypted. So learning from these mistakes can really make a difference, and it's better to share these experiences and not shame anyone for telling these. But of course, cooperation also means, or the BSI itself benefits from the cooperation with the operators, because even if some operators might not be obliged to report to the incidents to the BSI, we still profit from or benefit from a voluntary reporting because we have a better picture of the threat landscape. And summarizing it up, I think that cyber resilience acknowledges the fact that no cybersecurity solution is perfect or capable of protecting against any or every possible threat in the cyberspace. So for us, cyber resilience is more about knowing what to do in case of a crisis, knowing who is responsible for what, to have minimal damage and a fast recovery phase. And I think we have to adapt to these realities that is more about the question when an attack will come than on the question if it will come. And you also asked about the supply chain and the cooperation in Germany. I would leave the floor to the others maybe first for their introduction and then go back to your questions if we have time. Is that okay? Yeah.
A round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I was looking at the slide, I was looking at the factor people, and it reminded me of a first case of a discovered cyber attack. Well, it was cyber reconnaissance and espionage on the part of Soviet Union in the United States in the 80s. Basically, it was discovered by a researcher in the laboratory who received a bill for internet, and there was a counting error. And he started looking why he received a bill for which he had to pay more than he expected to. And that's how he discovered the Russians were in the networks, Soviets. I think we will move to the next speaker. Our director of Moldovan Intelligence Service, and I would like to the extent possible to ask if you can provide some insights into what type of ITP groups are operating in our networks, maybe, and then how we can mitigate the growing risks which are triggered by good intentions to have digitalization of our economy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me at this panel on a topic that is really on the top of the priority list, and it gives us headaches, I think, every day. first resisting on the different attacks that our country is facing, together with the other partner institutions, but also looking ahead and trying to understand what next can come, where it can come, and asking ourselves every day, aren't they already in the system or in the network, and where should we look for them? You may ask the question, I'm not sure how much I can give about the details, what kind of groups are attacking. What we saw last year, mostly it's APT 29 that we've identified together with our partners in other countries. It's a joint international efforts. This topic generally cannot be limited to one country. It's an always international cooperation that leads to identification and uncovering of some specific penetration or attacks. IPs are traveling, groups are located in different parts of the world. Sometimes at first look, it doesn't seem to be a state entity staying behind. Might be like a hacktivism or some individuals who wants to try their capacity to penetrate. However, every and each of these attacks are taken seriously. In the last years, we've seen around the world, in our region specifically for the last several years, attacks that heavily affected the banking system, mobile operators, hospitals in the COVID times, public services, and so on. All of this, we are now talking only about them, but they are, in our line of work, we see them as part of a larger, more complex hybrid attacks. An IT attack, a cyber attack, always aim to create something more. It's either to create chaos around in our society, or they looked to diminish our capacity to defend the country, or to shut down some of our defense system well, prior to some more classic military attack. And colleagues from the military intelligence, they know exactly how these things are planned and put in work. The paradox of today is that more digital our economy become, more digital our life become, more things we have in our house, in our offices that are linked with IT, with internet, starting with vacuum cleaner, I don't know, making your coffee, ordering food directly from your fridge. All of this actually make our life more vulnerable. So the paradox of economic development, you want to digitalize and you put a lot of effort and investment into digitalization. However, you also increase your vulnerabilities. More entry points, more vulnerabilities, different companies that produce things, different companies that develop softwares. Not always they are integrated, and so on and so on. So what we need to take care and to look very close is that the thing we are using and the digitalization of our economy comes also with the what we call security by design. So security is implemented from the first point of the idea of developing or introducing or implementing some digital solution in our lives. Also, we need to invest in security. I know it's expensive. Everyone, and I'm telling that for the last 2 years I'm in this job, security costs money, but this provide, while you have security, you can develop more and also give you an amplificator for your economic numbers. We need to educate people. You can invest, you can have the best technology in the world, being that software or hardware, but at the end of the day, there is someone, a person staying behind the computer or in front of the computer, whatever you like to see it, and do a click on a possible infected file. Not understanding, even though there are signs that this is a phishing attack or so on, the person do not know that, do not understand, click it, and from that point it might trigger some more complex penetration. We need to take it serious. I know sometimes the institution I'm leading might look like the devils who wants to stop the digitalization of the economy. It's not like that. We are always trying to look at the more pessimistic things, trying to understand how our enemy will try to use the vulnerabilities that might be in the systems and affect our country and our security. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. I think you made the important point is that security costs, but insecurity costs even more. And we've discovered it in 2022 in different domains, not only in cyber domain. And the second important point is this specification of different type of cyber operations. And what we have seen in Moldova as well is that there are cyber espionage and reconnaissance, but these usually prepare the next stage of attack. Either it's hack and leak, when you obtain information, you leak it in order to disinform public, but also it's often a preparation for attack on critical infrastructure, which has a kinetic effects. We will go and we'll have a continuation. I will go to head of our abbreviation. We usually use STISC because the name of the institution is too long. We'll go to Alexander Koretsky, and I would like to ask you in which way your agency is contributing to the resilience of critical infrastructure entities in Moldova, and what kind of initiatives are ongoing in this field. And I've mentioned that you are busy preparing us for several months of turbulence. Maybe whatever you can say publicly, how do you think about in terms of ensuring security of our critical infrastructure in the coming month?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And I also am very glad that finally, with creation of those two institutions, now I feel that we have all landscape regarding cyber security, cyber resilience is complete. Now we really will have the possibility to know all the threats, incidents around every network where the people are facing, so to have a deep analysis what the risks are, what we should do, what we not cover yet, and this definitely will help also STISC to understand the risks that are emerging with our governmental services. For whom you know, don't know, the STISC is responsible to operate critical digital infrastructure of our government. And the heaviest duty is also not to operate them, but also provide vital services such as PKI services, which are the cross service enablers, let's say, authentication, digital signature, and all those required services to be in place in modern digital economy. So the heavy is, the work is very heavy, let's say. Now, about critical infrastructures. Yes, of course, we adopting, we operating. We see how vectors of attacks is every day changing. So the success of having resilience in our critical infrastructures, I suppose to be started from the designing of systems, designing of networks, because in the end of the day, resilience, what is as a meaningful, to understand exactly every piece or components of network softwares and other information that you should have in place in case of something bad happen, to put it and make it available. So it is a culture of designing, developing, permanent testing and auditing as a prevention measures to understand if something is happened, is changing, and we don't have control. And on the other hand, cybersecurity is a long run and play with what type of attacks are running and pushed against you today, and what type are designing for the future attacks. It is a long run to understand and to adopt and to be flexible, to permanently review your defense possibilities. And if you are very aware for new deployment of new infrastructures and are aware of what technologies they are or should be in place, will make possibility to increase also defense abilities. So it should go hand in hand, improving cyber resilience and improving defense in cybersecurity. So is this approach I will try to use for the preparing future elections and all piece of critical infrastructures that are assigned to elections, to say to a day. All the defense capabilities that we set in place for the past elections, we saw that they are not enough regarding to future type of attacks, of type of, let's say, incidents that we suppose there are preparing to be. So we are in the exercise of analyzing each type and each piece of the critical infrastructure for the election process we have, how it should be improved so that to not have any incidents, to predict any type of possible incidents, and also increase resilience over in our infrastructure, so that any election day will go smoothly, and we will really demonstrate that we are able to really analyze, identify any risk, also envision potential risk, and deploy a real, resilient, and secure infrastructure for the election. It's just the matter of hard work and deep understanding what we should have in place until then. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director. I mean, usually when someone talks about critical infrastructure, he thinks in technical terms, yeah? Things which are providing the basic services, roads, electricity, gas, but we need to think about the democratic critical infrastructure, which ensures continuity of our societies and which ensures democratic governance. This is exactly where authoritarian powers are trying to strike us. We'll go to our last but not the least speaker, Amos. I would like to ask you about the DDoS attacks. And for Moldova, it's not a theoretical debate because we experienced DDoS attacks in the recent past. So to tell us more about DDoS attacks as a weapon of cyber war, but also what are the best practices against such type of attacks.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me here this afternoon. I'm excited to be here. I don't know about my slides. Are they going to support me here? Okay, thanks. So maybe we can skip 2 slides, I think, just to define. I want to focus a bit more. That's my dog, by the way. She's doing some DDoS attacks on my bedroom from time to time. But next slide, please. So the points I would like to cover is first, let's define a DDoS attacks and give some example you just gave about recent DDoS attacks that you experienced in Moldova. So there are some good examples out there for us as well in Israel. And we can also discuss some trends in DDoS attacks. So it's an ever-evolving landscape, and threat actors are evolving as our defenses are evolving, like any other field in cybersecurity. And then you asked to focus on some defense strategies, so I think we can cover some good examples and some bad examples. And last but not least, deploying defenses is just the first step. If you don't rehearse, test your defenses, fail sometimes, okay, I learned mostly from failing. Succeeding is the nice part, but the learning is done from failing. So it's all about being prepared. If we can move to the next slide, please. So a DDoS attack in the context of network and ICT, and is first a distributed attack. It comes from many sources, and that's an important point to remember for policymakers because it requires a lot of coordination. It cannot be handled by a single entity. Sometimes they will attack a resource in a data center by overwhelming the infrastructure above it, like the national telecom network. So they won't even touch the resource itself. They just prevent you from accessing it through the network. So it's basically about flooding the resources with fake traffic from all over the place and preventing legitimate use of the resource. So we can attack many vectors, like the simplest example is just fill the pipes, okay? If you have certain bandwidth outgoing from the country and I send more than that, then there's no room for legitimate traffic. And you have to start thinking whether you have the ability to filter good traffic from bad traffic and send in just the clean traffic. And it's not that easy to do that at very high scale. Next slide, please. So I want to give an example, a recent and unfortunate example from our personal experience in Israel. So everybody is aware of the Israeli-Hamas war that's happening right now, and it started in October 7 massacre. So the massacre started by a very massive rocket attack on Israel coming from Gaza. And since we're experienced with these rocket attacks, we have a very robust civilian alerting system that is based on loudspeakers in the streets, but also on applications and push notifications. And the application and push notifications are much more popular. The loudspeakers, you know, you don't hear them everywhere. So during the first minutes of the attack, where we needed to go into the shelters, this system was attacked. They tried to attack it with pretty significant DDoS attacks, from 100,000 requests per second up to 1 million requests per second. It's a quite significant effort to handle that attack. I was personally involved in mitigating this attack. We had and this is a game of few minutes, right? If you don't send the alerts when we need them, it doesn't help if you recover 5 minutes later. The rockets are there already. So in this case, we had to be prepared in advance and have some multi-layer filtering systems protecting that system. And public relations and public perception is a key aspect in modern conflict. So newspaper and media sites have been targeted ever since, on both sides, by the way. And of course, critical infrastructure, we're talking banking, insurance companies, were and are still being attacked on a daily basis. Most attacks are automatically mitigated by defenses that are put in place. And it's been a long journey to put them in place. Our National Cyber Institute has been working hard with, for example, the telecom industry for more than a decade to put in place. It's always a question who finances this defense because they cost quite a while. Do you ask the private sector to finance them, like the private ISPs and telecom operators? What role does the government has in putting these defenses in place? Next slide, please. So I think, oh, thank you, that's much better. Yeah. So just a few words about weaponizing DDoS, because DDoS is the carpet bombing of cyber warfare, okay? It's a very exposed, it's not like a data breach where you try to stay covered or reconnaissance where you learn about the organization. It's a very loud kind of attack. So it happens in many cases where the conflict is out in the open already, okay? Like the day the conflict starts and so on. You don't want to hide the DDoS attack. You want to make a biggest headline as you can. And sometimes it's targeted at very physical and very instrumental parts of the critical, national critical infrastructure, like power grids, water systems, healthcare systems. During COVID, that was a big trend. And you should also consider that COVID required all of us to react really fast. So there was a lot of dependency on improvised infrastructure, of internet-based infrastructure. There wasn't a lot of isolated networks, so the attack vector increased significantly. There is also some evidence of DDoS attacks being used as diversion attacks for more sophisticated APT kind of, so you want all the SOC people and you want all the responders to be busy with the DDoS attack while you're using some out-of-band channel to infiltrate into a critical, national critical infrastructure. And all of my fellow panelists said that the more digital our economy becomes, the attack surface increases. Something to note from recent conflicts, you know, we tend to think about DDoS as a cyber dimension attack, but it can be the other way. A physical DDoS can take down your cyber dimension. Like, think about some bombs or some taking out your cable landing systems, okay? How much of your internet capacity, of your national internet capacity, depends on a single route? Do you have alternative satellite communications? We've seen that in Ukraine being very successful at recovering and utilizing satellite-based capacity, but that can be jammed. Okay, I recently drove in Israel and my GPS showed me I'm in Beirut. Okay, people are spoofing GPS signals, and electronic warfare is out there. So DDoS at layer 0, take care of your diversity, take care of your critical infrastructure, make sure that you have alternate channels and measure how long it takes you to switch from one channel to another. So a bit of what we've seen in 2023. So DDoS are usually divided into application layer DDoS and volumetric DDoS, and there's a range between them. So many of the services we consume today are based on the wide web. HTTP is the protocol there, and flooding of HTTP requests in hyper volume, mainly from compromised cloud-based resources. So we have this, okay, finish. So about defenses, national coordination in terms of DDoS is really, really critical. The government or the regulator has a key role in building a policy and sometimes enforcing it, because Private telecoms, they will not always invest the required resources in building the resiliency that we expect them to have when we need it. And you always have to balance between using cloud where it makes sense. Okay, cloud has a lot of capacity and DDoS is a size game, but also on isolating yourself and being paranoid and thinking whether I can cut myself off the internet to protect the nation. It's not an easy task when you have to look at the details. You see that the internet you'll stay with is crippled. We're very, very interconnected, but it can be achieved to some extent. Being prepared, you can't protect what you cannot see. So there are systems today in place, a category of systems and services called external attack surface management. So just be aware, how do you look when I'm trying to do a recon on your infrastructure? Do a recon on your own infrastructure to begin with and see how your attack surface maps. Network layer defense in country is mostly reliant on telecom infrastructure, work with the telecom operators, and also don't be a source of DDoS attacks. Okay, so take care of network hygiene. There are some important international efforts on that front. Manners is an ISOC initiative where the telecom operators commit themselves to a certain standards of filtering and routing security and other initiatives, and encourage your operators to take part in such initiatives. That's it. I hope I shedded some light on that angle. Thank you very much.
Amos, this was super interesting, and I really liked this, how DDoS attacks are deception for a parallel penetration, which prepares a much severe cyber attack. And thank you for sharing insights about what happened last year. It's a fresh example, and probably it's very useful for our authorities as well to learn from Israeli experience. I know that I promised that we will have Q&A. But when I look at threatening look from Dumitru, I know that I have to put the end to this fantastic panel. Basically, what I would like to say is that we enjoyed the presentations from our speakers. They're really insightful, really useful. I think you've been witness to a rare panel in Moldova, and you have 3 heads of intelligence, cyber, military, and civilian intelligence at the same panel. I have to remove my hat as a think tanker to put back the one of National Security Advisor. Would like to thank you for being with us and enjoy the rest of the event. Goodbye.
Stanislav, thank you so much. Thank you all. It was a really, really interesting speech. Merci. Thank you. Thank you, James. Merci. Stanislav, if you think my look is threatening, you should see Catalina's look, because I am scared of her. But no, jokes aside, we're ready to move on. Now, our next keynote speech, posture management for SIEM, SOC using AI. And online, we will be joined by Michael Mumkoglu, CEO and co-founder at Cardinal Ops, strategic partner at Cybershield.io. It will be on Zoom, and I think we are ready. Otherwise, it would be an awkward moment.
Can you hear me?
Good.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting us to present today at the Moldova Cybersecurity Forum. I'm Michael, co-founder and CEO at Cardinal Ops. And today, we will talk about next-generation security operation centers and how they leverage AI-assisted detection posture management. First, our mission. Our mission is to strengthen the cybersecurity resilience of enterprises and governments around the world by facilitating the implementation of advanced AI-based technologies, improving threat detection, and streamlining operations. And our goal is essentially to assist organizations in safeguarding against the latest emerging cyber threats while sustaining the human capital and fostering job creation in the age of AI technologies. Let me spend a minute to talk about the synergy between AI and human expertise. And I've many times heard that sometimes people think that AI will completely replace human expertise or make it obsolete. But actually what we believe is that the combination of human expertise and AI is the right approach, and where we are strengthening the human expertise and providing a force multiplier leveraging AI advances. In order to do that, we are elevating Moldova's cybersecurity expertise through a partnership with CyberCore Institute, training students with practical experience in the latest cybersecurity and technological advancements in order to eventually attain the optimal cybersecurity outcomes by integrating AI and human skills. Okay, let's dive into the details. So asking ourselves questions like, what's the strategy for AI integration within the SOC? What role does how can diverse cyber vendors communicate in a universal language in order to share information? And what role does the US government play in this context? The key to addressing all of these questions lies in the MITRE ATT&CK framework, and I'll explain that in just a minute. Essentially, MITRE ATT&CK was introduced by MITRE Corporation, a non-profit organization affiliated with the US government, generating revenues totaling $2.2 billion per year. They created MITRE ATT&CK, which serves as a common language, encouraging the sharing of information and collaboration among different organizations and vendors around the world. Now, it's very important to note that this information sharing is critically important to enable the collection of extensive data sets that are required for advanced AI models. Without the data, you cannot train the models and achieve the desired outcomes. Okay. This is a view of MITRE ATT&CK. To those who've never seen it, it is essentially a catalog of documented techniques, methods used by attackers to compromise computer systems. It's basically documented all the different ways we've observed attackers performing different operations, such as infiltrating into computer systems, exploiting them, and exfiltrating data. The power of this framework is that it provides a standardized vocabulary that allows both internal teams to communicate between them, companies to collaborate, for example, companies in the financial services, sharing information in order to better protect as an industry, and across vendors to increase collaboration in the cyber defense industry. It is also a very useful method or tool in order to communicate with executive leadership to provide insights into our defensive posture and our readiness to detect these various attacks. The way it works, if you look here at the top right, this is a small snippet of the MITRE ATT&CK. Every column represents a different goal or objective the attacker is trying to achieve. For example, initial access, right? Their goal is to infiltrate the computer system to gain that initial foothold. Every row in that matrix represents different methods of attaining and obtaining and executing that objective and achieving the goal. Right? So in this case, for example, exploiting a public-facing application is a method of initial access into computer systems. And by now, there are over 200 such documented techniques, so it is definitely a huge effort of the community to build this catalog of techniques. Our goal and the way we believe everyone should approach this is to take a very proactive and threat-informed defense. In essence, learning based on threat intelligence, what are the risks to our organization, and being proactively prepared to create the proper defenses to detect and prevent those attacks. And it is also very important to do that while prioritizing and making sure we understand what is the most relevant threats to each organization. For example, based on the industry that organization is part of and the adversaries targeting that industry, could be by geography, as examples like Ukraine being targeted by specific adversaries, crown jewel assets, business critical applications, all of these influence the prioritization of which types of attacks we should be prepared for first. Based on our research, enterprise SIEMs are only able to detect 24% of the MITRE attack techniques, which means that a vast majority, 76% of those adversary techniques, are not detected and will pose a significant risk to those organizations. Furthermore, based on research by Gartner, we expect that over the next 5 years, more than 60% of security incidents will be traced back to misconfigured security controls, which highlights the critical importance of not only having security controls, but making sure that they are properly configured to effectively detect the wide range of attacks that we're facing. In order to achieve that, next generation AI-assisted SOCs need to leverage these AI technologies to turn from a practice that is primarily reactive, responding to alerts, to a proactive and adaptive approach. Again, proactive in the sense of constantly being informed about the latest threats from threat intelligence and creating the proper defenses to protect the organization, and being adaptive to the constant change that we live in today, right? And that actually happens in multiple different layers. Attackers are constantly evolving and are finding new ways to attack the organization. So we need to constantly adapt to that change, to new and the latest threats out there. But that's not the only area of change. Also, even the security tools that we are using to defend the organization are changing. They are getting upgraded. They are being replaced typically every 3 to 5 years. So the tools at our disposal to protect the organization are also constantly changing. And finally, and most importantly, the assets that we're trying to protect are also constantly changing since the business has new needs, the business is moving forward, and to support those business needs, we are evolving the different IT technologies that we're leveraging in order to sustain the business. So adoption of cloud, remote work, new business critical applications, etc. So therefore, since we have all these components changing, we need to constantly realign our defenses to provide the proper level of defense. And as I mentioned, moving from a position of primarily depending on people to a situation where we are combining the forces of AI and people in this AI-assisted approach to act as a force multiplier and allow us to cope with the ever-growing complexity. And finally, being able to address the overwhelming amounts of data hitting our security operations centers, like threat reports, adversaries, attack surface, alerts, assets, etc., and creating a systematic process of identifying the next gap in our readiness to detect a certain type of attack and mitigating that gap in order to reduce the risk to the organization. So constantly reinforcing our defenses based on this proactive identification of gaps and their remediation. And this is what is called detection posture management, the ability to constantly reinforce our detection capabilities to detect a wider and wider range of attacks. In order to do that, the detection posture management SaaS platform integrates into the existing security tools. It's basically connecting to the existing detection stack, the security tools of the SOC, in order to first analyze what are they currently able to detect, mapping their capabilities to the standard MITRE attack framework, where we will have a heat map of areas where we have proper defenses, we are well protected, versus areas where we're lacking defenses and we have risk to the organization. Once we identify the gaps, we can now derive context-aware remediations of how can we close those gaps and increase our readiness to detect those attacks. And finally, these findings are presented to the cyber expert, where again, talking about that combination of AI and expertise and human expertise. Now the human here will review the findings, make sure that they make sense, they are prioritized, they comply with company policies, etc. And once approved, the platform can then proceed to implement the remediations in production to actually remediate the gap and increase our detection posture. This approach drives continuous improvement in the detection coverage, in essence allowing us to increase both the effectiveness and efficiency of our existing security tools and existing personnel by augmenting and assisting that personnel to become more and more effective, being able to detect more and more threats. What you're seeing here on the graph are the percentage of MITRE attack techniques that are effectively being detected, and there, of course, conversely, reducing the risk to the organization. In order to make this a reality, we've created a collaboration among 3 major market players, resulting in a streamlined solution for next-generation security operations centers. The seamless implementation and deployment is backed by battle-tested experience, which delivers operational efficiency right from day one, supported, of course, by 24/7 expert SOC analysts. This delivers unmatched MITRE attack coverage grounded in detection posture management, as we've discussed, feeding from threat intelligence. And finally, the solution is GDPR compliant, cloud native, and super scalable, addressing both current and future needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for this very insightful speech. Now we will move on directly to the next panel, and we'll finally speak about probably the fundamental value, fundamental move in this field, and that's education. So combating cyber threats, it's an essential skill for individuals, organizations, and nations alike. But where does this journey begin? Of course, with education, as I said. Moderating this insightful conversation is our friend Dinu Turcanu. Please join us on the stage. Deputy Rector of the Technical University of Moldova, champion of STEM education and technological advancement. Thank you, Dinu, for joining. And I would like to invite our distinguished panelists. So, Cezara Panait from Google, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Google Romania and Moldova. Please join us. Gabriela Ojog, Executive Director of the Foundation for Advancement of Moldova, FAM. Please. And don't be shy, come on. I know it's, it's the end of the day, but it's still, we have quite a lot to still absorb. So, Răzvan Ruginiș, Vice Dean, Faculty of Automation and Computers, Polytechnica, University of Bucharest, and Todd Spires, Director, Cyber and Digital Resilience Programs, CRDF Global. Please welcome them.
Thank you, Dumitru. I'm honored to moderate an important panel of the Moldova Cybersecurity Forum. Where does cybersecurity begin? Because educational is a key element for a healthy cyber nation, and the new Institute CyberCore will have the role of training and education professional in the field of cybersecurity. I'm pleased to announce that the discussion panel will be quite interesting because we have invited professionals, we have implemented technology and education content, also in cybersecurity, also in education program. And we will begin with Cezara Panait, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, Google Romania and Moldova. And Cezara have the floor.
The floor is mine, yes. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I hope you're holding well for the last panel of this impressive cybersecurity forum that is hosted in Moldova. I want to see some excitement from your side as well, because we are discussing an important topic today, which is cyber education. And I think I know why the organizers positioned this panel towards the end, because we want to leave you with a parting thought, all of you, that cyber education is something that depends on each and every one of us. That's something that we all contribute to and that we are responsible of every day through our actions, through our involvement, and to every footprint that we leave on the internet. So I would like to also say huge congratulations to the organizers for putting together this forum, these events, all impressive discussions that are so much needed in the region and especially for Moldova, that is providing a tremendous efforts to work on cybersecurity challenges and to provide solutions for that. So I'd like to thank once again to Catalina, Mihai, Dumitru, and all the teams for being here, and to the speakers for contributing to such important discussions. So some thoughts from the perspective that I'm representing at Google, and largely from why cybersecurity is important, why education on this area is even more important. I would say that for us is a fundamental issue to be tackled, and at Google we pay a huge respect and attention to the cybersecurity environment. And we understand that we are also managing people's data, passwords, details, financial assets, and thus we are trying every day to keep people secure online. And this is a challenge and a matter that we are taking with serious responsibility. Besides that, we are working on different programs that are able to educate more people, to bring resources, knowledge, understanding, skills in the end, because everyone needs to understand what are the challenges that they might face online, what are the threats. And altogether, governments need to be working with private sector, with citizens, to understand and promote a collaborative approach on how we want to respond to this emerging topic in the end. That's why I think partnerships are very important, and I'm happy to see more of us discussing from various perspectives on how to work on this field. I would like to share a few ideas that we have. And at Google, for us, it's important also to test our internal in our internal systems, solutions, and something that we do oftentimes, and you've heard that today, is about red teaming and about testing your own system's vulnerabilities to understand how to better protect others and how to not let others exploit such breaches if they are. For that, I also wanted to present you, or maybe share, if you haven't heard, we published last year one documentary series. It's called Hacking Google. And we deliberately promoted insights and behind-the-scenes efforts of our specialists who were working on providing cybersecurity solutions, but at the same time, how Google was in different attempts of being hacked by state or non-state actors. And I can tell you what I've seen in that documentary series was was interesting. Some novelty as well, because we don't know how often we are exposed to phishing, to emails that we receive, and how easily we can even be fooled. Even those who are digital literate and have experience and knowledge can be easily taking some online challenges, and they don't want to. They won't understand this is a scam. So I think awareness is very important. And if you want to see the documentary series, is available online, and I think you'd find some interesting things about how governments alike and private sector are trying to work on solutions, but also how to work on being preventive and testing yourself and your systems before going to present other solutions. Now referring to the local community, I deeply want to congratulate Moldova for the effort that they're doing on advancing priorities on promoting regional security. on fighting disinformation and strengthening cybersecurity. I think we can already see results of these achievements in the past recent times, and I would like to reaffirm our commitment on enhancing digital transition on three main pillars. One is cybersecurity, and one of the main areas of collaboration through the Cyber Academy that is just being launched, and we'll deep dive into that very soon. More than that, we are also trying to tackle disinformation and to promote a safer space on the internet and online security, but also advancing digital literacy, which is cornerstone for education. So this is why we are very happy to be able to contribute to the launch of the Cyber Academy in Moldova with support from the USAID, UKAID, Sweden, and the local partners that will be implementing the academy and the project, and hence I'm thankful to all of you for making it happen. What we are mainly interested and we want to promote is making available Google Career certificates for Moldovan learners, and especially for those who are in remote areas or for those who have limited access to those opportunities compared to others. So understand there is a huge gap in those who have advanced digital skills and capabilities and those who don't even have maybe access to the internet or don't have basic knowledge of how digital tools work. So we are also focusing on reducing this gap right now and focusing on those who need this expertise the most. And I would like to thank also to the partners that will be implementing this project here locally. What else we are going to do is that we are working on combating misinformation and disinformation online. And we know this is a real challenge, not only in Moldova, but also in Romania and in other regions. And we know that it will be, you know, a year of elections for everyone, probably in the region, and we want to contribute to this safer space through product features, through having a trustworthy system and promoting authoritative sources of information online, but also supporting fact checkers in Moldova. There are already organizations that are enrolled in our program of fact checkers that can transmit to us through a direct channel, and they can say if some piece of information needs to be taken down from the internet. I think this is one way we are trying to promote a secure online space, and I'm encouraging even more organizations, if this is in their scope of action, to continue work with us on that, because it's very important. And maybe also something important of mentioning is that we are promoting efforts to train journalists on digital tools and resources that are available for them to work and promote although investigations or other sources that are important for the broader audience and for the general public. And maybe lastly, on education, I wanted to share more details about one partnership that we've also supported through another Google.org grant. We are working with partners from AdFaber, and they are delivering digital education in Moldova. This is the first year they are actually implementing the program, so I'm happy to see that is evolving and developing. And they will be training pupils and teachers to boost their digital education understanding, and they will also be partnering with the Ministry of Education, who I understand is very involved in these efforts, also implementing the program Be Internet Awesome in hopefully in the school curriculum, so that kids will be able to learn this module that is already designed to be taught in schools, and they will be able to understand basic knowledge at school directly. And also understand there is an ongoing and recent partnership with lastrada.md that will be able to scale up this project and implement even this project on digital literacy to more partners in Moldova. So I really hope that we can boost these three pillars: cybersecurity, fighting disinformation, and digital education through the help of our partners. And I just wanted to reassure you all of our commitment and support on working these pillars, and to congratulate the partners that we have here, the universities, the academic and the non-governmental environment, and of course the ministers and ministries that are supporting these initiatives, because it's a common effort that we all want to promote, and I think we are seeing incipient results of the partnership that we are having together. So I want to reassure you of our goals and common objectives of reaching this. Thank you very much for your opportunity and for the partnership.
Thank you, Cezara, for useful information, which I'm confident we will soon implement in the Republic of Moldova as well. Thank you. Additionally, an important role for CyberCore is played by the Google grant implemented by the Foundation for Development in the Republic of Moldova. But more information will be provided by Gabriela Ojog, Executive Director of this institution.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Just first of all, let me congratulate everyone for such a wonderful event. It is a very important event given the fact that this topic is a priority topic for our country given the threats that we are facing. I am representing Foundation for Advancement of Moldova, a civil society organization working in education. And I would like to highlight today and share a little bit of, about a recently launched initiative, well, actually in October 2023, that will be lasting until the end of 2025. This new initiative represents the support that Google.org is providing for the cybersecurity institute, national institute called CyberCore. The objective of the initiative supported by Google is to enhance the cybersecurity education programs at the level of bachelor, at the level of master degrees, and also for the micro-credential programs. This will allow preparing the next generation cyber leaders as well as strengthen the capacity and skills of the national public as well as the community organizations to face various cyber threats that we are currently facing. The project will support the following major objectives. So first of all, updates will be provided to the national curricula for the bachelor, master, and micromaster security programs at Moldova Technical University as well as the Moldova Technical University College. Later on, at least 1,000 students will be capacitated. They will take the modules on cybersecurity. Later on, the students will prepare for certifications, which will be provided by the project. The project also envisages the development of professional curricular tracks for industry professionals. And following that, at least 500 professionals in cybersecurity from public and private sector will be trained on the industry-based curricula. The project will also organize awareness building and knowledge building events at CyberCore, and will also support CyberCore to enhance learning and practical labs by engaging practitioners and international trainers, such as inviting guest speakers and organizing various events for students. Until now, we have managed, even if the project has been launched relatively recently, we have managed to analyze and provide updates to the curriculum, both for the bachelor and master levels. So far, basically, modules on cybersecurity have been introduced into the curriculum for information security programs. 68 public servants have been trained on the latest innovative technologies in the area of information security. These trainings have been complemented by a series of practical exercises. These trainings, these capacity buildings took place in collaboration with some project partners, especially with partners from Cisco system. A next round of trainings will take place in mid-February, and this is not the last round of trainings. More are to follow in the upcoming months. On the other level, besides working with the public officials, the project is focusing on working with the private sector. Thus, by now, 30 IT company representatives have been trained in partnership with our long-term partner Palo Alto Networks on cybersecurity. This training also comprised both theoretical part and hands-on labs, comprising practical exercises. The same is to mention that this is just the beginning of these trainings for the private sector. Building on this momentum and trying to cover as much of industry professionals as possible, as well as the public sector, the project has been training also teaching staff. Recently, a training of a group of 30 teaching staff has taken place in the southern region of Moldova in partnership with Cisco and Palo Alto Networks. This initiative is also the first round of similar activities that are going to take place in the upcoming months. The way forward, what we envisage in this project is to create synergies, because today we have been mentioning about collaboration, about partnerships, about working together, and this will remain the red line of the project. We would be looking for creating new synergies with industry partners, with education institutions, because until now we are working with the Moldova Technical University and its college, but we would be looking into creating more synergies with other institutions also in order to strengthen the cybersecurity skills of their staff, of their students. We would be looking into creating new synergies with other donors, and we are open for any initiatives that may complement what our program is doing. Of course, we will be supporting and we will be collaborating with the governmental institutions, such as the newly created cybersecurity agency, and we will be providing the needed support for their actions. Of course, we will be looking into our main objective, which is support and strengthen CyberCore to become a reliable partner in implementing priority actions in the cybersecurity area. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. And you? Okay, no problem, no problem. Okay.
I moved up in the lineup.
We discussed with Todd, the Director of Cyber and Digital Resilience Program on CRDF Global. I offer the floor to speak about CRDF educational program, but I mentioned that Technical University of Moldova collaborate with CRDF through the Faculty of Computers, Informatics and Microelectronics. Between the partnership, students and professors of our university have attended online courses on basic rules of information security, developed in partnership with Ukraine expert, maybe. Yeah.
And thank you for your thank you for your partnership on that program. One of the benefits of being the last panel of the day is that you get to observe and draw some consistent threads out of each of the panels. And I think a couple of things that have struck me that should resonate with the panel on education is the emphasis on people and process and not on technology. the only way that we build digital resilience in communities is through the enhancement of people and process first. Frankly, in our experience, the technology is the easy part. It's getting the people prepared and the processes to support the people that enable the technology to do what it can. Because you can have all the technology you want, but without the other two components, all you've got is a bunch of expensive brown boxes and software that can't be sustained. The other thing is that it's important to note that on this panel alone, you have two nonprofits, you have academia, and you have industry. There's always been talk about public-private partnerships. That has really evolved over the past couple of years to a triple helix of academia, research, and the private sector to and the government. I'm sorry, public, private, and academia to work together, because as you can tell, all three of those components have a role to play in cybersecurity education, cybersecurity professional development. At CRDF Global, as an independent nonprofit, when we think about cybersecurity education and capacity building, we really think about it as a spectrum. And one of the things that we've heard a couple of times today is that the people are the largest, the greatest threat to cybersecurity in an institution. When you look at the users on any given network, 98% of them are not cybersecurity professionals. It is Alina in accounting, and it is Olga in HR. That is where the primary threat vector is. Over 70% of attacks come through phishing and social engineering, as we heard earlier. So basic fundamental cyber hygiene and institutionalizing that, normalizing that, investing the time and money in that is the single most impactful thing that any organization can do to increase your cyber resilience, period. The next component we think about are the actual IT and cybersecurity teams, the people who are responsible for detecting, deterring, defending our networks. They need to have the appropriate kind of training. They need to understand how to operate as a team, how to communicate with their leadership. They do not operate in a stovepipe. They do not operate in a silo. They are a part of a protection ecosystem that includes the non-technical user, the leadership, and their colleagues in other organizations, as we hear all the time. Cyber attacks know no institutional, geographic, political, religious, ethnic bounds. In a connected world where you are always subject to the sins of your neighbor who hasn't protected their network. And then finally, there's a harder group of people, and this is something that Dan Sempian spoke to on the earlier panel, and that is, they just hired 80 people for the cybersecurity agency in Romania, and he mentioned that many of them were lawyers who have no cybersecurity training. As our economies, as our institutions become more digital and more connected, different business operations within institutions need to have some cybersecurity awareness and familiarity. And you think about procurement and supply chains, understanding what types of cybersecurity protections need to be written into tenders for equipment. HR departments ensuring that their position descriptions, as you work towards EU accession, align with the appropriate European frameworks for cybersecurity education and employment guidelines. So in every single business function within an institution, there is some element of cybersecurity that is not necessarily hands-on keyboard, but it influences the work that those functions have to do in order to ensure that their institutions are cyber secure. So it's not just as easy as taking a cybersecurity training. It's not just as easy as making sure that your IT team has a tabletop exercise once a month, and it's not as simple as ensuring that, another thing Dan Sempian mentioned was the budgeting, and ensuring that leadership understands that cybersecurity is not a one-time investment. All of that type of familiarization, sensitization, particularly for leaders, both at senior levels of institutions and political leaders, everyone has to get on board with that, or you're going to continue to fight an uphill battle in enhancing the people, the processes, and eventually procuring the technologies that enable all of that. So thank you very much for your time, and again, congratulations to the Moldovan government for the launch of your cybersecurity agency. We look forward to working with our partners here and throughout the other panels to do what we can to support as that capability continues to mature. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. The academic sector cannot advance without collaboration and partnership. In this subject, I want to mention the support of Romania, especially the Polytechnic University of Bucharest, which is always with us in various educational and research projects. And today we have as guest Răzvan Ruginiș. This is my best cyber friend, Vice Dean of Faculty of Automation and Computers. He'll share the best practice, maybe the best practice of the faculty experience in the cybersecurity programs, maybe collaboration with the academic and private sector, maybe implementation of authorization courses in curriculum, such as Cisco, etc. Răzvan, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations for the very great community you managed to bring together. The reason I asked to go last is the change in audience. I've seen a number of young people coming during the last panel, and I will talk about the institutional build we've done at the end of my intervention. But first, I would ask you to let me address the students, because now we have the most students we had through the day. And since I'm trying to get to the students, I will also ask you to allow me to speak in Romanian. Like Nelson Mandela said, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his heart. If you talk to him in the language he speaks, it goes to his heart. And for me, cybersecurity is about passion. So I'll switch it for a few minutes, please, while addressing to the students. I assume if you don't understand me, you already know much more about cybersecurity than what I'm about to say. Bună ziua și mă bucur tare să fiu în Chișinău. Sunt profesor în inginerie și adesea mă confrunt cu tineri care vin spre mine și mă întreabă, am auzit atâta despre securitate, de unde încep? Problema cu securitatea cibernetică este că nu se află între coperțile niciunei singure cărți. Dacă vreți să învățați alte subiecte, programare, în orice limbaj, există una, două cărți de căpătâi. Securitatea nu reușește să fie cuprinsă, există securitatea infrastructurii, există securitatea aplicațiilor, există atâtea și atâtea aspecte. Și primul lucru pe care îmi doresc este ca acești tineri să nu fie intimidați de complexitatea unei arii extraordinar de pline de viață, dar care, pentru cineva foarte la început de drum, poate să pară intimidantă. Și ce le răspund studenților, și o să-mi permiteți să rup un ton foarte serios, pentru că, gândiți-vă, mă adresez unor oameni de 19 ani, știu că aici suntem oameni cu expertiză și adesea în conferințe de securitate nimeni nu zâmbește, o să-mi permiteți un ton pentru oamenii de 19 ani, și ce le spun este, imaginați-vă că sunteți la munte cu un grup de prieteni și pe potecă în față, dintr-o dată, vă întâlniți cu un urs. Orice analiză rațională a situației vă spune că un om, oricât de bine antrenat în cea mai bună capacitate fizică, nu poate fugi mai repede decât un urs. Și analitic, în acel moment puteți să panicați. Dar securitatea este altfel, pentru că cel mai important lucru pe care trebuie să-l faceți în momentul când sunteți în fața unui urs este să vă uitați nu la urs, care este în mod evident mai atletic decât oricare dintre noi de aici, ci să vă uitați la colegii voștri din grup și să vă gândiți care este persoana cea mai lentă din acest grup. Și în fiecare moment să vă asigurați că alergați mai repede decât acea persoană. Dacă reușiți, nu contează ursul. Și securitatea nu este despre o finalitate, despre o performanță, ci este despre societatea în care trăim și în oricare dintre momente să vă asigurați că nu sunteți ultimul. Pentru 19 ani, 20 de ani, aceasta înseamnă să vă protejați pozele, să nu fie un atac de ransomware, poate codul, poate temele. Dar speranța mea este că veți reuși să creșteți în valoarea pe care voi o aduceți în organizații mult mai competitive, în care colegii voștri, da, nu o să mai fie, competiția nu o să mai fie doar, haide să folosim two-factor authentication, da? Fără îndoială, pentru cei de 20 de ani, two-factor authentication nu este în niciun fel o dificultate, care poate fi pentru cineva de 40-50 de ani o frustrare, dar veți crește în valoare. Și, dintr-o dată, contextul, colegii pe care îi aveți, vor fi mult mai bine pregătiți. Dacă nu aveți o deschidere, indiferent ce veți face în viață, pentru a vă perfecționa continuu și, foarte important, să vă uitați la colegii din jurul vostru și să vă puneți întrebarea: sunt eu cumva cea mai lentă persoană din acest grup? Dacă apare acum ursul, pe mine mă mănâncă? Asta este întrebarea care pe mine, de 25 de ani, m-a ținut conectat la un domeniu foarte plin de viață. Securitatea poate să fie intimidantă pentru că, da, tehnologiile despre care vorbim astăzi s-ar putea ca în 5 ani de zile să se schimbe. Dar asta este și o oportunitate ca voi să aduceți o valoare mult mai mare decât în domenii în care lucrurile stagnează, oportunitățile de a te afirma sunt mult, mult mai scăzute. Switching back to English and talking about our experience in Polytechnic University, very well Dinu has said, we started in 1999 with our next speaker, which will talk about Cisco Networking Academy and about connectivity, basic connectivity. We built a community, and at one point also it comes the idea, can we reach not only students but also high school students? And we started with support from Cisco in 2007 with a competition for high school students. It is called ACADNet, and we are struggling to have as many people joining us. Last year we had a tremendous presence from Chișinău with direct implication from Dinu. We do hope to get to the high school students as soon as possible with things that can be a source of inspiration for them. Then we started also building on top of the bachelor program. 2009, we started our first applied security with vendors like Cisco, like Fortinet, trying to bring hands-on experience, certification, industry certification levels to our students. Things moved along, and we managed to expand our high school competition, including software engineering challenges with different bags. We also started a summer school, which is available, all the content is open. It is called Security Summer School, and we've done it for the last 11 years. You can use, we started with binary analysis, how a virus is made. Because people think that if you are talking about viruses, you are a hacker. No, a good engineer should have the mindset of an attacker as well as a defender. We moved on, we are having a curricula for web application, security. We have on a very specific curricula for high school students nowadays. It is called Security Essentials. My boy who was in high school actually attended while in his 9th grade, first year of high school, this summer school for Security Essential. It is both a lot of content, but also hackathon. He came to a hackathon. This Security Essential is open to everyone. And it was very funny because he teamed up with a student from 2nd year of master. And it was an experience he's still 2 years later talking about to everyone. In his high school, it was very important for him to look at engineering as something that has a huge potential for him as a young person looking for a career. We came back and also had our 2nd master program, which is on research topics, because of course you know a good university would address skills, but also research topics. And now we have one of the biggest competition on the 2 security master Polytechnica offers to students. We have students coming not just from our graduates, but from the military institutions, and we have a great community. Our greatest joy is having resources we can share. Most of our resources, starting from books, they are free of use, open license. Most of them are in Romanian. This is the reason I insisted to talk in my opening part in Romanian. If it is easier for you to use them on a number of topics, from very well structured manuals, you can use it in your class, to resources in English. We've just finished a collaboration, a European collaboration with a security curricula, which is free of use. You don't need to say anything, but of course, if it is something valuable for you, please try to contact us, because we can improve. There might be some mistakes, because technology is changing so fast. Some things may not be relevant today, as opposed to 2 years ago when we had a specific lab activity. I'm an engineer, and I do hope to meet engineers willing to take up this very challenging task of building your career on this domain that will change and will offer you best memories and opportunities in your career. Thank you, Dino.
Thank you very much. One more question, Razvan, for you. Why research in cybersecurity is important, and how we could collaborate in this subject between our university?
Great question. Research is a basis for 2 different directions. This month we'll have one of the biggest exits in the startup ecosystem in Romania, which is a security, deep technology startup on security. Startup is not just about having a small application that can be easily reproduced. You need to have challenges, and during the last years we have 3 exits in order of tens of millions of dollars total valuation, but also we had a number of contributions that attracted not only European grants on cybersecurity, but a number of collaborators around the world. Through the security team, we managed to build a great relation with National University of Singapore, and we have now, for example, this very moment, a number of 5 master students working in security teams in Singapore and trying to bring back some of the challenges addressed at the very top level of security research.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Maybe some of experts can add something on the topic of cybersecurity. Ted?
Yeah, one of the things that comes to mind, again, pulling threads from throughout the day and just from this panel, there might be a role for, whether it's the new agency or maybe for CyberCorps. We've heard about so many different opportunities, so many different external and internal partners who are providing cybersecurity training and educational opportunities, whether it's creating the pipeline of new cybersecurity professionals or opportunities for people already in the field to continue to stay current and upskill. It seems like there is a need for, I don't know if it's a shared calendar, I don't know if it, but there's so much going on, a one-stop shop of educational resources available to students, to IT professionals, to people who are interested in the field, might be really useful for, because then if you've got it all in one place, it is much easier to brand and market that to the target audiences we have, as opposed to a very disparate, fragmented group of people trying to catch as catch can and grab attention where we can. So I don't know, it's not a convening function, but it's somebody who can reach across the academia, industry, and public sector to identify the opportunities, the targets of opportunity for people to take advantage of, clearly, what is a growing educational cybersecurity system here in Moldova.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the experts for the useful information, for your support in the field of cybersecurity. And I am sure that together, by unifying our common efforts, we will be able to evolve rapidly in our cyber health. Thank you. Și dacă să spun și eu un cuvânt în română la cele ce a spus prietenul meu Răzvan, să știți că noi deseori când ne vedem repetăm același lucru. Dacă până acum utilizam educație cibernetică sau sănătate cibernetică, spunem avem nevoie de securitate cibernetică ca să nu ne pape ursul, să nu fim ultimii din grup care ne papă ursul. Mulțumesc!
Thank you very much, Dinu and everyone. Thank you for this insightful panel. And now we are ready to go to the last speaker, last keynote speaker. I'd like you to, and make some noise. Do I have to tell every time? Come on. I would like to invite Catalina Niculița, Solutions Engineering Manager at Cisco. Catalina's journey embodies the transformative power of education, particularly the life-changing impact of the Cisco Networking Academy program. Catalina, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for lasting so long, for still being here. From my side, one final probably thank you and congratulations for organizing not only this event, but for making this beautiful idea coming true, making it a reality. So once again, thank you and congratulations. Today I'm going to briefly speak about NetAcad and how this program was designed to change your mindset and therefore, in the end, change lives for many students, hopefully students like you. Cisco is a global company. We have very large presence in a lot of countries, we have a lot of employees, but this is not the beautiful part of it. The beautiful part is that almost 1/4 of our people are engineers, working in R&D, building the internet 20, 30 years ago, still building it now, still continue to innovate. Because we live in a time where technology is more important than ever, it's present everywhere around us. So our strategy is to securely connect everything to make anything possible. And the emphasis here is not on connectivity, but is on the security part. And in order to do that, we have a few technology pillars. And probably the most important one, because this is why we are here today, is the security one. But we don't see security as a technology, because we have a lot of technologies in our portfolio. You don't see here routing and switching and wireless and compute. You see security because it's not a technology. And the way all the other speakers mentioned this before, security is a mindset. It's something that you need to take into account, to think. Every time you are doing something, every time you are writing an email, every time you are building a software, every time you are building a product, you have to think about security. Is it secure? Because if you don't build something secure, it's going to be very difficult or expensive to secure it later on. So security is a mindset. And if there is only one thing that I would like you to take away after my 10-15 minutes, this is the one. Security is a mindset. You need to have this mindset now when you are still very young, and you need to continue to have this mindset all year long. We spoke about innovation. It's part of our DNA. It's something that we have always done. Security, it is our mindset. Everything that we build thinking about how we make sure that this new technology, product, solution, project will ensure the required level of security that is needed today. But all this would not be possible without the people. And many, many years ago, 30 years ago, when we started, inventing and innovating things in the era of internet, building technologies that didn't exist, we realized that we cannot do it alone. And we need a lot more engineers than we had. So if you don't have a resource, and if you can't find it, then you have to build it. So this is why education was always a very important part of Cisco, because we needed to build, to create the workforce that we didn't have at that moment. So this is how Cisco Networking Academy was born. 25 years ago, we celebrated last year this beautiful anniversary of 25 years. 25 years where we tried to change the life of people by spreading the education part all around the world. And if you if you remember the small numbers that I had on my first slide about how big Cisco is, actually Cisco is very small compared to Cisco Networking Academy. Because this beautiful program, because it was vendor agnostic, because it tried to explain the new and cool stuff that is happening around the world, managed to attract far more people and students than customers. And if we have a local presence in 80 countries, Cisco Networking Academy is around 180 countries. We have in this world only 400 Cisco sales offices, but we do have 12,000 academies around the world. So this program expanded much, much more than Cisco did. Then pandemics came, and we realized that the world is changing, and we realized that the people are no longer so, let's say, willing to attend a course physically. The young people have a different preference when it comes to learning. So we realized that the future of the learning is hybrid. We will never be able to replace a teacher. We will never be able to replace an instructor that is standing in front of you and is explaining how are things working and why do we need a few technologies, why do we need the new innovations of tomorrow. On the other hand, for the very, let's say, simple stuff, for the basic knowledge, it's much more accessible for young people to access it via the mobile or via the laptop or sometimes later at night. It's much easier to give them access to information when they choose to do it, and not necessarily via strict classes with an instructor. That's why we launched a new program that is called Skill for All. It's not designed to replace NetAcad, it's designed to complement NetAcad. And the main reason behind it was that we were training year over year tens of thousands of people, but it is not enough. We need much more than we can train in this moment. So what we needed to do is to go a little bit to younger generation, to younger people. We need to teach about networking and about security, not only in university, but in high schools. And why not even gymnasium? So that's why we build Skill for All, which is very easily accessible via the mobile. So kids and in high school, I find it very easy to scroll, and scroll a little bit now, scroll a little bit later, a little bit of Facebook, of Instagram, maybe Skills for All. So it's all part of a mindset of everyday learning something new. This is the complete portfolio, and I want to thank very much Mr. Bostan for presenting this beautiful slide with the complete Cisco networking portfolio that we have. We have one new addition because we live in the age of AI, and this is the data science track. The data science track that was adopted even in Moldova, as you will see a little bit later on. But because this is a security conference, I will speak mostly about the security trainings. A lot of the speakers before me said that we have a lack of personnel. We miss people. We don't have as many security engineers that we need. How many do we miss? And this is a study that was done in 2021, so it's 3 years ago, and I can assure you that the number is not smaller. Back then, we identified a lack of 3.5 million engineers that we would need in the cybersecurity space, and we do not have. I mean, worldwide, not only Cisco, it's a global number. So what can we do to reduce the gap between the need that we have and the availability of security experts? We have a lot of security courses in our portfolio, from the very, let's say, easy one, light ones, to the most complex and sophisticated and very, let's say, deep dive professional courses. The easiest one that we have was launched about 5 years ago, and during the pandemics, we translated it into Romanian language. It was a test. We wanted to see if it will catch on and if people will be interested in doing a training course in Romania. They were. So we had about a few thousand people doing in a few months, in the first few months of pandemics when everybody was staying at home. Well, 4,000 people did this training in Romanian. It's called Introduction into Cybersecurity. It's mainly focused on high school children or on people, individuals that are not yet professional. They don't want to configure a device. They just want to understand what is security all about, where do I start, what are the threats that I'm exposing when I'm using the internet, and so on. It's a very introductory level. The second one, it's called Cybersecurity Essentials. And I'm very happy and proud to say that we are working with UTM to have also this training translated into the Romanian language. So once again, an introductory course will be available in Romanian to everybody that is interested in it. Later on, we have the professional courses. And we have two criteria, because security is, as you know, a very, very vast world. So basically, we need two sides. We need people to learn how to configure, how to design, how to make a proper implementation of a network that is secured. And then we have the CyberOps team. We need to always check, is everything all right? What are the attacks? What is happening there? Is someone breaching my network? If yes, how can I protect? How can I determine where is the attack? Where is the breach? How can I fix it quickly? So these are two separate worlds, and we have trainings for both worlds, for building a network and for constantly monitoring and protecting a network. Because it's late and we all want to see some numbers, to see some facts, I made some statistics based on our program, and these are the numbers for the training courses and for students available in the European Union. The numbers are big, total 2.5 million students that did this training program. Most important one is the more than 300,000 people active in this moment. But one very interesting point that I would like to raise is the partnerships that we have been able to make in the last few years with a lot of institutions within the EU. And when I say institutions, I mean not only educational institutions, but also public sector entities like governments and ministries and armed forces. The sole purpose of this partnership is to spread the available trainings, trainings that are on a very high degree vendor agnostic. It's about technology. It's not about selling something, and it's not about a specific vendor. It's about technology. And another thing, they are available to the academies for free, which is something that gives the institutions that are using these trainings a very big degree of freedom, how to position these trainings, how to include them in various curricula, and so on. Now, coming back to Moldova. These are the numbers that we have so far. 17,000 people until now, with 3,000 active students in this moment, students that are doing NetAcad courses in 9 active academies. And there is one more metric that we are monitoring. And I have to say that I never saw this metric as an issue because I'm lucky to live in Romania. But in the Western countries, where sometimes we compare ourselves to them, life is better in West, they are so much more developed than we are, and so on. They are struggling with this metric. And their metric is 15%. They are struggling to have 15% of the students to be ladies in IT. And it's very difficult to get to those 15%. Well, we don't have that issue because we have 27% in Moldova and 30% in Romania. So at least from this point of view, I think we are doing a much better job than the European countries are doing. Now, coming back to the trainings. What training courses are interested for the students in Moldova? This is a comparison year over year in the last 2 years that we had. If you do a total, it will end up to 3,000 people, students each year. We see a very high interest for IT Essentials, which is also translated into the Romanian language. Of course, CCNA, which is the basic training that we have, but we do see an increased interest in cybersecurity and in data science. We hope that the security part will grow bigger and bigger, and next year when we meet again, hopefully on this stage, to discuss about security, the numbers will be much higher in the cybersecurity space. And now, coming back to the partnerships, we do have a lot of partnerships in Romania and Moldova as well. But probably the one that I like the most and that I feel is the most beautiful partnership that we ever managed to do is the partnership that Răzvan was mentioning about. It's called AcadNet. It's the first Olympiad for networking, for computers, for something else other than programming. And when I was in high school, IT meant programming. And when I felt that there was something more to IT, it's not only about programming. I mean, you could do some other things, that there is something else outside programming, but it's still part of IT. People were laughing. And they said, no, the only Olympiad that there is programming. So if you want to do IT, it means you have to do programming. Well, these days, it's no longer true. Thanks to Răzvan and thanks to the Polytechnic University and to UPIR, we managed to create an Olympiad that shows to the young people in high school that there is something else outside programming in IT. And IT is such a vast world, such a big area. Everybody will find their own place somewhere in this world of IT. And also, I'd like to thank DNSC for helping us to create and for having, for the first time in Romania, the Cybersecurity Olympiad. So now, for the very lucky and fortunate people who are in the high school in this year, they have 3 options for IT. Cybersecurity is the Applied Olympiad, AcadNet, and the programming part. So in this moment, I feel that the young generation is having a choice. IT means a lot more than it used to be. And now, not only they have the access to the information, they also have a programmatic mean to test their knowledge and to see that they are not alone in this quest. There are so many other people who are learning and are doing the same technologies and interests that they have. In the end, why invest in education? Because we have to. Because it's the only way we can move forward. Because we need people like you, because we need skilled engineers, because we need cybersecurity specialists, because we have to help raise them and build them and create them. So what I can promise is that we will continue to be a partner in education, one that will promote technology and education in technology. I thank you very much for still being here. I wish you all the best. Security is a mindset, don't forget that. And I hope to see you again next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, here we are at the end of this beautiful event. Thank you all for being here. We've learned a lot. We've, let's say, drew the line where we are. We also know that there is a long way to go still. We are not even close to the end of the road. We see the direction, but there is still so much to do in order to defend our society, to defend our economy, to defend our democracy after all. And this is giving us, all of us, an inspiration and energy to keep pushing together with our partners, to keep working in order to advance as fast as possible. We have come a long way, but there is so much more that we can do and we should do. And next year, we will look forward to come in front of everyone to report on the new progress, on new milestones that we have achieved together. And we really look forward to it. But before that, there's still 1 year of hard work, because there are no miracles. Now, thank you all very much for coming. It was a really lovely day. I loved getting out of that office for the entire day. I don't do that almost ever. So I think I might as well do that more often on such occasion, but not too often. There are some treats in the other room. If someone still wants coffee, cake, and so on, please feel free. Consider this as your reward for reaching the end and resisting until the end. You're the strongest one. You're the most resilient ones. And well, before calling it a day, I would like to invite this amazing woman who, I'd like to thank, first of all the people who made this day possible. There was a lot of work from my colleagues at the ministry. A lot of people chipped in, a lot of help and support from our partners. Thank you very much. But this one was the catalyzer. So let's give her a round of applause, please. And we're going to do a selfie now, if you don't mind. Let's do it like this. Okay. Thank you very much. And some of you, I understand, we will see very soon. Once again, we have a lot still to do, but together we can do this and we can really show an example. Thank you so much.